I was hearing the governor say, those figures are very interesting. I think on the challenges, he has also mentioned where we are. I believe because our chair, affordable housing, allow me to get this team to stand just now, all of them. There is the chair of Affordable Housing Board. Athman, please stand. Any other person you brought? Yes. These are some of the teams that are behind maybe the curtains, ensuring that the numbers Said has mentioned, together with the principal secretary, will be delivered. And of course, the biggest champion in this exercise is His Excellency, the President. Please take your seats. The President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. Indeed, a lot of information and notes and specifications sometimes have been picked and taken from meetings that the teams have held with the president. So we have the highest political goodwill a country can get into their program to ensure resource mobilization is well done and to ensure that political trials and engagements are also right and in place. So I want to also, in that regard, thank His Excellency the President for enabling this particular program to go. Promise under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of reduces transparency, reduces fraud, and gives citizens, investors, and developers and financial in this area real-time access to critical large data and records. Our goal is to establish a unified, secure, and modern land administration system across all 47 counties, lying in the groundwork for individual titles. This makes high-density housing viable for banks, developers, and homeowners alike. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I will affirm my ministry's commitment. I'm affirming my ministry's commitment to working together with all housing stakeholders to unlock the full potential of affordable housing as a driver of safe growth, economic transformation. At the policy level, we are undertaking a comprehensive review to update, harmonize, and enact land laws that speak to the challenges in this sector. These reforms will deliver secure land tenure, streamline approvals and searches, improve investor confidence, and encourage faster movement of documentation. Together, we are laying the legal, digital, and institutional foundation of housing ecosystem that works for every Kenyan. Indeed, I would mention that we are at a good stage in engaging the World Bank and the National Treasury to allow more funding or broader funding for this particular exercise. And we believe we'll be able to get that so that within the next couple of years, we can be able to fully automate and digitize our land records. With those few remarks, it's now my pleasure to declare the 4th Affordable Housing Conference officially opened, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations and engagement. Karibuni sana, most welcome, and enjoy. As we were taking a cup of tea, Said, when you go back, just know we are behind the market. The demand is putting pressure on KMRC of the release of the unit so that they have customers who are ready. It is obvious that they have the money, and if they don't have, of course, they don't have the money, it means with this demand, it creates an opportunity for, I have declared the meeting. I'm now speaking into the conference as a participant now, not as a guest. Not as a guest. So the conference is fully declared, opened, and so therefore allow me just a bite to the engagement that will happen. So what I'm saying is that we are moving well. I want to confirm to Kenyans and our stakeholders that what is in the pipeline is actually, if we do because we've been, working, I think 24/7, what is in the pipeline is not less than 600,000 units. Pipeline meaning procurement, and we have various types of housing. What has given us the biggest now pressure and demand to channel out is the housing, institutional housing, both for the men in uniform, the disciplined forces, including the army, the prisons, the police. All of them require the institutional housing. But also our learning institutions, universities, TVETs, everybody has started demanding. And there is no single institution in this country, including our big secondary schools, have made written requests to the president, to Affordable Housing Board, to the minister, to the principals. They come in triples. So, and I'm happy that the relationship between ourselves and the county governments and the question of land is now better understood, and most counties are willingly, like you have heard the governor saying, legal frameworks for purposes of his county is in place. Administrative, challenges are cleared, and that they have land, the governor has land available for development. And that is music also to developers. It means you can directly engage the governor, because in this area, basically we are working under Article 43 as dependents or interdependents in terms of delivering this critical constitutional mandate under Article 43. So what I was saying is that the figures that we have put out there of about 72, we hope to get up to 90 billion per year. Of course, when you start, and we are happy that we have the legal framework, and now we're just at the tail end of the regulation, 72 billion Kenya shilling, away from 400 billion Kenya shilling, means to me, and maybe for you, as a big opportunity for investment, for banks to come up with products that speak even outside what we are offering, and therefore, so that we can now be able to raise the balance of that projection that we have. So I want to challenge this meeting, this convention, that give us ideas. The Kenyans now have understood the demand on our desks for the houses, other than what is at KMRC, is already bigger than the supply we have. So we need other players and actors and other resources to be able to deal with the 2 million overall, 2.5 million overall housing deficit. With those remarks now then being, I will go into your records as having first come as a guest. You can come as a guest and you don't participate. So I want to say that you are, keep us, bring more stakeholders in terms of, and I'm really India and Pakistan and Malaysia, the ideas, and even Tanzania, I don't know, between us, Tanzania, we are good competitors, we compete, and this is something we can agree that we compete. We are also hoping with the partnership with the UN Habitat, we'll be able to get global champions. And indeed, that is a matter that we are pushing to UNGA next month, so that His Excellency the President can be able to host a breakfast or a meeting and engage his counterparts in terms of global championship for housing or on housing for all. so that we can get champions to speak bigger and louder and more heavier voices that also can draw the right attention to this sector, because the investment, the resources, is a huge gap there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam CS, as both the chief guest and the panelist and the participant and the speaker. How are we all doing, everybody? Can I just see your hands if you're well? Even if you're not well, let me see the other hand. We can get help to you very, very quickly. We want to open it up just for a few minutes for some questions and some reactions. We had said earlier that we will create time for that. I think we are in an ecosystem where each of you are equal part stakeholder and recipient and beneficiary of this conversation. So we have some microphones in the aisle. So if there is something that's burning that you'd like to share on camera or not, feel free to do that now. I'll just open it up for a few minutes. And as you do that, there's a hand here. Kindly, do tell us your name, where you're from, when you were born, what your favorite food is. No, just tell us your name, your organization, and who you're addressing your question to. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kavuma. I like matoke. I'm from across the water, across the other side of the water. But I've been here in Kenya for a long time, and my organization is involved in real estate, and we have just secured a REIT manager license from the Capital Markets Authority for the purpose of raising capital in our local markets for affordable housing. And we are, encouraged by the regulatory frameworks that have been put in place. We are working, hopefully, very closely with KMRC, and we also believe very strongly that the solution for this, as much as we do have foreign partners, and we should definitely leverage them, much of the solutions can be drawn from within our own markets, and much of the capital can be mobilized from our own institutions. So we are hopeful and encouraged that we have such powerful resources here, representatives of government, to help facilitate some of the changes in capital markets, to mobilize more risk capital to deploy into the real estate space. It's really more of a comment. And maybe one last thing is that I also note that we also have SACCOs here. We have pension funds here. We don't need to look very far to get the resources to fill some of those gaps, Madam CS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kavuma, and congratulations on getting your permit. There's another hand. I saw this one first, and we'll come to you, kindly. Thank you. Your name and what your favorite food is, and then you can give us your statement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Wanjiro. My favorite food is fish, so I'm where I should be.
Good answer.
Thank you so much. I'm a director at Africa Rate. Africa Rate, we are developers for the last 19 years. And currently, we're doing a project with partnership with Nairobi County Government under their urban renewal. And that collaboration is coming on very well. Our project is called 300 Woodley Village along Gong Road, just behind Prestige. And so, for me, it's a comment and to the CS on the intentionality of us private developers working closely with government. And the reason is a time like now, where we are having challenges of financing, we can see the bank rates are quite high in terms of that. So when the government come in and provide land and open up that space, then it becomes very easy for us private developers. So I think for now going forward, we need to be very intentional on how do we work with private developers on ensuring that we deliver. As the government is doing the social law ed, we still have got this middle income that we need to ensure that we deliver for them. And we, at the end of the day, then we'll be able to provide housing for this country. But thank you so much. We appreciate all the support that we're getting from all aids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your comment. Let's have the microphone back, the lady in the blue jacket, and then the gentleman right after.
Thank you very much, Madam CS. Thank you, Altetia and team, for bringing up various stakeholders to discuss this matter, which, I keep saying housing is a basic need. So the same way we should eat, housing should actually be at the bottom.
Speaking of eating, what is your name and your favorite
food? My favorite food is not fish. It is githeri. That's an original. But my name is Caroline Wanjeri. I'm the Director Mortgage at KCB. We are one of the shareholders at KMRC, actually the second largest outside government of Kenya. And keen to drive affordability, not just in Kenya, but across the region. We just became shareholders in Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company, and I'm happy to see the CEO here. Uganda, karibuni nyumbani. Money is there, we will get in, because we must be very intentional in driving this conversation. So I know Uganda, you're preparing. We are ready to get on the table and to hold you on the hand. I think we've seen the impact of KMRC. Altetia, I'm looking for the first 60,000 mortgages in this country. We've been blushed and beaten as financial institutions for the last years, about 30,000 mortgages. But I think with the partnership with KMRC, we are on the way there, and goes to shows what can be done when public and private comes together. I think KMRC is one of the public-private partnerships that have been very successful. So I just wanted to comment on that and to ask those that are looking, those who have come to benchmark, it is the right way to go in making sure that, your citizens can get this basic need in the name of housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman next to you, your name, favorite food, and your statement, comment, or question.
Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Peter Mugeni. I'm the Managing Director of HFC. We are a licensed mortgage finance company established in 1965, 60 years old this year. Madam CS, very glad to hear the contributions, and we are also shareholders of KMRC, so totally sold on the housing agenda. I think when I was listening to the question on the housing gap, I have got two comments to make. One is, if you remember when the Affordable Housing Act was coming into place, the one thing that was significantly commented on was the equity of the contribution. So the 3 million employed people are the ones that are contributing the 75 billion, and we know we are 50 million old people. So if you add another 6 million others that are not contributing, I'm sure getting the 400 billion should be an easy thing. So probably we need to get a little bit more aggressive around collecting from those of us. And we know people who make more money in the business sense, but aren't contributing to this housing agenda. So looking forward to how that will be done. And then I'm also very interested around the digitization of land records. I think those of us, the people from India, Singapore will tell you they got to one-day registration of transfers and even mortgages. And for us as lenders, what we typically experience is people think that we delay the process deliberately, but we don't. We actually want to book the loans. And I know that it will take a lot of effort because the lawyers will not necessarily be happy. But if you remember a long time ago, to just transfer a motor vehicle logbook took a very long period of time. Now you do it off your desk. So I think that I would support a proposal that gets to registration of land records within a day, and I know it can be done, especially now that we collapsed almost all the other land acts into one, the Land Titles Act. And part of the reasoning was to make it simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mugeni. There's a hand at the back there. I'll hold my comments on behalf of the lawyers. We can talk over tea. There's a gentleman. Please keep your hand up so we can get the microphone to you. Irene? Okay. Thank you, Gideon.
Thank you. My name's Lawrence Apio. I work for an organization called Grass Trust, and we work with those at the bottom, those living in informal settlements or slums. My question is, housing is a function of a county government, but the national government collects the money. They also implement affordable housing. Question is, what are the legal arrangements for giving money to the county governments to perform their functions? Is this happening? So far, or right now, as you implement the affordable housing, are there legal arrangements for that cooperation, or it's based on goodwill? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. May I ask who would be in a position to respond to it?
I think the right person to ask this question is the Attorney General. Because where there's conflict of laws or absence of laws, the Attorney General office makes it, isn't it? I did say in my presentation that with or without legal arrangements, we have so far managed to have a working relations with the national government in implementing affordable housing. Definitely there's some lacunas. I don't want us to wash our linen in public. There's some lacunas, but we know how to go about them. I think there's a French word called débrouiller. We make things to work somehow. But I think the area of law should be looked into. The Attorney General should look at it. You're right. That it should be very clear that the law relating to affordable housing and the working relations with the county government, national government should be very clear in law. So that when there's an uncertainty, there is a way of solving it legally. But so far, I think because the need is obvious, and because both governments are responsibility of affordable housing, I didn't mention it in my speech, we have managed to put up some affordable housing which are urgently needed by the people. But satisfying the need of the people, the most urgent thing, notwithstanding the absence of proper law.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Another response? Yes, please. Let me hand over the mic. Thank you.
Just to add to respond to the last question on the counties, to add to what has been said, I think it's important to note that currently, as the governor has indicated and as our CS has indicated earlier, we have all the projects that are being undertaken throughout the entire country are being undertaken either on national government land, but the majority of them are being undertaken on county government land. So there is an existing working relationship with the counties. Counties have contributed land into the program. As Governor has indicated here, there is a number of projects in Kisumu alone. So it's important, and now coming back to the legal framework, in the Affordable Housing Act, the counties are one of the implementing agents. If you look at the first schedule of the Affordable Housing Act, they are one of the 8 implementing agents. But as you can imagine, from the time the program started and when the Affordable Housing program was, when the Affordable Housing Fund was established, there were already projects that were under construction. So those were transitioned into the Affordable Housing Fund. So those projects which are on county government land are being continued. They are being funded by the Affordable Housing Board. And in fact, if you look at the Affordable Housing Act, outside of the functions of the board, the longest articles in that act actually relate to the county, how the county and the national government will work. And it actually prescribes that the county governments need to establish county committees for affordable housing. I think a number out of the 47 counties, I believe almost 75% have established those county committees, and those county committees are then meant to work with the Affordable Housing Board to develop a framework for the implementation. So that framework is actually underway. It is being prepared. And in addition, so there is a working committee between the Affordable Housing Board and the county and the counties, and that is something that is underway, and it will be fleshed out in the 5-year investment plan for the Affordable Housing Program. So I just thought I would add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sorry,
Simu.
very well answered. I think maybe in addition, it's good to understand that we haven't really taken the mandate of the county governments. The county governments are entities, and whenever they seek the support of the national government, for example, to implement a housing project, we are ready and willing to work with them. The second thing is that the counties can be able to engage partners in housing and development of housing, considering that actually land in the counties belong to the county governments, save that we when they give the land to the national government through the affordable housing, then we jointly now work on that project together. Other projects, of course, within the counties are on national government land. Further to maybe to that issue is that if you look at Article 43, the owner of the question, you are not likely to see a dichotomy in terms of the mandate. And I know in the Schedule 4, the housing, whether it's housing services or provision of housing, and that doesn't stop the national government coming in to assist or facilitate the county governments from then performing that mandate. So when the state and the county governments are mandated by Article 43 to provide housing, then you can see that the national government is not, the responsibility is basically like a joint responsibility. However, the regulations, we hope that will be cleared by Parliament. And as we, this is a new program also. It was there before, and you know why we got stuck. I think just to go a little back, it was said that I think the failure was for the housing. I mean, the housing sector failed in terms of taking off in this regard, providing affordable housing. I don't think we can blame the sector. I mean, that's really a very general statement, but the failure is led by the government. So that now the government is doing what it was supposed to have done since 1963. So the failure can only be taken by the government. So and the government then means county government and the national government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam CS, for that addition. Okay, I do not see any other hands, and so allow me at this juncture to invite back up very briefly before we break for our health break, our tea break, the gentleman we all know as J.O. or J. Oltetia. Please join me on stage. We do want to just briefly appreciate Madam CS and the Governor, Anyang' Nyong'o. So if you would join us on stage just to receive a small token of our appreciation. They haven't seen these before, so pay keen attention to their reactions. So we'll start with Madam CS. A beautiful piece of art. We ask that you display it proudly in your office. Thank you. And for our governor, we'll give you one of you, not of the CS. Thank you very much. I will request that you stay on stage. We just want a brief photo opportunity here. Allow me to also invite the Housing Secretary, Saeed Athman. Please join us on stage. Would also invite our gentleman from Shelter Afrique. Please come up on stage, sir. Mr. Han. And if I could also invite the KMRC board member who is with us as well. So photos require smiling, so anyone who is not doing that, the CS told us to enjoy ourselves over the next 2 days, and this is a great conversation, as you can already see from the questions. Thank you so much. We will invite you to exit through the main entrance. There will be a brief media briefing, so media team, would you please prepare? Our team will show you where to go.
Okay.
So we'll allow our guests to exit first, our dear participants. And as I had mentioned earlier, we will be making our way over to the health break area, which is near the exhibition walkway. Now, if you would look at your watches, you will notice that it is 11:03. We are running slightly behind time, so I really do need your help for us to keep time and get through our very rich agenda. So I will request that we are back here in 20 minutes, kindly. In 20 minutes time, so that we can begin the next part of our program and complete it well before lunch. Is that okay? Are we in agreement? Thank you very much. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. That's 11:24 now. Thank you very much. A kind request to our guests from Uganda, Tanzania, Malaysia, and India. Our guests from Uganda, Tanzania, Malaysia, and India. If you would also join us at the photo area so that we can grab a photo of you with our CS and our governor and mark your visit here. Our guests from Tanzania, Malaysia, and India. Please do follow our chief guests so we can capture a photo with you as well.
Government of Kenya holds a 25% shareholding in KMRC. The remaining 75% is spread out between a number of banks, participating banks and SACCOs. We call them PMLs, and also significant development finance institutions such as the IFC and Shelter Afrique. KMRC's operations are also well supported by significant stakeholders like the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank. We have a number of objectives. We exist as KMRC to reduce, cure the liquidity mismatch. For the longest time, of course, our primary mortgage lenders have been using their short-term deposits to lend long-term to their customers and borrowers. And KMRC has come into the picture now to cure that by offering long-term, fixed, and very cheap funding to our primary mortgage lenders so that they can in turn pass on that benefit. So that really is our main objective, to see more customers of our participating institutions take up long-term loans and rest assured that over the period of that long-term loan, they do not have any fluctuating interest rates. KMRC also exists to increase participation in the capital markets. Part of our activities, like I mentioned earlier, we are regulated by the CMA, the Capital Markets Authority, because we participate in actively raising bonds, raising funds through issuing of bonds. So we are also deepening the financial markets in Kenya, and we see that as a very significant part of our existence. We also exist as KMRC to improve the mortgage lending practices in the country. You know, we offer consultancies and we give capacity building on mortgage lending practices, standardizing that across our participating primary mortgage lenders, so that we have a uniformity of how this mortgage lending business goes.
KMRC got its license from the Central Bank of Kenya in September 2020, and within 24 months we have been able to lend 6.9 billion to 9 PMLs, which includes 5 banks and 4 SACCOs. Now that is a milestone. Within 24 months, we've actually been able to access our market, and our PMLs have been able to embrace the role that we play in terms of unlocking liquidity in the market and also providing them affordable funding, which is not only fixed rate, but it is long-term and affordable. Our main primary mortgage lenders that we work with, we've partnered with, are banks and SACCOs. Now, being very deliberate to bring into the fold SACCOs also meant that we needed to upskill them and build capacity in terms of their resourcing and in terms of their lending products, long-term lending products to be specific. SACCOs have been there for years, but their speciality was mainly on short-term products of up to 6-7 years. But now, in terms of home loans, you'll find that home loans are longer tenure products, all the way to 25 years. So what KMRC has been deliberate and intentional about is capacity building the SACCOs to make sure that they are adequately resourced and they have the know-how of how to lend long-term products. We've also made sure that we partner with the wider sector players. In this case, we are looking at players in the supply side, those who are developing the homes, and the players in the demand side, ourselves included, and the PMLs, and other value chain actors who include policymakers, the government, other private institutions that are there to help us in the affordable housing space. And specifically, we look at partnering with professionals such as Architectural Association of Kenya, the quantity surveyors, all those. So what we as KMRC have done is provide an avenue for all these players to come together, have a discussion, and identify opportunities that are there in the affordable housing space, and challenges, address any challenges that are there, and possibly identify solutions that would actually work for all value chain actors.
KMRC is an equal opportunity employer. It has given me an opportunity to expand on my career. I've been able to interact differently with the customers, and not only do I see growth in terms of my career, I've also interacted a lot with the team because there's enough diversity a lot of diversity in the institution. This has helped me also to grow my skill set in trying to gain from different departments. KMRC has also given the team a great opportunity to celebrate different milestones, where we come together and we celebrate each other in different achievements. So we have birthdays, we have graduations. These are different occasions that bring the team together, not just on work basis, but also just to interact and know each other. What is it that you do, and just to come together and celebrate. In line with the KMRC core values, collaboration has been very key because interaction with our strategic partners. We have the primary mortgage lenders, and we also have the DFIs, and also besides that we also have the different people we're trying to reach out to and drive the affordable housing agenda to. KMRC has given an opportunity to each and every staff member to just be able to take some time off to just have a social life, and also be a wholesome person. And whenever you're interacting with the team, we have a whole version of yourself in the organization.
In Kenya, the dream of owning a home is one shared by many, yet navigating this path is really a daunting journey. So where does one start? How do you realize the dream of owning a home? Well, it starts by understanding the intricacies of mortgage financing. Now, to help us understand this conversation better, we're joined by the CEO of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, Joe Otetia, who will give us better insights. Karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you, Naomi.
Maybe introduce yourself, tell us what you do here.
My name is Otetia John. I'm KMRC CEO, and our main objective is to provide housing finance or home loans to people for purposes of affordable housing.
Maybe you can give us a picture, paint for us a picture of how the housing landscape in Kenya looks like.
It's not very rosy, but when you start with the supply, so we have a deficit in the country of about 2 million homes. Now, that deficit increases by about 200 to 250,000 houses every year. Okay. That deficit is mainly driven by urbanization, or otherwise called rural-urban migration, which in our country grows by about 4% every year. Our normal population actually grows by about 1.9 to 2% per year. Now, the supply or the available units that come into the market every year is far less. Over the last year, we are talking about 50,000 housing units. Now, when you look at the breakdown of that, it's even worse, because only 2% actually goes to the lower income or the moderate low income. That means the market is actually saturated at the upper income side of our country. And that means that people who are taking these homes are not necessarily taking a first home. You know, they're buying them for investment and that kind of thing. And that therefore results to the moderate low income having no access to decent housing.
What do you do, and what impact then does KMRC have?
People for a mortgage if they have an income. So essentially everyone qualifies. The qualification here mainly driven by the income. So if your income is
2 million, what does that mean for me if I'm paying this 2 million in, let's say, 10, 15 years or so?
If you take a KMRC mortgage today of 2 million for 15 years, the loan repayment is at 9.5%. That means your loan repayment per month is about 20,000. So at 20,000 payment per month is almost the equivalent of your rent in a decent home. And remember, the home you're buying is also a decent home. So it's actually the equivalent of what you are paying now to someone. It's not your home, okay? Now, if you look at that, if you don't have a KMRC mortgage, you're taking a commercial mortgage for that at 18% without changing anything else. The years remain the same. You will actually be paying about 34,000 shillings per month. That's an increase of about 14,000. Now, on the other hand, if you take a 4 million home for 15 years at 9.5%, you pay 40,000 per month. If you take the same home of 4 million at 18% for 15 years, that is 62,000 shillings per month. So you can see the increase is even broader. It's almost 20,000 more that you're actually going to be paying, while it's only the interest rate that has changed. So if the years even increase to 20, the lower, the repayment will actually be lower.
There are obviously other fees that are involved. Yes. When it comes to taking a mortgage. What are some of those fees?
The main incidental costs are 3. Number 1, we have legal fees. Number 2, we have valuation fees. And number 3, we have stamp duty, which is a government tax. Stamp duty alone is usually in town or in cities is 4%. Now, the cost of those incidental costs will actually cost you about 6 to 7% additional.
Maybe you can give us a parting shot.
Don't wait to buy a home. Buy a home and wait.
Okay. Thank you so much for those insights. You've made us feel and think the mortgages are really worth our time as scientists. As the sun sets on another day in Kenya, the desire and dream of owning a home continues to burn in the heart of its people. As we start the journey of obtaining a mortgage, families and individuals embark on a path of stability, empowerment, and growth. Thank you for joining us today. I have been your host, Naomi Mbuvi. Have yourself a fantastic week.
Demystify that for us.
Thank you, Torian. Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is a PPP. This is a private public partnership, and a deposit-taking institution that was formed primarily to bring affordability to this market. So it's a wholesale financial institution which works with partners, that is banks and SACCOs. And this, the unique feature is that these banks and SACCOs are shareholders. So they participate in this, this program, and with that then they are able to access funding from KMRC and lend out to their customers. So that is how KMRC works in this market.
So, I mean, we're all excited to hear a little bit more about how we're able to to shift from paying rent into owning our own homes. How does that work?
Actually, when you look at what we are putting in the market, is that rent yako ni keja yako. Means that the rent you are paying today, it's actually can equal to your monthly loan repayment. For instance, if today you are paying 20,000, that's can already afford you a 2 million mortgage. Because the rates that we have brought to this market, they are fixed rate, long term, because we are talking about 25 years. Fixed rate, you are getting an average rate of between 9 and 9.5 from the participating institutions, and it is fixed for the tenor of the loan. So that gives you affordability. You are able to plan your income, and therefore you should not continue paying rent if that rent can be converted into home ownership. When you look at home ownership, it comes with benefits, because for the interest that you're going to pay for your mortgage, it's actually tax deductible, meaning that you're going to save on the tax that you're paying. Who wouldn't want to save on tax? I mean, that is just money that it goes, and sometimes you don't see the return on the spot. So if you're going to save on tax, then that is a benefit. So the maximum interest you pay on every month, that is accumulated, and it is actually deducted from your income, and therefore you don't pay tax on that. That's a very big benefit.
I want us to talk about the numbers a little bit, and because when we had the conversation on Twitter, a lot of people were saying, so I earn X amount, or I found a house worth 3 million or 2 million or 5 million. How much do I get to pay per month? Can you just break it down a little bit further?
Actually, if you want to get a simple calculator, you just look for every million that you're going to borrow, you'll pay an average of 8,500. Because here we are talking about a fixed rate, 9.5% for 25 years, and it is fixed. So calculate, everybody can just do their own calculations.
So
every million, so 3 million, just multiply 8,500 times 3, around 25,500, and you're there.
And who qualifies for it?
Kenyans earning below 150,000 per month are actually our target market. And the reason why that is so is because we are addressing the mortgage gap in this market. When you look at the mortgage gap, out of a study that was done by World Bank and the government of Kenya in the year 2016-2017, it was established that there are different stratas of Kenya's population. And when you look at the lowest being the socio, those are Kenyans who ordinarily will go for rentals, and they are looking at decent housing. So government is doing a lot to address that by upgrading the slums, and the government plays in that space. The next space is low-cost housing. We are happy that in the new dispensation, now there's a lot of focus on the low-cost housing. So meaning that there's now going to be an overlap between low-cost housing and the mortgage gap, because now we'll be able to address the two stratas. So the mortgage gap, these are Kenyans who are earning between 50,000 and 150,000 per month. So that is where the mortgage gap is, because majority of them can actually afford a mortgage. The only reason they cannot afford a home loan today is because of cost. So there are barriers. One of the barriers is the cost of credit, because if you're talking about 15-16% in the market, that is beyond the reach of most of Kenyans. So that's why we are bringing a rate that is within the single digit and also long term. Ordinarily, today financial institutions, offer very short-term loans because they are looking at turnovers. They want to capitalize on that and also the risk of default. So if you bring in at long-term facility for 25 years at a fixed rate within a single digit, you have actually addressed that challenge of affordability. Mm-hmm. That's what we are calling affordable.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we say 150, and this is one of the questions that I've seen over the last couple of weeks, is that salaried? Must I be employed to be able to access it? Must I be in government to be able to access it? Or is just, anybody?
That's a very good question because majority of Kenyans have not understood that. The way it is that we are looking at income and we are using the word income, not salary. Meaning that for an SME, for an employed person, all of them earn income. So if you go to this institution, you'll actually be able to access the loans, whether you are self-employed or you are employed. They all play that. Whether you have a fixed contract, whether you have your permanent and pensionable, whether you are doing your side hustles, as long as you're able to document your income, the financial institution will be able to analyze that and give you a credit score that will enable you to access the loans.
Mm-hmm. And you've talked about financial institutions, and I just want you to tell us a little bit more about that. Which kind of financial institutions have you partnered with? For somebody who's watching, where do they go?
KMRC, just to begin with, is a regulated institution because we play in the space of financial sector and we are regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. So we have certain obligations, and one of it is that the shareholders that we admit or the lending that we do, we lend to institutions that are also regulated. So for the banks, they are also regulated through the Central Bank of Kenya. For the SACCOs, they are regulated through SASRA. So these institutions, by that regulation, then they are prudent lenders in the market. So they do their due diligence. They offer products that are accepted in the market because these are institutions that are reputable. So we are talking about 8 banks, 1 microfinance bank, and 11 SACCOs. It is a very unique model because for the first time in the world, this is the only mortgage finance company that has SACCOs as part of the participating institutions. And SACCOs play a very key role in this market because they have done what we call financial inclusion. They are able to address the financial needs of their members because they deal with members. And they are spread all over the country. So if you are in Isiolo, if you are in Malaba, you can actually go to a SACCO and be able to access this funding. So these are the big SACCOs in this market who are able to do this kind of lending.
Yeah, and you've mentioned some of the counties outside of Nairobi, and I'm curious, all these loans, are they available to anybody no matter what part of the country they are? And perhaps as you answer that question, you can tell us a little bit about where the properties are. Where does somebody find these properties? Are there some accredited ones?
These properties are available throughout the country in all the 47 counties. And because we appreciate that the members of these institutions that you're working with are spread across the country. And therefore, in whichever part of the country you are in, you can actually access funding, affordable credit from this institution. When you talk about the properties, we're talking about properties both from the private developers, self-construction facilities, or properties that also the government is partnering with the local government, the county governments to bring out properties that are affordable. Mm-hmm. You've seen a few of the projects that the government has done in Nairobi, in Mombasa, Kakamega, Kisumu. Those are spread. And we are not just looking at only those properties. So if you have a developer who, is doing a property under the affordable housing space, you can actually go and purchase from them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I want to ask a question about the requirements. What are there specific requirements that one needs in order to be able to qualify for these affordable loans?
From one institution to another, there will be different requirements. And you realize that Kenya Mortgage Finance Company does wholesale lending. So we are lending to their financial institutions so that they are able to on-lend to their members. And therefore, as one of the key features of this product is that KMRC is trying to standardize the mortgage origination process. So as part of that origination process, we have agreed on certain standards, underwriting standards that the institutions need to adhere to. And one of it, of course, they'll be looking at the income, that you need to document the income that you have as an applicant. The type of properties, also we are looking at properties that are built in a sustainable way. So sustainability is a key component in some of these properties. So if you are buying a property, you need to confirm confirm that the property is not in a riparian land, because then that will go against the sustainability. You have to buy a property that's not in a marshy area, in a flood prone area, because at the end of the day that will affect the security you are taking, because it's your property, and it will affect even the value of the property that you're going to buy. So there are certain requirements and criteria that has been shared with the 20 institutions, and they follow those guidelines. But of course, that's also, it's a requirement that when it comes to income, that you need to retain at least a third of your income when it comes to deduction. So those are some of the things that the financial institution will look at.
Geoffrey, you referred to this earlier, but I just want us to talk a little bit more about it, and that's on if somebody has a plot, maybe they bought a few years ago, and now they've seen, oh, there is an opportunity for me to maybe even build a house. Do they have access to this affordable housing loans, and how do they go about it?
Yes, they do. They have access to the affordable housing loans. What they need to do is just to go to their institutions, their bank or their SACCO. The property need to be titled, so we are looking at properties that have titles, and they'll be able now to discuss with the lender on the modalities. Of course, if you want to build your own home, I think the first thing is just to come up with a budget. You need to define a budget. How much do you need to spend on that home? Have drawings, so you need to have a discussion with an architect who will do drawings for you. You also need to have a discussion with a QS who will do bills of quantities. So they'll price the quantity so that they can tell you, for this kind of house that you want to build, it will cost you X amount of money, because that's where the budget. Then against that, then you'll be able to see can you afford and how much can you afford. In addition to that, there are certain things also you need to observe as a borrower. There need to be approvals that you need to obtain from your local authorities. And once you have all that put together, then you can now go to the financial institution and you have the discussions on your credit worth, and you start the journey towards home ownership.
Okay. Geoffrey, we have a lot of young people watching our conversation, and I'm just curious, what would you tell them? Because there's an issue of age. Maybe some people feel, oh, I'm too young, or even I'm too old. So how can you address home ownership for young people? And if you feel that you're not young, but you are still within the brackets that you have mentioned, what encouragement or what would you tell them? What is the importance of home ownership?
In fact, home ownership is very important. It's a critical component of life, because when you look at the kind of savings you'll do, when you look at the equity, growth of your equity, because if you're to buy a property today worth 3 million, because that is what you can afford, and you are 20 years old, 25 years old, you've just finished college and you're starting life. In another 10 years, that property will be worth 15 million. And when you look at that, you've already created equity. You can actually now go to the financial institution, and within that equity of a whole 13, 14 million, use that money to borrow that money, and you go now and buy your dream home. So what it does is that it helps you to plan, financial planning. You grow, as you grow in your career, you're also getting to understand yourself better. And the best part of it is that when you're beginning life is that you don't have so many expenses. But as you go into family, as you go into career growth, your income starts getting many other uses. And therefore, if by the time you're getting into family, you've already defined your portfolio, you've created a portfolio, it helps you, because now you start getting cashbacks, because now you're able to access the equity you have created over time to now invest in other cash generation ventures.
Yeah. In a previous conversation, you talked about functional houses vis-a-vis dream houses. And I know for many people, the first, you just want your dream house right from the beginning, right? Can you tell us a little bit about what the journey should be like, or what the ideal would be like, and what a functional house is and what a dream home is?
I think it's important, Rian, for us to understand that it's important to cut our coat to our sizes. And today, when you start life, it is important to look at where you are. We all aspire and we have dreams to own the best houses in this country. But we also need to realize, we have to look at the current financial realization. Let's start from where we are and we plan towards where we want to go. So the journey is that you start today with the amount of money you have, your income level, and you grow. So as you grow in your income spectrum, you're also looking at taking on additional responsibilities and additional investment options as you grow. So today, if you're starting with a small house, the functional house, you're looking at a house that is responding to your current needs. Because if you are one person or you have a young family, you don't need 5 bedrooms, for example. So start with your 1 bedroom, start with your 2 bedroom, and with that, let it sweat that equity. Sweat it to the point that it has created value for you, and therefore when you are moving now to a 5 bedroom, you are moving to a 5 bedroom because your family has grown to that size and it can no longer be accommodated within the 2 bedroom, and there is a reason, there is a justification. That's the way I look at it. Justify the investment so that it gives you value. There need to be value for money. Don't buy a property that will be idle and it ties you in your cash, and at the end of the day, and you've seen what is happening to some of us. The moment your family starts, your kids start going out, because now they've gotten to that age where they start now going to, have their own homes. You are left with a 6-7 bedroom house, and what do? You are just the 2 of you. You can't even occupy that house. So most of the old generation now are selling those properties so that they can go and occupy an apartment, because also they need a community around them.
That's true.
Yes. So you need to plan it in a way that it satisfies and responds to your needs at each and every stage of your life.
Mm-hmm. Geoffrey, we're almost coming to the end of our conversation, and I just want to get to emphasize a little bit more on the value, the proposition. Why should anybody take a KMRC-backed loan and not just any other loan in the market? What are the benefits of it?
In your financial planning, I think you need to ask yourself, when I pay rent at the end of the month, if I stay in that house for 2, 3, 4 years, at the end of the day, have I created value for myself, or have I created value for the landlord? If you can use the same amount of money to create value for yourself by owning that property, in the 5 years, in the 6 years, you'll have created an equity that actually you can use to go and now buy your dream house. So start today by planning well so that you can start creating value for yourself. Don't enrich others. Use that money to create value for yourself. And the best way to do it is that convert that rent into your property. The rent yako, the keja yako. It can work for you. And it's possible in this market because we have brought affordability, long-term funding, and a fixed rate that was never there. Today, you've realized that banks have started sending notices that they are revising their interest rate for their loans because the inflation is gone up. The CBR rate was amended the other day. What does that mean? Is that for a commercial mortgage, it will actually increase, but a KMRC mortgage will remain at that rate for the tenor of the loan.
Guys, we have absolutely no excuse. So if you earn anything between 50,000 and 150,000, you can own your own home starting today. So follow KMRC on Twitter. The handle is @KMRC_CO. The website is www.kmrc.co.ke, and in it you'll also find a catalog of properties. So if you're looking for a property and you don't know where to find one, you can find that within the KMRC website. So that's it for now. I'd like to thank the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company for hosting us today. And I am looking forward to your stories of your home ownership journey. For now, it's goodbye and God bless.
Ruiru, Matangi. This is my home. My journey started in 2018. I was renting, but now we have a home.
As a country, we have on record about 28,000 mortgages. As Stanbic Bank, we own 13% of that market share. The numbers are still quite low. There was the perception that home ownership was for a certain class of people. So typically, we would end up financing people who are considered upper middle and diaspora clients. So as a bank, this partnership with KMRC has enabled us to also solve for people who are earning as low as 30,000 shillings.
This country has 14 million households, according to the last census. 55 plus million people. And you're talking about 27,000 mortgages. That means it's a problem. The government of Kenya started a conversation with the African Development Bank. FDB provided KMRC $100 million, which is 25-year money, which certainly started in 2019 and signed off the agreements with the FDB in 2020. And we started disbursements of that FDB funding.
So as a bank, having received the funding from KMRC, we are then able to on-lend that benefit to our customers and offer them single-digit facilities at tenors of up to 25 years to enable more Kenyans own properties.
I didn't imagine that at my age I could own a house, but it is so easy right now. We have the mortgages. You just need a good partnership or a circle that you need to work with, and everything will go easy.
We organize for visits to make sure that they have the full landscape of what they can be able to afford. Then after that, we link them with all the third parties that are required to walk the entire journey with them.
As a homeowner, right now I have a lot of freedom because I know that I'm not going to pay the landlord. I know that at the end of the day, the house is mine.
We've been able to disburse close to 1 billion shillings under the Affordable Housing Scheme. We've enabled over 200 customers to own homes. We have also embedded the affordable housing proposition as part of the DADA pillar, where we support our women around home ownership.
For the last 4 years, 10.5 billion shillings have gone into the financial system that never existed. And so far, directly, KMRC has created about 3,250 home loans. 46% is actually to women. And this means they're actually getting decent homes. We want to see a stable financial system. The whole intention is to go way down market. You know, the MSME, people who do not have a regular income. And that is our next frontier, to ensure that people who are underserved are now served.
Another thing is that I like hosting. Right now, a lot of time you're going to get my family here.
Good morning again, friends. Allow me just to thank you for coming back. We are 23 minutes late, actually 33 minutes late. Is it approximately? So I need us to do better. I need us to do better. Can we commit to do that? Do I have everybody's attention? So I'd like you to put your right hand over your chest, kindly. Right hand over your chest. Find your heart wherever it is beating. It moves sometimes. So where is your heart, sir? The thing that yani roho yako ile inadunda dunda. Iko wapi? This side or this side? We are never sure. Find your heart. It's important. Put your where is your left? So I want you to we're going to take an oath, friends. Please put your hand over your chest. Anyone who is not doing it, I will come to you. The beauty of a cordless microphone is that I am not constrained. Is your hand over your chest, sir? Find your heart. Everyone on this table does not have a heart. This is what we will assume. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. Wow. How are you doing? Hand over your heart. Hand over your heart. Please, everybody. Sir, hand over your heart. On that table as well. This is the oath we're going to take. I say your name. Some of you said say your name. No, I mean actually say your name. I, June Gashui, say your name. Do solemnly swear that on this 7th day of August, 2025, I commit to be better at timekeeping. Even if the mahindi and the maize is sweet, say. Even if the samosa is nyami, I will. Hi, sir. We are in the middle of taking an oath. Thank you. I honor time. And if I don't, Teacher June can put me on detention. And I will not attend the cocktail this evening. Aki, so help me God. Can we try? Please, please, please. We have such an amazing program ahead of us. The second announcement I want to make is that I would like you to take a moment to download the app. Some of us have not downloaded the app. If you go onto Google Play Store or the iOS one, what is it called for the iPhone people? The store. App Store. See, they know themselves. If you would download the KMRC app kindly. This is where we are engaging. There's an opportunity. If you engage, you can ask us questions. If you're feeling shy or there is no time for you to put up your hand and ask the question directly, you can type questions per session. So for example, the session we are about to have, there is already set up the ability for you to type in the question or comment that you would like us to consider, as well as the people on the panel. It'll also be updating any of the presenters or presentations that are about to happen. Please take a moment to do that. There was also a request as to whether we have Wi-Fi in this room. We do. There is one with a password and there's one that is open. Depending your level of comfort and what you're sharing on the phone, you can pick which one works best for you. The one with a password, the password is a capital G, a capital R, OYAL, grand G, obviously royal, GROYAL at 2030. G, capital R, OYAL at 2030. That should give you access as you download the app and register. Have you all found it? Okay? Yeah, the programs will be updating. Please check out the titles of the sessions that are upcoming. We'll be going into a panel discussion shortly. And if you have questions that you'd like the panelists to consider, you may put those questions even now in the question and answer session. All right, we're just waiting for our panelists to join us shortly. And we're honored that the CS will be back with us to hear our conversations. So please do engage with each other. We'll have some music to keep us energized, and then we will start shortly. Thank you. perspectives. That's our theme. And even as we continue to engage, please remember the hashtags that we shared with you. We continue to monitor the engagement online. I think we can still disturb the internet a bit more. I have seen what you're capable of at the T station. So let's disturb the internet a little bit more. The hashtags once again are KAHC 2025, hashtag affordable housing KE, and hashtag KMRC. Please tag at Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, both on LinkedIn and Facebook, and on IG, Instagram, and X, it's at KMRC_CO. Once again, a reminder that if you have successfully downloaded our app, you can start to engage with us there. There is a question and answer section, which allows you to put in your questions as the session continues to move. So now allow me to move into welcoming some of our panelists this morning. Lucy Owano, and as you hear your name, please do start making your way up to the panel and grab a seat. Affordable Housing Project Manager. A little bit about Lucy. She is at the Financial Sector Deepening, or FSD Kenya, which is an independent trust dedicated to the achievement of a financial system that delivers value for a green and inclusive digital economy. And her work spans over 15 years, and we're really, really honored to have you on this panel as you continue to work with various partners to promote creating an enabling ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Lucy, kindly. Next up, I would love to introduce Tierno Habib Han, who will be coming up to give us a... Okay. Let me correct that. I'm telling myself the same thing I've told you. Any updates to the program will be where, ladies and gentlemen? On the app, yes? Mr. Chris Shege, who is the Director Credit Operations at Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Mr. Chris Shege, please do join us on stage. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please. Can we clap for them until they get on their seats? Yes. Christopher has over 20 years extensive experience in setting up and managing housing finance operations, and he's also a contributing member to the industry umbrella bodies and societies, including AFRES and GRI, among others. Welcome, Christopher Shege, on behalf of Shelter Afrique. Next up in this panel, it will be the moderator of this panel, and he is no stranger to this stage or to each and every one of you. His name is Mr. Jay Oltetia, and he is our managing director right here at KMRC. Let's welcome him as he comes. And over to moderate this panel on initiatives to support housing finance global perspectives. May I hand over the panel to you?
Sure, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Our profuse apologies for running a little behind the program, and I understand we have actually lost one of our panelists in the process. Simon Wali is in DC, and you know what, it's about 3 a.m. in DC, so I'm sure because the program ran a little late, he slept. We nonetheless have our other panelists here, and I just want to do a very quick setting of the context. So this is all about global initiatives or global perspectives on supporting affordable housing. The global challenge of affordable housing continues to grow, with millions of families lacking access to adequate, secure, and affordable homes. So the objective of this panel is discussing bringing together global practitioners and policy experts to explore how different countries and institutions are expanding access to housing finance. We are drawing in on diverse experiences. The discussions will spotlight innovations or innovative initiatives, successful models, and policy frameworks. To help us just set the context from Shelter Afrique Development Bank perspective, I would like to give 2 to 3 minutes to the CEO or MD of Shelter Afrique to just give a quick highlight before we go back to the panel to respond to the questions. Habib.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, Johnston. Thanks for having us at this Affordable Housing Conference of KMRC. And we are also a proud shareholder of KMRC, one of the founding members. Honorable Governor, I know that you had other engagements as well. And Honorable Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome, EGH of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Principal Secretary Charles Hinga, CBS, ably represented by Housing Secretary Said Atman, also board member of Shelter Afrique Development Bank. CEO Managing Director Johnston Oltetia, our convener here. Good morning or good afternoon. And esteemed colleagues and partners from all over the world, from Africa and globally. At Shelter Afrique Development Bank, innovation and sustainability are not just buzzwords. They are imperatives for solving Africa's housing crisis. So who are we? Shelter Afrique Development Bank is the only Pan-African multilateral development bank dedicated exclusively to financing affordable housing and urban development. We are owned by 44 African states alongside African Development Bank and Africa Re, and our mandate is to finance, facilitate, and scale sustainable housing solutions across the continent. What have we done? Our progress so far, we have secured financing to bridge housing gaps across Africa, set up mortgage refinancing companies such as KMRC, supported the construction of hundreds of thousands of housing units from social housing to mixed-use developments. We are in established partnership with central governments, local authorities, and private developers to address developer financing, mortgage ecosystem strengthening, infrastructure-linked housing models. We have launched also catalytic instruments such as the Urban Housing Development Facility to finance large-scale mixed-income housing. We've been diligently working also on what we call KESHO, KESHO meaning the future, tomorrow. It's the Kenya Employer-Sponsored Housing Opportunities, which is an innovative employer-linked housing finance program. And we have co-founded the mortgage refinancing companies of Kenya, KMRC, TMRC, Tanzania, and CRH in West Africa. So our New Dawn strategy is ready to focus on 4 main priorities in terms of innovations. It's institutional transformation, project origination, capital mobilization, policy and influence advocacy through our viral model, which basically Kenya has been very good at implementing. It means basically vision, institutions, regulations, and actors and local initiatives. And Kenya is a great model for affordable housing across the continent, as the country has actually earned itself the Country Affordable Housing Program of the Year at the African Union for Housing Finance Conference in 2025. And also we are looking forward to partner with the government of Kenya to continue on scaling up the housing finance program through the Affordable Housing Board. Honorable Minister and CS mentioned earlier the gap of 320 billion that is needed to achieve this affordable housing program, and we are looking forward to actually help scale up that program through the partnership with the government of Kenya. So we are here to explore how DFIs, multilateral institutions like us, play a catalytic role in supporting the housing ecosystem, not in isolation, but working closely with both public and private stakeholders to drive systemic change. So today we'll hear from very capable experts from the world, and also share practical examples. And we'll be looking forward to see how we can design housing programs, finance it, and most importantly, scale up sustainable, inclusively, and urgently housing programs. With that, let me hand over to the panel. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Habib. With that kind of context, I will now invite Lucy Owano from FSD Kenya and Chris Chege from Shelf Investment Bank. I just have a few questions, and I think the whole reason of all discussion that we have here, the intention is to make it as practical as possible. And therefore, the perspectives we are going to be sharing from different institutions will be critical, because we put together that information and actually put in place an implementation arrangement on the various perspectives that we get from our panelists. So I have a question to each of you. The first question is, what role does your institution play in advancing affordable housing? And what unique, I think the word underlined here is unique, challenges have you faced in your region or area of operation? Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. So may you first allow me to introduce what FSD does. So FSD Kenya is the financial sector deepening Kenya, where we work as an independent trust that is dedicated to the achievement of a financial system that delivers value for a green and inclusive digital economy that also looks at the financial health for women and the micro and small enterprises. So basically, we work with the public and the private sector to be able to support financial access, financial inclusion, and improve financial health. So one of the projects that we have at FSD is on the affordable housing project, whereby we work with the stakeholders to be able to support delivery and formation of services and products that can be able to improve housing, both on a rental and owner-occupier. So that is one of the things that we do at the Affordable Housing Project at FSD Kenya. So we have various initiatives that we work with various stakeholders to be able to look at the value chain and how to be able to support the value chain initiatives in the housing sector.
Thank you, Lucy. Supporting the value chain is very, very critical. Chege?
Thank you very much. We were introduced very well by OMD, and allow me just to jump in and look at the interventions. I think we can only understand it better if you look at what is housing. If you look at the evolving of housing over the time, it's when you'll see what interventions you require. When the first interventions were there, housing was 4 walls and a roof. In today's world, housing is not 4 walls. Housing is a way of life. Housing is an economic activity. Housing is actually, you have to look at it in a wholesome way. So meaning then, if you look at the financial model supporting housing, and especially for the experts who are here from India will say, you have to keep on evolving that way. So if you look at housing that was supported by Anchor, supermarkets and that, live, work and pray, then you can see that nature. So at here, after realizing that, what we've done is, and we've done now for 6 countries as Short Africa, is start what we call a viral advisory, viral model, which we're using advisory. We've done so for about 6 African countries. What is trying to establish is what are the capacities existing, where is that country, who are the players, how can we intervene? That is helping also to know, to de-risk, and also to help other players to go to the market. I think that's the first front in terms of what you are doing. On the second one, I think where we've come in is looking and like put by Rusi in terms of the value chain. We have had developments that have failed not for the failure of the developer, but the failure of the market. And the market in this case is the supplier. If the supplier is not well financed, then it means that the developer will never deliver. So we've come in to look at trade, which we had not done there before, with value chain, and the lines that we are doing currently now, they go on 60-40. 60 being to support the value chain around it. That we were not doing there before. But we've seen that if the supplier of stones is not paid, the housing delivery chain will not work. On the other one that we have seen is also in the need to bring in more capital, either directly or indirectly. Indirectly is supporting funds, especially from the diaspora. In Kenya, diaspora are the biggest foreign exchange earner. So when they are put in place and structures are put in place to promote them, it means that we have foreign exchange. As you realize, then once those ones are promoted, it has come into maybe especially like ourselves and other FDIs, it will be foreign exchange earned money. So if this money is not anchored with inflows, then it means that most of the markets are not interested with Forex, that is a dollar, in markets that do not have inflows. So our way of supporting is trying to create funds and a way that the diaspora can be able to bring in funds down here to stabilize such markets. If we go through and look through at the other things, is that most of the developments that are there were not very well structured. And if you look in Africa today, quite a number of countries are trying to set up new cities. They're not doing new cities because they surely want to, but because they are forced by circumstances. If you look at the infrastructure, it's not sitting in the way it can encourage the kind of development that are there, sustainable, green, resilient. So most of them are having to move that direction. So our intervention is trying as much as possible to go into the urban and try to help in terms of planning, try to participate. And that working with our partners, that's World Bank and GCF, we are trying to look through how can we be able to work along with this kind of initiatives, which are bringing new towns, new infrastructure, and in this way, being able now to create housing in a more sustainable way. I cannot finish this without saying the last one, which is what we are known for, which is supporting the demand. And in supporting the demand, that's why we have the initiative of having KMLC, that's why we are here, because we believe KMLC will help in supporting refinancing the banks. That's why we are in Tanzania, TMC, again the same way. That's why we are CRLH in West Africa with 8 countries. And what is very interesting and a factor that we need also to consider is that by having a common market, and a common market having 8 countries, then it means that our dispensation in terms of financing becomes easier. So I think the next moves will look, how do we integrate our market? How do we look at in a regional manner? Because when you come to fundraising, it is easier for us to fundraise in West Africa than maybe it is in East Africa, where you have to fundraise per country because of the currency differences. So I think there are things that we are trying to do. In terms of the challenges, there are no more challenges. Housing challenges are there. But I think one of the key things that have come in of late is the market is not very keen with foreign exchange. So when you talk about dollars, the market is jittery. The other thing you'll see is also the goods. We have a market, one of our markets, like I think in Nigeria, where the cost moved by 100%. So when you're in a development and the cost has gone by 100%, definitely you cannot be able to get that project working. And what we had to do as an institution is go back and introduce a guarantee funding model, which allows that we fund the developer, but guaranteed by the bank. This was also working very well because the bank, most of the developers, if you look at them, they are in many sectors. So they could be collapsing in real estate, but doing very well in manufacturing. So the bank want to maintain them. So we stepped in, and that has worked very well in Nigeria, and looking forward to which are these other markets you can be able to intervene. I think that's my comment.
Thank you, Chege, and that's very useful. Just staying with you, Chege, on your point on urbanization. So in Kenya alone, the urbanization rate is slightly over 4.3% per year. What does that mean? It means that cities in Kenya are absorbing thousands or hundreds of thousands of people every year. And what does that have to do with housing? It means they need a place to stay. Now, the supply of housing does not move in the same speed or in tandem with that kind of movement. If you have over 500,000 people moving into cities, that is, I think, an enormous challenge. But I think the CS said earlier that it also provides an opportunity, which is potentially why we are discussing here. So staying with Shelter Afrique, I think for those of you who are not too familiar with Shelter Afrique, it's a Pan-African institution. It operates essentially across Africa. And just staying with Chege, so what innovative financing mechanism, you talked about demand, or products have you observed or implemented that could be scaled up to address housing affordability more effectively?
Again, thank you very much. I think the best way to look at it is to look at what kind of a framework to create. If you look at Kenya and most of the other markets, there before, housing was being dealt with centrally. So we have across Africa, you'll see national housing corporations, whose mandate was to try and champion housing across all the markets. Most of them in Africa had the same difficulties you're talking permeating to them. So housing being brought into regional level works very well. In Kenya now, county governments become a very cardinal partner in terms of delivery. So it is empowering and the kind of training. When you're talking about Viral, one of the key components that have come out is the regional bodies, the players in that market, and county government happens to be one of them. So strengthening a county government works better in terms of delivery. They tend to use the resources that are within, they are able to manage the cost, and they are more leal on the ground. The other thing that you see is SACCO model. In Africa, if you look through, even in Kenya itself, and the last data I had, and I can be corrected, I know cooperative are here, we were able to see that whereas we were talking about 27,000 mortgages, SACCOs were saying about 900,000 loans that can be called mortgages. Now, with that kind of a comparison, it means then, for us to achieve housing in Africa, we must strengthen the SACCOs. So the role of SACCOs as a primary mortgage originators is very cardinal. And that has to be the starting point in terms of enabling the market to move. The other thing that has not happened is that whereas, yes, we have mortgage playing that space, and also we have SACCOs playing that, the aspect of information and what I'm sure Wanjeri will call the mortgage brokers, people who are able to make the market understand. Something that came up the other time saying that if people are able to take up and choose the best out of many, and that is by guidance by mortgage brokers, that will help. These are some of the initiatives that we look through in terms of how do we strengthen the whole value chain? How do we make it work? Of course, we are looking at interventions. And the other interventions we are looking at is like, we've had a problem, again, a big market like Nigeria. Nigeria is very big and our key market. And one of the things that we realized is that the developers who came up with houses got stuck with the houses because the market conditions and everything were stopping them, meaning then the money cannot go round and round. So 2 years back, we set up something called Housing Solution Fund. Housing Solution Fund was trying to intervene on the part of the developer to allow such that when the developer develops the houses, they don't collapse with them, awaiting the market. Those kind of interventions are what you're looking through to smoothen the market. That may be what you'll call just to avail the money, finally just to go to the end user. These interventions are some of the things that we are working on, but of course we are refining others as a way of looking at other partners, because one of the key things is that we are very sensitive also to cost. And if you look at the cost of money that we have in the market, it has to be branded. And branding can only happen if you have impact funds, climate funds, and those are the monies that are directed into that sector. Those funds are not very easy to go by. And what we've done as an organization is plan ourselves. We are on line to be certified to GCF, I think to join the other only one entity that is certified in this market. And all these are meant to correct funds that can be directed to this segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chege. What I hear from you is that we have to employ context-specific measures because, of course, you cannot transpose one arrangement at work in another country into another one. But, of course, you can learn lessons in the process. Now, back to Lucy, FSD Kenya, and I had the privilege of sitting in the board of FSD Kenya sometimes back, tend to work close with government, doing fundraising, and obviously taking up some programs with government. And that is essentially a useful public-private partnership kind of intervention. And so to Lucy, how do you see the role of public-private partnerships evolving in delivering housing finance solutions?
Thank you. So under public-private partnership, I think when it comes to housing, it would be very key for us to be able to focus on that, to be able to deliver on housing, especially when it comes to government side. I think on the policy and regulatory side, we need to look at, we need to be able to align the regulations to be able to encourage investment and more funds into the sector, especially from the banking side and the investment side. So we look at the regulation on this side, on one side, and we look at the investment on one side, because the government cannot be 100% investor in housing. We need to be able to encourage other investors to come in, especially when it comes to the affordable housing space and the social housing. So most of the private investors and private developers, you see that they focus more on the mortgage space. So the affordable housing space and the social housing space, maybe it might not be a bit profitable for them. So it's something that the gap that we need to encourage more participation that is not only government. And if you also look at housing, one of the other things that support housing is on urban planning. In as much as we are trying to look for, to create housing in the urban areas, urban planning is also something that the public-private partnership can be able to support in that area. When it comes to amenities, when it comes from the private sector, but also at the same time we ensure that both the national and the county governments give us policies that may be able to support and encourage investment in these areas.
Infrastructure around housing development is critical. And sometimes the question is, which one comes first? Right? In certain cases, or at least my understanding is the infrastructure needs to come first and forms the basis for the developments. But in certain cases, we find that the houses come before the infrastructure, and that just becomes a little bit more problematic. The most important thing about that is actually creating affordability, because infrastructure and the cost of land is known to contribute about 40% of the value or the cost of a housing unit, and that's significant. When you remove that, or when you put that aside, then the housing become available. So that's a very useful one. Lastly, and I think we're just going to run another 1 or 2 minutes to finish this panel. I just want to hear from you both on critical policy and regulatory interventions, in your view. Now that we have the privilege of having Waziri here, you know, we bembeleza Waziri. Bembeleza is a Swahili word, eh? That means we requested the CS to remain for part of this session, and she's gladly accepted, and thank you very much, Waziri, for that. With the CS here, what are some of the critical policy and regulatory changes that are needed to encourage private sector participation? That's related to this earlier question about public-private partnerships. Maybe I go with Chege.
Again, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Waziri, for being there. Allow me now to wear my Kenyan cap and my real estate understanding of the market and go to those specific issues that I think can help. I stand to be corrected by my colleagues who are on the floor. If you do a development in Kenya and you finish, and for the longest, and you are talking about 36 or 24 months, and you finish the project, it's going to take you at least 1.5 years to offload that entity into the market. In that 1.5 years, it means that if the costs of money was, say, about 20% or 15% for that matter, that means that you have another additional 15, maybe another 7.5, 22% of the cost of that project, you are carrying a finished project which you cannot offload because of the processes that are involved. we had mooted, and I remember with my colleague here, Wanjeri, and the others who are in the market, and were saying, why can't the government move to have what you can call a temporary title, which is going to allow the banks to take over, and then the titles are issued thereafter. By this, what it means is that we use like a buyback guarantee. And also Cooperative Bank, I think we had started there. In which case that the head title is allowed to issue titles to the people who are there, meaning then the developer can finish the house today, hand over everything, then be left registering the full titles as we go along. This will mean that the almost 20% cost that is additional in transferring can be removed from the cost and be availed. It's one of the things we are thinking that can be sorted out in that way. So I think that can really, really help in terms of reducing the cost. The other thing that comes in is if you look at the planning and the zoning, it's a little bit frustrating right now because you have a planning, it's planned, you are given an approval, but when you get to site, you don't have the services. Meaning then, a good number of projects are having to service road, sewer, and all these things, and like you put it across, Joe, it means then the cost is routed back to the product. Is there a way the government can also help in terms of the land that is earmarked and is approved for development, at least the infrastructure is there. If the infrastructure has to be taken care by the developer, then have a concession method so that the developer does not put the same cost back to the developer. These are some of the high levels that are coming to mind in terms of interventions, even as we look at the banks and what they can do. I think the third one that comes in is the government has done very well. For the last maybe 5 years or so, the government actually are the ones who run in terms of technology, whether it's in land registration, or whether it's under Boma Yangu and the others. And that's a very good initiative. But I think, is it possible the government also sponsors what do you call it, a marketplace for the housing segment, especially here. This will help in terms of visibility, so that if the houses are available by private developers, like how it's in the other market, that the government can be able to know how many units are there, who is developing, what is the standard. This will help actually starting the first level of digitization of the whole sector. If we digitize this sector, it is the only way that we can start having the full fruits of cost, full fruits of visibility, and again, starting to talk about affordability. If today I can know how many units are developed in Kakamega today from all sectors, then there will be very healthy competition. So again, the last one is how can we help in terms of digitization for us to have a market that is visible and the market that is not opaque. Thank you.
Thank you, Chege. Lucy?
I don't want to emphasize what Chris has talked about, but for me, mostly it's on the digitization aspect. So when it comes to the Addis, I know there's progress on that, but we also look on the other side of the county governments, whereby most counties are still trying to set up their systems, digital systems, but we have some counties that are still doing their manual systems. So one of the things also as FSD that you have tried to support counties is to be able to digitize their land records by forming their land information management systems. And that is something that would be able to help counties to be able also to drive up their own source revenue on the other hand, and also have a view of the land that is within the counties and how to be able to manage and develop them and to be able to support those who want to develop. So on that, I think is on policy alignment between the national and county government also, to be able to have a streamlined situation whereby there is no conflict of any regulatory requirements from both counties and the national government. So this digitization is key to be able to support counties, and we'd like to encourage counties to digitize. And digitization is not something that can be done in a one-day affair, and I think counties need to look at that and see how to digitize step by step. And if I can give an example of, we just had the housing finance course the other day, and it's a sub-Saharan course, so we took lessons from various countries. And one of the lessons that I saw from Rwanda was that Number one, there was they have some pre-approved plans. For example, if you want to build and the specific plans that have already been pre-approved by the Rwanda Housing Authority, whereby if that is the plan that you want to go with, you consider it approved. So the processes and the complexities are being removed from that. And also the fact that we know Rwanda is a small country, so we cannot compare with the size of Kenya, but those are lessons that we need to pick, even at the county level, to be able to digitize, because they're almost fully digitized. And for them, of title from one person to another, it takes around 2 weeks. And from that, they have also seen the number of mortgages rise, as it's very easy for them to be able to do transfers and even get approvals. And that's one of the challenges that are there. And I think both as the national county government and even as stakeholders, we need to see how is it that you can be able to support, to align these processes, come up with ideas to be able to streamline the titling processes, to be able to streamline the approval processes, because if you look at even at the financial institutions, I think, Chris, you've talked about it, one of the challenges of even accessing mortgages is because that process is a very complex and it's tiring, and you find people, if an end user wants to get a mortgage and it takes that whole process, it would be easier for them to go look for money elsewhere, through other sources, through their SACCOs. And that's why you talk about SACCOs doing more than 900,000 loans, but it's not counted as loans, but those loans are counted as housing development loans. So it's easier to be able to go to that other end and do that. So how do we streamline the processes to ensure that each and every person is able to have it easy as they navigate the system to be able to acquire their own homes?
Thank you, Lucy. I want to cut this short so they can give everyone an opportunity to ask questions. Shege, you'll respond to the questions and maybe add whatever it is that you wanted to add. So I will want to open up so that you can ask the panel any questions you may have. But as you get ready with your questions, I just wanted to summarize some of the comments that came in from my panelists. Collaboration between national government and the county government, and with that, we look at policy alignments between the counties and the national government. Earlier this morning, I think there was a question around that. So the idea is to create significant alignment. That the SACCOs play, at least in Kenya, a critical part in affordable housing. SACCOs in Kenya are actually all around the country. And so people should be able, or will be able to get an opportunity. Strengthening ability for SACCOs to originate mortgages is critical. The other one is on urban planning, which obviously goes together with the infrastructure development, a key issue that was also raised earlier. The critical other issue is about digitization, and that will help a lot in titling processes. In fact, the issue of that Shelter Africa is raising about temporary titles, when you have digitization done, you improve efficiency. There may not even be any need to do or to issue temporary titles. But of course, it's a step gap. It's an initial step if that cannot be achieved immediately. And lastly, it's about creating a marketplace, that it may not be enough to have a repository. You know, we currently have a repository under the name Boma Yangu, and it's essentially not a marketplace. And that's because you cannot determine effective demand in that platform. The only other time you can have it as an effective market is you know that whatever numbers or data that is in there is actually can be converted. Now, I want to invite you to applaud my panel, please. Give them a hand. And then, does anyone have any question to the panelists? I don't see any hands, so check. Yes, Habib.
No, thank you very much. Just kind of like a comment and question at the same time. You mentioned SACCOs, and definitely SACCOs are the ones that are going down market and actually financing affordable housing in Kenya and many other countries in Africa. How can we also perhaps learn, and I'm sure we're going to hear from the Indian counterparts and also from Malaysia, how can we learn from those markets, right, to apply some of the experiences they had in those markets, knowing the Indian market pretty well because I was covering Asia Pacific back in the days. India has today more than 90 housing finance companies. They call them HFCs. It would be good to hear from our Indian counterparts. And those HFCs, they're almost like SACCOs, the way I can think of them when I used to finance them back in the days. But they actually banks, they're financial institutions, and they're lending to mom and pops, individuals to own their homes, and they're providing loans as low as $10,000 or $15,000, right, to the mambongas selling into the side street in the market to build their homes, right, or even acquire a home. So I think SACCOs are in a very good position to kind of replicate that success story that we have in India. Today, India has a market of more than $800 billion in mortgages. So how can we learn from that and maybe get the SACCOs to apply the methodologies of income underwriting for informal income in India? Thanks.
Thank you, Habib. We actually have a session, I don't know whether it's this afternoon or tomorrow, where we have SACCOs making, the housing finance SACCOs that we have around here, who will be sharing some perspectives. So I'm sure that question from Habib will be responded to. The CS has a question or a comment?
It's a comment. I wanted to reassure my sister Lucy. She raised the issue of Rwanda, maybe like saying Rwanda is doing perfectly well, or maybe better in terms of automation and digitization. That is true. Of course, their country is smaller than ours, but that's really not where the difference comes from. It's because they have been able to have their program. They engaged World Bank. They went ahead of us, and they had a holistic automation program that was funded by World Bank. I'm aware that their records are better organized than ours, and I think maybe Tanzania will be telling us how they are doing. I think 2-3 other countries in Africa have gone ahead, and they're doing much better in terms of how much time you take because of automation and digitization, and that's what we hope to achieve with our program. Yeah.
Thank you, Waziri. That's very, very useful. There's a hand up there.
Can you hear me? My name is Ronald. I'm from iBuild. We digitize the construction space. My question is addressed to the panelists, and as far as the impact of working from home and how our country is urbanizing in the rural areas, so that the line between urban and rural is thinning out. And what is the government thinking about how to respond to that, where villages are turning into workspaces? Some people relocated from urban areas and are now working from rural areas. How is our housing response and urban planning responding to that? That would be my first question, because that's becoming a reality, that very soon there could be no difference between urban and rural areas. Then on digitization, there is digitization, but there is also where digitization happens in silos, where systems are not speaking to each other. And so although you replace paper with digital systems, but they are not talking to each other. So in the end, you actually have not reduced the bureaucracy. What efforts is the government making to ensure that like the county land systems are talking to the national land systems, and all these systems are talking to each other, so that it really brings benefit to the user?
Thank you, sir. We have another hand there, so we can just raise a question and then we can have the panelists respond to all of them at the same time.
Thank you. My name is Caleb Kishombe from County Government of Bungoma. Much as we have an ambitious plan, especially our head of state has got the goodwill on this project of affordable housing. I'm glad enough we have our CS here. The biggest challenge that we've been having all along is the problem of regulatory approvals, matters titling, environmental approvals, and all other bureaucratic plans which deter and even made the developers shy away. What is the committed plan that are we going to involve so that we actually reduce all these processes to ensure that our success on the plan of housing programs becomes affordably accepted by even our partners who will assist us in developing our programs? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we are going to close the questions from there because we are running out of time. Can I ask the panelists to respond? So for avoidance of doubt, the first question from iBuild was about the nexus of working from home now, which I think is an initial creation of COVID, and now I think it's something which has been adopted. And certainly the urbanization issues, the fact that at some point there will be no difference between your home and an office, and therefore why will you need to shift to the city, for example, if you can work from anywhere. So your perspectives on that and how that will evolve, especially in relation to how it affects delivery of affordable housing. And then the other one was on digitization. How do you remove bureaucracy, silos? So because you can do digitization, yes, and I think according to the iBuild, you may not do much if you continue to retain silos in there. And the question from the Bungoma County guy is about, again, it's about bureaucracy, it's about inefficiencies that inhibit or make it difficult for developers to develop housing. I'll start with Chege.
Thank you very much. Let me look at the first one, working from home, and let me give my perspective. Generally, all of us agree that that move was both beneficial but also a challenge. If you look at the house designs in most of the African countries, I don't think that was provided. And you'll find the houses were just meant for a bedroom, a sitting room, and a kitchen. If you are working from home, then you need to create that environment. Unfortunately, we've not seen maybe the people in that sector, the planners, the architects, avail houses that can start taking care of that. And to me, the start is that for more people to be productive, that needs to set in. But if you look through now in terms of what has happened is that generally, good number of people are still working within their homes. Or alternately, one day at a time they are working at home. So I think going in the future is asking, how can you make the house maybe work? There before it will be nested with a commercial center, but now the house has to incorporate the working environment. I think in our view, it's more and more designs that are going to cater for that. What has happened also is that we've seen now what you will call remote areas developing very structures that were not there before. Because you can go to a very remote area and find they have a shared working space, which was not there before. Why? Simply because many people are working from there. They have no business going to town. They need that. They need that kind of a service. Also, technology. We've seen more and more distribution of technology, whether it's Wi-Fi, whether they are the cabling and all that, which is helping communication and working far away. Meaning then, we might have a situation whereby we are even growing faster. Urbanization is faster because people are trying to grow from where they are. So services that were offered now in Kisumu town would find themselves maybe in Gabogi. So these are now changes because an office is not a center. An office is the home. So I think those are some of the things I'm saying, and that's my personal perspective, the way I see it. And maybe as I give to my colleague here, is to also look at the aspect of digitization, that they almost go hand in hand. We will be left out, as real estate can be left out if we do not digitize, because if people are working from home, it means they are working digitally. So if real estate is not connected digitally, then real estate will suffer. So there is no doubt that the integration he's talking about must happen for real estate to keep pace. And one of the fundamental things I think we need to do, and I think as an entity, we have started this journey, and we had a thematic of data in our 2023 AGM, which we've continued as an entity ourselves to digitize our 42-year data to try and see what we can make out of it. Try to apply AI and see what can this data tell us about Africa. So digitization is not an option, and it works hand in hand with the aspect of working from home, because they are all digital moves. Thank you.
Lucy, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I want to look at it differently on the side of affordable housing. So when we look at the context of affordable housing, we are mostly looking at the formal urban. So when we look at the rural areas and people moving into the rural areas, it's the other form of housing that we need to look at that is mostly incremental. So we need to also look at how we support incremental housing for people who are now choosing to live in the rural areas, but having an urban setting in those rural areas. So most financial institutions, you look at the mortgages that they provide, it's only mostly for finished units or construction. So how most of the people in the rural areas and who are moving and staying there, already they own more often than not, they already own that land. So they try to build it and improve it incrementally according to their abilities. So how are we able to support them to be able to also look for comfort and convenience and accessibility at their own rural areas instead of moving to the urban areas to access the same services that they would. So I think when I look at that, I look at support of incremental housing to be able to also support affordable housing, because also if you look at incremental housing, it also supports affordability. So you can be able to put up what you can be able to afford, but you also look at what you need.
Thank you, Lucy. And that comes to the end of our panel. So welcome you to give a hand to our panelists. Thank you, Chege. Thank you, Lucy. We are very privileged to have the CS here. She may not remain for the rest of the sessions, but for avoidance of doubt, I just thought I needed to tell everyone that this conference, usually we have a declaration. So we write the insights that we get, and we actually prepare a declaration that we have out of the conference. And Waziri will send that to your office with the insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause also for our moderator, who's done very well with time. May I request that you just stay on stage briefly? We do have some quick tokens of appreciation. Jo, Chege, and Linda, just a quick appreciation for those who have shared their knowledge, their wisdom, their time. I'll request Jo to do so, and we'll invite Mr. Han back, who kicked off our... That would be amazing, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're asked to participate in a panel, you see, you will get a nice bag. Let's have our media team ready. Please smile. There might be gold in there or a house. Thank you very much, Linda, for your time. Chege as well. Thank you. And Mr. Han, Habib, thank you so much. Could I ask Chege and Linda to come closer to this side so that, yes, there we go. And perhaps one group photo with all 4 of you there. We will be preparing to hear from our next speaker. And as he comes up, I asked him a question that made him laugh. And he is the CFO of the KMRC. And even as I tell you his name, I want to tell you one of the things he said, because I usually scout the internet for good things. And he says the right time to own a mortgage is when you earn your first salary. Now, some of you are already saying, oh my goodness, it's too late. It is not. Maybe you're just in the wrong job. And we need to get you a job that can allow you to use that salary. So even as I invite Mr. Nyale Yanga to come up and take the stage and offer just some brief remarks to us on the topic of going down market, which is a case for risk-sharing facility. I'm going to ask that you put your hands together and welcome Mr. Nyale Yanga.
Yeah, thank you so much, June, for that introduction. As per the program, is supposed to be lunchtime, so I don't know how I'm going to manage this, but I believe I'll be quite brief. I'll not take all the 45 minutes that have been scheduled. I don't know if the presentation up. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to highlight some of the initiatives that we are doing at KMRC. To ensure that we're able to go down market. We are aware that there's still a section of the population that is still underserved by the virtue that our financial institutions still perceive it as quite risky, just by their nature of informality, their nature of undocumented income. In some markets, you refer to them as either they have a very thin file or there's no file at all. So in terms of coverage, I'm just going to highlight the consolidation, the framework, some case studies which I'm not going to dwell so much because we have our friends from different countries who have implemented it, and I'm sure they'll also be mentioning that in their presentation, and just a snippet in terms of where we are and what our primary mortgage lenders should be expecting in the near term. So what is a mortgage guarantee or what is a mortgage guarantee product? So if you look at any market setup, and we have interacted with quite a number of financial sector infrastructure, of course you have the salary, the very formal pay-slipped people, the business people, high-end. You also have the middle, but you also still have a section at the very lower income level, which then financial institutions would want ordinarily shy away from them because of the perceived risk. And if you analyze that market, you find that somebody has been selling shoes, for example, vending shoes for the last 10, 15 years. A financial institution can easily look at that person to be quite risky. But if you look at the resilience of that person over time, probably it even surpasses that person who is on a job contract for 5 years just by the virtue of having a payslip. So the risk-sharing mechanism is a mechanism where a third-party institution takes part of the guarantee of the mortgage loan that is given, and the guarantor covers a predetermined percentage of the losses in case there's a default by the borrower. And what we're trying to envisage in this start, we're trying to envisage and ensure that then our primary mortgage lenders, being the banks and SACCOs, are able to go further down market and serve that part of the population which we say it's quite underserved. So if you look at the characteristics of this sector that we are looking at, one is the informal sector. The statistics from our Kenya Bureau of Statistics indicate that around 85% of the working population in Kenya are actually in this quite informal and underserved population. This is a population which have some characteristics of inconsistent income, no proper documentation or no documentation at all, low levels of income in some cases. There's no clear distinction between the business and the owner. If the owner falls sick, then the business is closed for that day. If the owner has a burial, it's closed. If the owner has a wedding for the son or the daughter, the business gets closed for that day. You'll find that there's also lack of collateral is a very good characteristic of this sector of the market. And also, it's people who also don't have a very formal medical insurance. So what that means is, if somebody falls sick, then the business is also affected automatically. And so what will be the approach of most financial institutions when they see this sector of the people? The first thing that comes to mind is there's no collateral, so I will decline this application or approve a low amount from what that person has applied for, and so in essence it will be enough to cater for a housing loan, or you seek a guarantee and this person has no guarantee in the first place. You ask for insurance. Basically, you are looking at additional safeguards that this person already does not have. And most of the times you find that then a financial institution is going to deny that mortgage. So why do we want to do this as a KMRC, and why have we taken this step? Number one, of course, it encourages homeownership to a section of the market which has not been housed, or the level of housing is still very low. A section which, of course, we all understand has challenges, and a few financial institutions are bold enough to go there. It reduces the lender's risk, provides financial security to lenders by guaranteeing them a portion of the loss if there will be a loss. Of course, it improves the housing market stability, ensures financial inclusion, which is very important. As we all understand, it's a section which it's a bit underserved, and it also stimulates economic growth. I think the very basic statistics that we have is that each loan or each home loan that we originate, it creates around 2.5 jobs. And that is extremely on the lower side if you estimate, because already one mortgage application, you have the lawyer, you have the valuer, you have the person doing credit analysis, quite a number of jobs. But if you look at just an average of 2.5, which you have been using, so you can imagine if we tap quite a number of home loans to this sector, the ripple effect and the multiplier effect that will have to economy. The benefits that we're looking at, of course, we de-risk the end borrowers by providing the partial guarantee. We encourage PMLs to shift down market, and from what I will just indicate from what we have been able to put together through benchmarkings and also engaging the market, we're looking at a 40% cover ratio, which then entices the PML to go down market, but also mitigates against the moral hazard, so that then they also have a skin in the game and they're able to do proper loan origination. Increase home ownership, as well as increase the mortgage portfolio for refinancing by KMRC. So remember, this will be a double benefit, and you may ask why. In other developed markets where the interest rates are very low, then probably as a government will say this is double, because you already benefit from discounted interest rate through KMRC financing. Where would you then benefit us? But if you look at our market infrastructure, the interest rates are very high. The market mortgage loan interest rates are around 16-17%. So if those loans will not be part of what KMRC will be refinancing, they already, you are looking out at that section of the market by virtue of applying a high interest rate to this section of the market. We have a very basic structure. Of course, KMRC as the trustee and the sponsor of this, we are sponsoring this, and then we have registered a separate legal entity, a separate trust called Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust, which will house the risk sharing facility. And of course, once it's capitalized, then we'll be able to earn more, increase that seed capital through investments, fixed deposits, and then it gets interest income. But then the KMGT then be able to give the partial mortgage guarantees to the primary mortgage lenders, and in turn, the primary mortgage lenders will be able then to give an guarantee premium to KMGT. So the book of the KMGT will be built through the seed capital that will be there, the guarantee premium that will be charging the PMLs, and of course the income from the investment. And then the rest of the other circle is just the normal refinancing business that is already established and being spearheaded by Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. So there are some key issues for determination, which we have already engaged the market extensively, and I'll just be showing some of the highlights. And some of these is what is the guarantee premium. It's very critical because it has to make business case also for the primary mortgage lender. What is the guarantee period? Is there a fixed period? Do you want to guarantee for the entire of the loan? And of course, from the data that we have from the statistics, we find that between year 8, year 9, there is a lot of equity that the borrower has put back into the house, and so it does not make a lot of economic sense to guarantee past 8, 9 years, because even if the house was to be default, selling the house then will recoup the balance of that. What is the cover ratio? I mentioned that through the stakeholders engagement we settled at 40%. I'll be highlighting shortly. But then what is the ratio? It's critical for business to consider that. And what is the eligibility criteria for the participating financial institution, as well as the size and eligibility of the qualifying portfolios. So through quite a number of engagements, of course, we came up with some key features that we have already developed and which we subjected for stakeholder consultation and got a lot of feedback. And I'll just be highlighting at the end of this presentation where we are and what the market should be expecting in the next few weeks or months. So the target market is what we've already indicated. We are looking at serving maximum loan size of 4 million. So we are looking at people really down of the economic pyramid, 4 million and below. We believe 4 million and above, then they will be served by the other market instruments that are available. A guarantee premium of 1.25% of the guaranteed amount. And that premium, of course, is based on portfolio and charged upfront. We have learned from other jurisdictions that it can actually be on loan basis, and where there's a lot of efficiency, technology has been applied. It's very, very efficient. So you put an application, and in the next 2 or 3 days, you have a result that loan has actually been guaranteed or not. If you read the literature, for example, from Morocco, Tamwilcom, which was formerly Shagamas, has done a lot of work in this area and digitizing that whole guarantee mechanism. And then the cover ratio, 40% from the engagements, of course. PMAs will want a higher cover ratio, but of course it still has to be balanced between the more cover ratio you have, the more capital then you need to employ into the guarantee scheme. And currently we are working with the seed capital that we have been able to secure. So 40% would be good to mitigate against any moral hazard, number one, but number two, also give an incentive for primary mortgage lenders to lend. The lock-in period of 12 months, we are looking at for the first 12 months, we believe that the PML must also have done some good loan origination, so then the loan does not become bad within those 12 months. And if that happens, then we say it should not be compensated, because it demonstrates that probably there was some poor loan origination practices, and quite a number of other characteristics that we are looking at in our mortgage guarantee facility. Looking at a claim period of 8 years, as I indicated, as the loan borrower continues to repay their principal payments every month, then of course they are building equity into that asset. And over time, after 8 years, then you find that most likely you don't need to cover that. So from the reviews we did, 8 years was a good estimate that if you do the mortgage calculator, I find by around 8-9 years, somebody has actually put in adequate equity into it. And we're looking at the proportion of guarantee to be paid upon a default is the full, but of course, foreclosure process still proceeds. And after the PML is able to get whatever they'll get of the sale, then there'll be a proration, which something comes back to the sharing facility. And quite a number of obligations that will be done between the primary mortgage lender and Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust. So that's the basic structure. Of course, we'll have a board of trustees who are responsible for the governance of the trust. We have a trustee committee which oversees the daily operations and what needs to be approved, what has been done by the trust officers, and what needs to be done to ensure that then this corporate entity continues to deliver on its mandate. So far we'll just start with a basic seed capital of 4 million, which are just in the end processes of having that injected into KMGT. And then, of course, the guarantee premium will also be an income source of that, and also the income from investment. But of course, the institution also will continuously be exploring other funding sources and looking at other partners and other impact investors who can come in and be able to invest in KMGT. At the end of the day, KMGT is a separate legal entity which must also be sustainable moving into the future. So, of course, I think we shared some times back with our primary mortgage lenders the operational documents which govern KMGT, being the operational manuals, the master mortgage guarantee agreement, which stipulates the legal relationship between KMGT and the primary mortgage lenders, and also the manual which takes people step by step in terms of what they need to put together, reporting requirements, and all those things for them to be able to have their mortgages guaranteed. And since we have consolidated all that, we'll still be sharing these for your information just before we roll it out. So if you look at case studies, of course, I will not go into detail with this because we have experts in the room. If you read the literature of Pakistan, they have done a lot of with their mortgage guarantee trust, which was done between the government of Pakistan and the Pakistan Mortgage Refinance Company. Our colleagues here from Malaysia will also tell us about what they have done with the Chagamas. They'll be able to highlight that. We are glad to have our colleagues from India. The NHB has also done a lot in this particular area. So as part of their presentations, they'll also be giving just a snippet on what this has created impact actually in their market. So I won't go through these many case studies that we have. I think I talked about Morocco, quite a number, and key issues that has actually been done there. So some of the key takeaways that we have seen is just this is one of the mechanisms, of course, to drive mortgage lending in the informal sector. It's one of them. There are quite a number of other initiatives and things that can be done by government, but this is one of it which we have picked up. And where this has been done, of course, there had been increased lending to that sector, which has been left out by the formal banking sector. And of course, there's need to be government support. And of course, we have the government support. That's why the government is putting in capital into this. And both the KMRC and the primary mortgage lenders, of course, will be the big beneficiaries of this because they'll be able to capture another market segment, down market, which is not still underserved. But at the same time, also bringing those loans from financing and hence increasing their mortgage book. So where we are, I think mostly a lot of work has already been done. So in 2025, we are ready to roll this in the next few weeks or month or so, just finalizing on capital injection, after which then we'll call again the primary mortgage lenders just to take them through the final terms that we have consolidated through the stakeholder engagement, and we'll be ready to operationalize this. So just keep your emails open. You'll be receiving from us some communication on the final terms, and we'll be engaging so that we start this journey together. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. 45 minutes in how many minutes? Who was keeping count? Less than 20. Very well done. Another round of applause for Nyale. Nyale knows what he's talking about. He's on his third mortgage, so he's not just preaching wine and drinking water. Some of you will realize that's the opposite, but after lunch, maybe that will land a bit better. So please do listen and keep in touch with him. And when he does call you back, when KMRC does call you back, please make sure you itika. Any comments or questions? I have a minute or so. Please make sure you use the app as well. We can address them when we come back. Is that all right? Okay. We have one person who is about to just come and greet us. And as she does that, can I ask you just to stand up for just 1 second, please? Just if you would be on your feet. Okay, I'm going to ask you to stretch your hands as high as you possibly can. Just want to make sure the blood is circulating in the right areas. Okay. If you could turn around and high five the person who's on your, this other hand is called what? The left or the right? Okay, turn and high five the person on the right. If there's no one, just hit the air and say, hey air, how you doing? Okay, now I don't know, we're talking about mortgages. I don't know what your health insurance packages look like, but I'm going to tell you to take this one a bit slow. I'd like you to find your knee. Find your knee with your hand, just your knee. Let's start there. Please don't show off yet. I'm not sure if we can manage it. The shin is the place in your leg that is between your knee and your ankle. Can you find your shin? Some of you have stopped moving. I'm not so sure why. If you are able to find your ankle, please go ahead and greet your ankle now. I know who has gone for yoga and I know who has not. All right, please stand up. Slowly, slowly, slowly. All right, please take your seats. At least now I know you are well and your blood is circulating. We do have a friend with us here from one of our partners. She spoke earlier. She's the director mortgage business at KCB Bank, Caroline Wanjeri, who likes Githeri. It rhymes. I could be a rapper. Caroline Wanjeri loves Githeri. And she's coming up to speak with us briefly on their product and maybe also invite you for later. Can we welcome her with a round of applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, June. Allow me to ride on the protocol that had been set. And because, as June says, I will meet you later, I'm not only a friend, I am the one who will make sure that after all these speeches and everything, you have a nice cocktail, we enjoy and meet over a social drink. So allow me to make it brief. As June has said, my name is Caroline. I'm the Director Mortgage at KCB. KCB is not only a friend to KMRC. As I said, we are also a shareholder in KMRC. It is indeed an honor, and when I look at the theme for this conference, it is really timely. You know, product innovations to support inclusive housing finance. It's almost like they're challenging us as financial institutions. And of course, Nyale had to come and, and rub it in and tell us, lend to those people that you don't want to lend to. So allow me to make it very brief so that I don't stand between you and lunch. Housing is not just about structures. It is about social dignity. Housing is actually a basic need. You know, we talk a lot about housing. It is a basic need. So I want you to tell your neighbor, their being here is very, very important because you are enabling a basic need. Please tell your neighbor, I didn't hear that. And I'm happy that as KCB Group, we are doing that. We are enabling that across the region in the 8 countries that we operate in. For those who might not know, we are in Kenya, we are in Uganda, we are in Rwanda, we are in Burundi, we are in Tanzania, we are in Southern Sudan. Which one have I not mentioned? We are in Kenya. They should make in total 8. And I'm very happy to know that we have our neighbors from Uganda. I know we have Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company. We recently did invest in there. Uganda, as I said, when you come on board, we are looking forward. And really, we want to champion this conversation across the other countries in the region. In recent years, Kenya has witnessed an increase push towards affordable housing, supported by government initiatives under the Affordable Housing Program. However, achieving this vision requires more than supply of housing units. It demands innovative financing solutions that are accessible to all income segments. It means that as financial institutions, we have to get out of our comfort zone and see how we support to enable that basic need. Despite commendable progress, the housing sector still faces significant challenges. The cost of home ownership remains high, driven by rising construction costs, expensive land, and inadequate infrastructure in key urban areas. For many Kenyans, especially in the low and middle income segments, access to long-term affordable financing is limited. And I'm very happy to hear that KMRC is also working to see how they can support PMLs get into that sector. This is reflected in our penetration rate, which I normally don't want to talk about. It's normally very embarrassing. So I'm hoping through KMRC we can now start boosting about 60,000 mortgages in Kenya, not 30,000. We've had that forever. So we do hope to be part of that good story for that. Beyond affordability, there is a growing need to integrate sustainability into housing development. We don't have another land. We don't have another Kenya. Kenya is the only country that we have. Today, if by what we are doing we kill Mother Earth, then our kids will not see the next years to come. Climate change and environmental concerns mean that new housing must be not only affordable but also climate resilient and environmentally responsible. These challenges are complex and require tailored, localized solutions built through collaboration among government, developers, financial institutions, communities, and even other development partners. KCB has been a leader in responding to these challenges, leveraging its scale, its expertise, and partnerships to create innovative housing finance solutions. In 2024, thanks to KMRC, we saw that space grow very, very fast. And we are happy to say that, through that initiative, we were actually able to maintain our market leadership, currently controlling 31% of the market share in Kenya. Beyond direct mortgages lending, KCB is actively supporting the supply side. I know Chris did speak very passionately from Shelter Afrique. He did speak very passionately about also supporting the supply side because it's very key in building the stock of housing. And here in Kisumu, because we are in the city of Kisumu, Kanyakwar, and I don't know whether it's one of the projects that we'll be visiting, together with National Housing Corporation, we have financed that. And we are looking to finance the end side, both through mortgage and through tenant purchase scheme, which we call rent to own. Strategic partnerships have been central to our approach. To this end, we have signed MOUs with various partners whom I've seen in the board, in the room. I've seen Centamri, Mivida, International Housing Solution. I think I saw the CEO earlier, Tilisi, Maisha Developers, and always looking and hoping that out of this event we can gain more people that we can get into partnership with. KCB is also committed to sustainable and climate resilient housing. We are working closely with the ministry. I see the CS has left, but we are working on a program called Building Climate Resilience and for the urban poor. Again, just also going downstream, but also being very conscious about climate matters. To further institutionalize this commitment, we have established a dedicated project investments and sustainable financing department, which works with developers, real estate investment trusts, that is REITs, and development finance organizations to raise funding for affordable housing projects and slum upgrading programs. In conclusion, and so that then I can allow you to go for your lunch, at KCB, we view our role in housing finance as more than just issuing mortgages. We see ourselves as building an ecosystem for affordable inclusivity. And when you talk about inclusivity, it means social. You have to look at the people who are living in the slums. You have to look at women, and there I saw Mercy earlier from National Construction Authority. You have to see more women being in that space. Our efforts, whether through innovative products, strategic partnerships, sustainable construction, or climate-conscious investments, are aimed at ensuring more Kenyans can achieve the dream of home ownership. So please stay awake so that then we can see you in the evening, alive and awake, as we have the cocktail, as we continue learning together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline Wanjeri. I'll ask you to just stay on stage for a couple of seconds as I invite back Nyale, who was giving you pressure to give you a bag. Just a token of our appreciation for coming on board and being a great partner in this journey. Thank you, media team. Let's clap for them. Those are the smiles I want to see as we release you for lunch. So allow me just to guide us on how we will move from here. As you exit the hall, you will be given a coupon that will allow you to access the main restaurant and have something to eat. If someone could kindly tell me what time it is now. 1:31. Wonderful. I have a provision of 58 minutes for lunch. What time will it be in 58 minutes, friends? 2:28. So at 2:28, where shall we be? Given that we touched our hearts and took an oath earlier, where shall we be, friends? we shall be back here. You've heard now, this is the cat I didn't want to let out of the bag, that we have a wonderful cocktail later on, and we will eat the time of the cocktail if we take too long at lunchtime. Okay, so let's balance and be able to continue our afternoon together and save time where we can. So I'd like to release you now for lunch. Please remember to keep engaging with us on the app. Remember to grab a coupon from our wonderful team at the end, at the entrance over there, and we'll see you back here in 58 minutes. Thank you.
tax compliance, hizo ma certificates zote tukapeleka. So tuna supply at the same time we have benefit kwa kupata hizo nyumba, hizo rooms. Nitakuwa nimezondokea zile magonjwa za kila mara. Homa, malaria, nini, sababu zile mazingira ya kijiji, mtaro ndio hiyo. River ndio inapita hapo chini yetu. Maisha ya venye tunaishi, yani haiko sawa. Sasa pale kila kitu iko clean. Hata ukiangalia nyumba yenye tumepewa pale ndani, rangi iko sawa, choo iko ndani, naishi ndani, choo iko hapo ndani. Hakuna ile tunasumbana na jirani nje ama neighbor, ama unatoka nje unapata mtaro, mtu ametupa takataka karibu na mtaro. So tutaishi pale, tutaishi maisha mzuri. Mtoto akienda shule, anaenda shule, barabara imetengenezwa mzuri. Hii haujui hata kama mtoto ameingia kwa mtaro, maji imeenda naye, hauwezi jua kuishi kwa kijiji. Unasikianga tu simu, mama nani, baba nani, nasikia. So hizo vitu zote zimeondokea. Wale waamini, nawaambia waamini na wakuje wajaze nyumba na waishi ndani, na watoke kwa kijiji ama watoke zile area zenye hawaishi na maisha mazuri.
We have an opportunity to provide them decent houses. They don't have to pay to go to the toilet. They don't have to pay more for water. They don't have to pay more for electricity. They can live like the rest of us live.
Nikiingia kwa hiyo nyumba,
wonderful,
yenye tunaenda kupewa kifungu.
Thank you, media team. Thank you, media team. Good afternoon once again, friends. How are you? How are you? Are we fighting with ugali and fish? Is this what's happening? We will win the battle. Thank you for coming back and for being here. I would like to now introduce our next speaker. His name is Jerry Simu. He is the chairperson of the Affordable Housing Board, and he brings over 20 years experience, Pan-African corporate and investment banking experience to this conversation. He's been former directors at several institutions, none other than, of course, the investment banking officer or director at NIC Bank. He also previously served at HSBC Bank and did a couple of other things within the sub-Saharan region. So for now, you are in very able hands as he takes us through scaling affordable housing supply. Please put your hands together for the chair, Affordable Housing Board, Mr. Jerry Simu.
Thank you very much, and MC, and to our foreign guests. Unfortunately, that video, you are not able to follow it because all of it was in Kiswahili, so my apologies. But I will give you a story about it and try and explain a bit about it. So I will ride on all the protocols established earlier, but as I do that, I would also like to register my appreciation and my thanks to our cabinet secretary who laid out the scene for us earlier this morning. And she was, I think she's clearly painted a picture of the demand that we have for housing and the intent that this government and this administration has as far as the affordable housing program, and not only at the ministry level, but of course this is a presidential program, and this program has got support right from the president himself, and that is why we are seeing the success that we have been able to see. The governor also captured the collaboration that is happening between counties and the national government as far as the affordable housing program is concerned. Yes, there are one or two things that need to be improved, but I think the governor has painted a picture that even in his own county, it's not only about roofs
4 walls and a roof, but it is actually making a big difference as far as the economic return for the people who live in this county. It is creating jobs, and it is dignifying the way Kenyans and people, the residents of Kisumu and all the other counties where the affordable housing program is being undertaken. It is actually dignifying not only how they live, but also how their financial status and preparing them for the future. Now, that video that was played was from a resident in our, and this is, and for the audience in general, but just to help our foreigners understand, this is a social housing site that is on the just on the outskirts of Nairobi, but it is a slum eradication program that is being undertaken by the Affordable Housing Program in conjunction with the State Department of Housing and Urban Development. Now, those are beneficiaries, 1,080 beneficiaries of what is a larger scheme of 13,200 units, of which 5,500 are social housing units. And this is for Kenyans who are earning 20,000 shillings and below, and we're talking about maybe about $130 and below. So if you're coming from India or from wherever you're coming from, maybe you can have some perspective. But this is for the most vulnerable people in our society, those who are underserved and unserved previously, but equally deserve an opportunity to live in dignity. And so that development has now kicked off. We have the next batch of about 1,300 units that will be allocated to the public, and then subsequently to that, then we'll have another 3,000. But it is, it just shows that when the government has these concerted efforts, the success that has been had, but that could not have been achieved, of course, if there was no funding available to the program. So I had a brief presentation that I just wanted to share with yourselves. I don't know if they've been able to put it up yet, but as they do that, I would also like to take the opportunity to, because some of us remember in 2021 when KMRC had their, and Altetia, you will recall when you had your inaugural KMRC conference in Naivasha. And I think the reality then was that only about 1,500 units were coming up at the time, which is in stark contrast to where we are today. But we had a lot of conversations. We had a lot of conversations about how we could scale up the program. I recall the theme for that year was affordable housing in Kenya, leveraging the supply and demand linkages. And it was bringing together private and public sector players. But we all know that between 2021 and 2022 September, leading up to March when the Affordable Housing Board was established, there was not much housing that was built across the country. And so today, when I speak on scaling supply-side housing, I would like to confirm in no uncertain terms that the program has taken off, and we have over 160,000 units at various stages of production. And our housing secretary also spoke to that as the implementing agent. So to the CEO of KMRC, this is a very important conference, as it is an intersection between finance stakeholders, the built environment, real estate players, technology providers, to name a few. However, when capital, innovation, and collaboration get together, we know great things happen. And so I have every confidence that over the next 2 days, we're going to come up with a number of solutions on how we're going to scale this affordable housing program. So now, in terms of the Stephen, who was on the video earlier, Stephen himself actually worked on the site. He is one of the fabricators of the doors and the windows on site, and he is now a proud homeowner. So a number of times when we ask the question, why own a home, I guess sometimes you'd want to ask, why not own a home? Because we've just seen how this is going to transform Stephen and his family, and there were thousands of other people who are also privileged to have moved into these homes in Mukuru. So for me, I think for us, we are convinced that whilst there will always be a rental market, this program is really about home ownership. And we know that home ownership is really the beginning of the journey out of poverty. So this program aims to look at the bottom half of this country and make them owners. And really, at the end of the day, then they become shareholders in the country. So we see that as a path to dignified living, and home ownership certainly is a start of that. Now, as I go into my presentation, I just wanted to also just highlight that the formula for that addresses this home ownership on the demand side includes a number of items, but on our side, it started with designing a good product. And towards the end of the presentation, you will see some of the housing estates that we have built across the country. And of course, there has been value engineering. When we started the program back in 2018, the average construction cost per square meter was about $500 per square meter. And now, in the current iteration, and we are now going into our third generation designs, we're now at we've come down from the $500 to about $320. So of course the economies of scale have helped us achieve it, but equally there has been value engineering by the implementing agents, and that has allowed us to make a reduction in pricing, which has been, of course, transmitted to the homeowners. But the production cost is only part of that formula. The affordability comes in the pricing that the board has embedded in a 3-tier interest rate structure. So similar to what KMRC was able to do by providing single-digit financing for the homeowner, we have been able to bring that further down because the funding that we have has a low cost of capital. So we are able to then transmit financing at a rate of 3% to the social housing, and we're able to do it at 6% for the affordable housing and 9%. But importantly, we have given 30-year tenors and fixed interest rate. The fixed interest rate is critical because it obviously, similar to what KMRC is doing, it is able to provide certainty to the homeowners, and they're able to plan their cash flows. So as I do that, I just want to pick a couple of, sorry, where do I point this? Where should I point it? Oh. Sorry. Okay. So that's the shell of the Mukuru project. And this history is really the history of where Kenya has come from as far as the housing program is concerned. And the Housing Secretary, I think, did a very good job in terms of describing just how far we've come from. If we talk pre-independence, Kenya, largely in colonial times, had a program, the colonial government had a program of containment. And that really, that speaks to the fact that you can see during the period 1928 to 1960, that containment strategy or program of the colonial government only resulted in about 14,000 units that were constructed during that period. So come independence in 1963, of course, the government of the day realizes that it is important that we have the labor force close to close to the CBD, and therefore they started a deliberate program on housing. So that's really the period 1963 to 1970s, when there was also a lot of housing that was provided by the councils. And so that period saw also the enactment of the National Housing Corporation Act in 1966, which gave a framework to the National Housing Corporation as far as the construction of housing and providing rental housing units and ownership housing units to Kenyans at large. And then there was significant growth in the 70s and 80s in housing, and then came the 80s when Kenya went through structural adjustment programs. I don't know if I could have someone, okay. Then Kenya went through the structural adjustment programs when effectively the mandate of government providing housing under the instructions of then the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, basically disallowed government intervention, direct intervention in the provision of affordable housing, which of course then created a market whereby the housing was then to be provided by the private sector players. And then that is where the rain started beating us, because at the end of the day, the private sector developers will only provide housing where they see they can be able to make their profits. So the affordable housing segment was a segment that was largely ignored from the 80s onward, and the developers were providing housing where they felt that they could get the return that they needed. And so that is the story of where affordable housing went off as far as the history of Kenya is concerned. Okay, I think this is... Okay, now that just shows an image of an estate in Shauri Moyo, which is in Nairobi, and that is what it is, and that is a live demonstration. That is what it'll look like in terms of the construction of that site and what it'll look like. Now, the deficit in Kenya, I think, has been spoken about by the Housing Secretary, that we had a 2 million deficit in 2017. There was a World Bank study, unavailable and unaffordable, that was done. They're the ones who to the other market, which is the market units. And so that is where this deficit was coming from. Now, 61% of Kenyans live in urban, 60% of Kenyans living in urban areas are living in slums. And so, as we all say, the future of Kenya is urban. And so the challenge of a high urbanization rate, one of the highest in the world, combined with a market that is not building for the affordable housing space, you can see we're staring at a systemic problem that will only blow up in our lifetimes, not even in future generations' lifetime, but it is in our lifetime. So the decision to come together and put this affordable housing program was the right decision, and there this just illustrates some of the challenges that the market has had on the supply side. We've had lack of certainty in terms of developers knowing that they will get paid, and so that is one of the interventions on the offtake guarantees that we will be looking at. In addition to that, as far as supply side is concerned, there has been one of the challenges has been developers ideally will look at specific locations that they're able to make a return. However, the affordable housing program is looking to ensure that there is housing provided across the entire country and not just in very specific areas. So again, it was a challenge that was happening, and therefore the Affordable Housing Board, working with partners like KMRC, is able then to come in and make that intervention. Again, there was poor quality housing because there was no scale. Again, there has been no scale. The affordable housing has been able to program has been able to introduce scale into the program, and therefore once there is scale, we're then able to standardize, and once you're able to standardize, you're then able to build faster, and you have a product that can meet the middle market range, that can meet the affordable housing market range, and can go down to the social housing range. A very big factor that has impacted the supply side has been expensive financing for developers. I think we all know that one all too well, and one of the challenges that developers face as far as accessing financing. But then again, that is where the Affordable Housing Fund is able to come in and make an intervention, working with the banks and with the SACCOs to be able to lower the cost of financing that the developers are able to access. Of course, the long delivery periods was something that is linked to the earlier one, because the construction periods took extremely long period. Either it was as a result of lack of funding, or funding that is disrupted, or any other challenges that happen. Of course, an important one there is the high cost of land, and we know that the government has been able to make an intervention by zero rating the cost of land, and therefore that significantly makes the affordability and accessibility by the end user a lot more accessible and affordable. On the demand side, we've had a number of challenges, but importantly, I think the one that we've touched on is the financing. And of course, the high variable interest rates have been a challenge in the Kenyan market to a point. It is just simply not, a number of people will not consider a mortgage simply because of the concern they have of variable interest rates. When we look at where the interest rates were sometime last year, mortgages were priced at above 20%. And even though the government rates have come down, mortgages are still they're still on the high side, 15%, unless you're able to get it through KMRC's backed refinanced mortgage, or you're able to access one of our financings at the Affordable Housing Board. So these challenges are well known, and so I just want to move forward, not back, to some of the housing interventions. Okay. So, okay. So the affordable housing program was established under the as part of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda for this country under the current administration. And the way the administration looked at it was, there is a crisis in housing, but housing also has a long value chain. So looking at that crisis and turning it on its head, the government, the administration of the day, so not only can we provide the housing that is very much needed, but then we can also provide the jobs that are very, very much needed. So one, we'll deliver, the objective is to deliver these 200,000 units per annum, and we had about 160,000 over the last 18 months. We want to increase the number of mortgages that are out there, or the number of home financings to 1 million. And with monthly repayments as low as Kenya shillings 3,900. And of course, coming off the back of COVID and the challenges that we were having in 2020-21, of course, is economic recovery. And that is where this turning this crisis on its head came in. Next slide. So this is the path towards the establishment of the Affordable Housing Board. It went through legislative process. An Affordable Housing Act was enacted in March of 2024, and that is now providing the legal framework that we have for the Affordable Housing Fund. It established the Affordable Housing Board, and that is now the legal framework under which the Affordable Housing Levy is deducted from employers and from employees. Next slide. Now, This slide just gives, I've spoken to it earlier, so I won't dwell on it, but it gives you a sense of the various income categories as we have classified them in Kenya. So anyone earning over 149,000 shillings is termed as an affordable middle class home buyer, and that is the income range. So all our developments are mixed-use integrated housing developments. Most of them have affordable housing. They have the affordable market, affordable middle-class housing. They have social, and they're all integrated within the same community. So then there's the income range for the affordable housing unit. Most Kenyans who are salaried are anywhere between the affordable housing income range and the social housing income range, and that would take care of about 90% of Kenyans. There is also a rural program which basically follows the same categories as the income ranges that I have indicated there. And so there is a rural housing program that finances Kenyans on their own land. It's a program that we have not activated. We're in the process of putting together the framework for accessing funding under the rural housing. But then we know it has been a success in other jurisdictions like India, where the rural housing program has also, in addition to the social housing and affordable housing, where it has been a success. The institutional housing, this is really looking at the Kenyans who are either students, who are the uniformed soldiers, then the prisoners, the prison staff. And so these are the people who are able to access institutional housing, who were never previously able to access institutional housing because the funding wasn't available. Next slide. So the source of funds, the primary source of funding is the levy. Of course, there is, these are all other legislative ways they can access income, but the primary sources will be the levy, and of course, eventually, once you build the houses, you have occupation, then of course, there's the rental income that will follow, and the rest of the other income. But those are the two primary sources of income, and of course, then there will be the capital markets. If we can go to the next slide. So this slide speaks to both supply and demand, and it is the slide that we initially, as we were coming up with the development of this affordable housing program, was the model that we were looking to undertake under the affordable housing program. And in the middle, you can see the affordable housing fund. So the fund is able to to receive the levy at the top there, and then you're able to issue offtake guarantees or sign contracts with contractors and developers on the right-hand side, on your right, on my left, and so is able to then issue these offtake guarantees or sign contracts, but importantly is able to sign them at scale. And that is what has allowed us to achieve the 160,000 units that are under construction, different stages of construction, and also has allowed us to then go and make further commitments to the market as far as future commitments of units that would be built. Then importantly, the Affordable Housing Fund is also the same fund that is charged with the responsibility of making the allocation of housing to the homeowners. So that process is done by the Affordable Housing Board. I will show you a technology platform that we have put together to do the allocation of home ownership to the buyers, where they go and they register, and that is how they eventually become homeowners. But as you can see, we're able to make the allocation, and the Kenyans can buy in three principal ways, which is through a mortgage, through cash, or through a tenant purchase scheme, which is also known as a rent-to-own scheme, because one of the objectives of the Affordable Housing Program was to allow people to convert their rent into home ownership. So we have been able to engineer the monthly repayment to a point where it is as close as possible to your monthly rent and allow you to then convert that ownership. Then, of course, eventually there'll be other sources of funds, and eventually there will be a fundraising effort. So, next slide. Now, the next slide captures, summarizes the functions of the board, which we can go to the next slide. And there are four that are on the screen under fifth, but really the principal role and functions of the board is to receive the levy, to ensure that we oversight over the investment of that levy, to ensure that there is that levy is, when the levy started about a year and a half ago, it was at about 5.5 billion. But part of the oversight function of the board is to ensure that we also put in place strategies to grow that levy. So that is why you're able to find now the monthly levy is about 6.2, and we have a target to get it to about 9 billion. So that is part of the functions of the board to ensure that not only is it safeguarded, but we also grow that fund, and we also ensure that the fund is invested responsibly. And of course, there's one of the principal roles that the fund does is then allocate this capital to the implementing agents, who are 8 as far as the law is concerned. Then, of course, given that we have taken these funds from the public, one of our fiduciary responsibilities is to ensure that we oversight the construction of this of the funding of the projects that have been undertaken by this funding. So there is a monitoring and evaluation and an oversight and a technical role as far as ensuring that that money is being put to good use, is being put to the right use, as far as the fund is, as far as the use of those proceeds. Then I've spoken on the allocation of this funding, and then importantly, once these units have been allocated to Kenyans, then of course we own those units until they're paid for. Therefore, there is the sustainability of that funding, of those assets that have been built, and to ensure that those assets are maintained. So that becomes a very critical factor in terms of the long-term asset management of the funds of the units and the assets that have been built by this fund, together with the social and economic impact that it will have for the next 50 years on all these developments. Next slide. So maybe we can move forward. Next slide. Next slide. So we touched on the funding, and if we could go to the next slide. And my cabinet secretary and the housing secretary mentioned that, of course, the funding requirements for the affordable housing program are in excess of what we're able to, or what we are collecting today. To do 1 million units, based on the modeling that we've done, will cost anywhere, will be an investment of about 2.3 trillion shillings, which is a significant investment that will be going into the economy and to the long value chain. But importantly, we do have a plan to ensure that we are bridging that gap. These are some of the key pillars. One, pre-sales is an important part of ensuring that the fund is able to recover as much of its funding during construction or or as much as we can during the period of construction. So currently we've been on a model whereby we have largely been building, and then the pre-sales follow towards the end. But now we are working with partners, with banks, with SACCOs. We're working with the likes that are some of them represented in the room, KCB, HF, others. We're working with realtors and a significant number of realtors to ensure that we're bringing the pre-sales of the units early into the construction phase and not later. So that's an important part. Of course, there's we're looking at the construction contracting method. At the moment, we had a significant amount of our contracting that was done at the implementing agent level, it was undertaken on an EPC contract works basis. So going back to the earlier slides, we said that we eventually will be issuing offtake guarantees. So to start the program, we started with the EPC contracting method, but we know eventually we will have to move to EPCF method, where the developer goes, gets their own funding, we give them the certainty of payment, and then they hand over the units upon construction. So that is where we're going to be, when we model it, we know that if we move a certain amount of the program to that type of contracting method, we will significantly have been able to bridge the gap. In addition, of course, we have modeled a certain amount of occupancy, and we are working towards improving the occupancy levels within our units, so that again will contribute towards reduction of the gap. And of course, we'll work towards the supply side and ensuring that we are able to continue making the interventions on the supply side. Importantly, we are also looking at land swaps, whereby the government is sitting on valuable pieces of land, and therefore we can do a land swap with the developers, allowing the developers to take the valuable piece of land and then also be able to provide us with housing that is at a subsidized rate, and therefore we give them the land that they can now build and be able to sell. There is one there that is very important as far as bridging the divide, which is monetizing our tenant purchase schemes. So what we will be able to do by monetizing the tenant purchase schemes is to be able to recycle that money much quicker and be able to receive that money and put that into the capital markets, allowing us to then recycle that money and be able to receive it quicker. So that's an important part of of that bridging the gap. We know it has been done in other markets, and we have just completed the process of onboarding a transaction advisor so that we can work towards that monetization of our tenant purchase scheme book. Next slide. This speaks to the same, so I will, in the interest of time, we could move to the next slide. And then this just illustrates it differently, but then it's important maybe just, again, we're just saying where we've got a capital recycling strategy. We want to encourage more cash and mortgage buyers and less of the tenant purchase scheme. And where we have tenant purchase schemes, then we're going to securitize those tenant purchase schemes. But we want to be able to get cash, we want to get mortgages, that allows us to then recycle our money quicker. We want to be able to have, I think the third one is on the monetization of our tenant purchase schemes. We have a rental framework that we have developed with some of the banks in the room, whereby we have the banks collecting the monthly repayments, and the buyers not coming directly to the Affordable Housing Board. So we have created a tenant purchase scheme administration framework that allows us to work with the banks and the SACCOs to collect that, and therefore we're able to receive that much quicker. So next slide. Next one. So in the last financial year, in terms of the support to the supply side, we were able to, on the budget of 66 billion for affordable housing last year, we were able to disburse about 95%. So the absorption rate was about 95%. So the Affordable Housing Board was able to disburse 63.7 billion. We were able to operationalize the Boma Yangu allocation platform, and it was able to do just about 1,200 allocations with no human intervention. This was all done online by the applicants, and it is designed to be free of any human intervention. We recently dropped our deposit rate from 10%. And this is part of the discussion that is going on in Parliament today. And assuming that all goes well, which it should, The regulations will now have dropped the deposit rate from 10% to 5%, therefore, again, lowering the barriers to entry as far as the buyers are concerned, and therefore, again, accelerating the supply side because the barriers to entry for the buyers have been reduced. We have also created deposit assistance for those that need to pay deposit assistance, that need to pay a deposit. We have then created a deposit assistance product that allows the homeowner who struggles to raise that deposit. They are able to make an application, and then we are able to get 100% financing from those from financial institutions, and covers the deposit of 5%. So that deposit assistance product is something that is now going to be available to the market. Again, it will lower the entry barrier for buyers and therefore accelerate the supply side. And of course, these regulations were gazetted and are subject of discussions today in Parliament. Next slide. This just shows the tenant purchase scheme administration that we have, that I have spoken to. But importantly, what we have done is we've been able, if you look at the last E there, the repayment, we want to separate the repayment of monthly, of the monthly repayment by the home buyer, and we want that to be transmitted to the homeowner. So that is a product that we co-created with the banks, allowing us to then piggyback off the infrastructure that the banks and SACCOs have across the country. And we welcome other banks and SACCOs to work with us on this program. It also solves our initial challenges when the perfection of the title is not available. So if at the end of construction, if we have allocated these homes and we do not have titles, then it allows the board to continue to run a tenant purchase scheme, but it allows us to run that for a period until the title is ready. So we do not anticipate delays of more than 6 months to 1 year, but it allows us to immediately run and have people living in these homes. Importantly also, it allows us during that period, because they're being administered by the financial institutions are also able to understand the credit history of these interim homeowners during that period. So they will be able to understand the repayment profile, and then gives them the confidence to lend to them, which is, I think, then that dovetails nicely with the product that KMRC was showcasing earlier, which is the guarantee product. Because once the banks have the confidence that the buyers are going to buy, I've got a good repayment profile, then it allows them to then also, it allows the KMRC guarantee product to be used. Next slide. Again, just shows the number of projects that have been completed, 3,000 complete and occupied, 128,000 under construction, and coming to a total of 161,000 units across the entire country. Next slide. Those are the completed units. Next slide. This is now our Boma Yangu housing portal. It shows the number of people who have registered, 844,000. That number keeps increasing on a daily basis, particularly as the units are completed. We have about 3.2 billion that has been saved voluntarily on this portal. People make as low payments as 20 shillings a day to as much as one can afford, but it allows daily intraday saving, and those are statistics as of yesterday actually, in terms of 20 million shillings saved, and these are small payments. Next slide. That's the home ownership journey, but to summarize, you register, you go on to bomayangu.go.ke, you register *832 for USSD code, and it allows you to then pay, have a registration activation fee, and then it allows you to save on a daily basis. It allows, importantly, you're able to then go and select the unit that you would like, and then your home ownership journey, and you upload all the documents that are required of you, which is your ID, your source of income, your ability to pay, and your tax compliance certificate. and your KRA PIN. So those are the 5 or 4 so documents that are required, and that gets you on a home ownership journey. Next slide. This speaks to the affordability that we have been able to develop in the program. From as low as 3,900, a 3-bedroom unit is 21,000 shillings on a monthly basis. So again, and I would like to add that these prices include service charge, because we know that there has to be an ongoing obligation to maintain the properties. So those prices you see on the right-hand side are all-in prices, service charge included, and life insurance included, to ensure that in the event of demise, and because we've been able to procure life insurance in scale, the pricing has come down significantly, and we are finding the monthly repayment, the monthly insurance is about 200 shillings equivalent. So it's been able to significantly bring those numbers down. So next slide. Okay. This just speaks to some of the collaboration that we are discussing with KMRC, and I'll be very quick. Next slide. So I think we know that KMRC's primary source of funding has been from the World Bank and African Development Bank, but we are in discussions with KMRC to see how we can supplement them with funding for their ongoing program, but equally to eventually see how we can work with them on the supporting any capital that may be required for the mortgage protection, mortgage guarantee product. So those are 2 areas that we are discussing with KMRC, and we see a lot of potential for that. Next slide. Next slide. Keep going. I just want to show you, I want to close by showing some photos of some of the units that have been completed. Keep going. Keep going. So these are projects in Kisumu. This is one of the ones that the governor has mentioned earlier. This is just about 20 minutes away. These are 2,300 units that are under construction in Kisumu, and creating significant employment, and of course there will be homeowners. Keep going. Keep going. Completed projects. This is in Nakuru. Keep going. This is Mukuru. That's the 13,000 units that are all in one estate that are under construction. Keep going. Keep going kindly. This is in Homa Bay. You can see the beautiful product that we have, and this is similar across the entire country. Maybe you can just show 1 or 2 others as we close. That's in Machakos. That is now 99%, just waiting allocation. So those are now ready for home ownership. In fact, I think we only have something like 20% left. Most of them are gone and have been allocated. So that is replicated across the entire country, that product that you're seeing there. And with that said, thank you very much, and look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Simu, you can see that he's extremely passionate about this topic. I feel like we need to give you a whole day so we can go through each and every one of these slides. Thank you so much. But it's also very encouraging to see this thing that we're talking about in theory actually taking shape. So well done on the progress so far. Doesn't it feel encouraging, guys? Yeah, I think so. And I think that first video is also putting it to the test, really. When you see that gentleman working on a project and actually owning a home, I think that's something to really be proud of. And now I want to ask us to do one thing as we bring up our next panel. Remember that our question, yes, you have some questions? You're not sure now. You have a question. Okay, we'll take that question as we prepare ourselves for the next panel. Remember, you can also use the app that we've downloaded, the KMRC app. Let's have Mr. Kavuma here. Would like to, thank you. You can also put your questions in the app. There's a Q&A section for each session. Just press the round thing until the light is on. There we go. Thank you.
Actually, I have two questions.
Okay.
But thanks, Jerry. That was a really powerful presentation. Two questions. One, you spoke a fair amount around the administration of the TPSs, and you also spoke about service charges, etc. In my view, the biggest risk to social housing or affordable housing is the long-term asset management of the product, right? So that you've got many examples around the world of social housing ultimately becoming slums or projects or less desirable things. So I just wanted to know what your thinking is around that. And the second question relates to, you put up a chart around the number of units under construction, 160,000. And of that 160, only 18,000, I think you said, was private sector developments. What is it that is going right around the government-led housing, affordable housing, that could be brought into the private sector? What's the role of the private sector, and what are the enablers to bring the private sector to play its role and to bring more volume into the market?
Thank you. Well, I'll start with your second question. Those numbers on the 18,000 private sector units is primarily as a result of, when the program started, we needed to show results quickly. So the contracting method that we started with as a program was an EPC contractor-led model. Now, the developer-led model that you've seen there is a model that had started previously, and when the fund wasn't available, when the source of funds weren't there, and therefore these were developers who are going out there saying they will raise their own money. They were contracted on the basis that they were developers, they were going to raise their money, and then they would then get repaid at the end for whatever they did not sell. So that's why you can see it's a smaller number, but the start of the program needed to demonstrate results, and therefore that's why you found that it went ahead of the private sector project, because at the end of the day, if we were collecting a levy, we would also have been accused by the public of sitting and investing this money in T-bills and not actually getting the units being under construction. So, but that is over the next few months, what you will find is that the methodology of how we will be contracting will be shifting towards more developer-led. The Act also has space for private sector-led projects and is also clear in terms of how we go about it. It has to be transparent so that there is no issues about why one private project and not the other. So there will be full transparency in terms of how we go about the process of allocating those or providing offtake guarantees on the private projects. So that's really the main reason as to why the contracting method, and you find the private sector is lagging. But you should see that accelerate in the coming months and years. On the long-term asset management, I think we equally share the concern on long-term asset management. We know it starts with the quality of construction. The quality of construction can also find its way into long-term asset management issues. So we are both keen from the time of construction to ensure we've got a good product so that we can minimize the long-term maintenance of these developments. But then to ensure sustainability, that's why we've been able to, on the social housing particularly, because there is a social need to provide a subsidy to the social housing category, we have provided a subsidy on the service charge. So in that monthly repayment, the homeowner in social housing is still paying 1,000 shillings, but then the government has subsidized another 1,000 shillings. But there is no subsidy on the other categories. So, but that way we're able to ensure that the monthly repayment includes service charge. We've got property managers on site. It's providing also employment opportunities. But these developments are as clean and as maintained as any estate in any other part of the country that you would have seen. So they are maintained to the highest levels, and we are completely aligned to ensure that the value of that asset continues to appreciate, because that asset is also on our book, and we know investors will also be looking at the value of that asset when we go to the capital markets. So we're very keen to ensure that that asset is maintained and maintained at a high level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Well answered. Okay. All other questions, please feel free to put them on the portal. We will get to them. Jerry, I'm asked to invite you back on stage just to also receive a token of appreciation from the CFO of KMRC. His name is Nyale Yanga. So just stand up here and smile. Even that will value that on the books, how big a smile we have today. Thank you so much. All right, media team, are we ready? Irene, media team, are we ready? Okay. Can I hear it? Then we know what to do. Aha, okay. So shake your shoulders to this song as they come up. Is that okay? It's not really a democracy now. It's my room. So could I kindly ask you to stand up? I know the battle we are fighting. So allow me to win the battle on your behalf. Is that okay? All right. DJ, let's go. The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the financing, having worked as a senior manager in a lot of the top mortgage lending financial institutions of Kenya, in Kenya rather. So thank you for being here, Caroline. Also, you see how many people we have so far? Are you counting? Dr. Gamaliel Hassan, who's the CEO of Stima Sacco. Please welcome him as he comes. Let me tell you just a little bit about this gentleman. Keep clapping until he takes his seat, please. He might change his mind and leave. That's why we keep clapping. He's the CEO of Stima Sacco, and he holds a PhD in business administration with a focus on strategic management, as well as an MBA in strategic management and a bachelor's degree in economics. And in other words, amesoma sana. Thanks for being here, Dr. Gamaliel. And finally, I want to hand over to the moderator of this panel, Jeffrey Mwaura, who's the head of refinancing at KMRC. Let's welcome him with a large round of applause. Karibu sana, Jeffrey. Now, Jeffrey, you have the same amount of time as the panel that had 3 people. So that's all I'm going to say. You know what you need to do. Karibu sana.
Thank you, June, and good afternoon. We are still in the afternoon. Thank you for having us here, and thank you for this very powerful panel. At least we have a lady, because I was getting worried. At least we have a lady, and we need to see more ladies in this mortgage. I don't know whether is mortgage that tough that we only have men in it. So I'll just give a bit of a background on mortgage lending and why we have these powerful speakers here, panelists, just to discuss what interventions they are putting together, product innovation to support inclusive housing finance. Because these are the lenders. These are the institutions that are intervening to ensure that the end consumers are getting the right product at the right time, affordably, and more inclusive. But just to make us think a bit, there's been a bit of talk about a housing crisis in Africa, especially, and I think over the world. Policymakers, journalists, real estate experts, they talk about a housing crisis. And this evokes, familiar images of overcrowded cities, sprawling informal settlement, and government scrambling to build homes before Africa population hits 2.4 billion in 2050. The statistics sound scary, and the level of investment required is to the tune of 1.4 trillion USD in investment. But are we really in a crisis, or are we looking at it from a different lens? Because beneath that panic, there's a quieter, more strategic question that we need to ask ourselves. Are we misinterpreting the ecosystem that already works, just not in ways that we've been taught to measure? Africans are building, and not just with bricks, but with logic, self-construction homes, and that is why we have 50% of the panelists is from the SACCOs, because SACCOs are very big in self-construction. So the question then we need to ask ourselves, how are these financial institutions modeling their financing to accommodate the peculiar behavior of our customers? And that is the subject of our conversation today. So to kick us off, and I think they just arranged themselves the way I wanted them to just respond, I'll start with the first question. And I'll start with Peter. Peter, housing finance has been in this market for the last over 50 years. And I think it was the first modeled housing finance company or lender in this market. It was a government initiative with Commonwealth, and they came up with the housing finance. But over time, that has changed. So what are some of the challenges in the housing sector that your institution is addressing or has addressed, especially in the counties? And that's the reason why we are now in Kisumu County. Just in 2 minutes, you can give us an overview.
Thank you for that question. So some of the challenges we have seen, one is around fragmented land ownership that makes it difficult to provide bulk infrastructure. I think that question was touched on by the CS and the Housing Secretary as well. And if you think about our experience in that area, a lot of the estates that you see around Nairobi were actually gated estates and communities where it was very easy to then arrange for roads, arrange for water, arrange for other infrastructure to be brought on site. We started that. We know that some Kenyans still love to have their own built property, so they don't want to buy the one that has been designed. So one other area in which we are approaching it is to have master planned properties that allow people to also build their own houses according to their specifications. So in the peri-urban areas, for example, in Ruiru, if you go to Ruiru, you'll find our Fahari Residences property there. If you go to Teriva, you'll find our Vilakazi Homes properties there. What we have done is to get large parcels of land, plan them, subdivide, and provide built plans and also housing typologies that allow for Kenyans, also the ones that really are very choosy, to provide their own housing. And then we have a uniqueness in terms of the group, so part of our subsidiary does that, and we avail the funding, including the construction loan product. You did mention whether we have some ladies. We have Stella there, she's head of mortgage finance, and anybody who is here and wants to know more can talk to her. There is a very unique product that was invented by ourselves called Macao. With Macao, you have a beautiful designed house, and with that house, we provide you advice on how much it costs to put up the house. We can provide professional expertise. We can provide the supervision to enable you on that property, and we've seen it being taken up. So the other, I think, solution that I would think of is an incentive towards simplifying the registration formalities, whether in the counties or in the city, and I had mentioned that previously when we had the CS around. Finally, we do have, and it's one area we've been trying to do, is to demystify this concept of mortgage origination. Part of the reason people do not necessarily believe that they can acquire their own homes is they think mortgage is very complex. And I like some of the work that KMRC has been doing, including infographics around a 5-step process on how to get to the home loan that you need. And that to us is building for scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I'll go just looking at it before I lose, before you finish. Of course, you've also alluded into some of the solutions that you're coming up with as an institution and what you've seen in the market. Just propose one sustainable solution that you think that could actually make a positive impact in this inclusive housing for this country.
So I think the one that I have I've talked about, and I've talked about the master planning, because you did mention the issue around counties. So we are happy to share our own experiences around once an area has been master, and if you go to any of the county headquarters, including the ones around here, whether it is Kisumu itself, or you go to Kakamega, or you go to Busia, and any of the Lake region counties, you will find that the units that are available do not qualify for quality housing. And I think Jerry will tell you, the sanitation is not up to scale, the other amenities are not up to scale. So we are happy to showcase what it means to master plan an area. Once that is done, and some of the experiences I've seen, for example, if you go to Singapore, the model that they have there, every single post office, for example, we can talk about our Huduma centers, which are an equivalent, would have model properties that are coming up within that area, all the master planned units. Earlier, we were talking about a marketplace for housing, but it's not just that. Linked to that is the digitization process, so that when I select a property, whether that property is coming up in 3 years' time or it's coming up now, I know that I can complete that process end to end. So my solution to it is to have master planned residential estates, but together with the other point that was raised by one of the participants, ensure that the system of house allocation, the system of ownership, the system of acquiring a mortgage, all these things are integrated so that at the touch of one button and going into one service center, I can actually get everything that I need. I think that will address both the developer side, because the developer is thinking, when I put up these units, what is the level of visibility? And it will also address the customer side, because as a buyer, I don't want to have to deal with 10 different people. Sorry about the lawyers that I talked about earlier. But along that whole value chain is so many people that make the whole process extremely complex.
Thank you, Peter. I'll go to John. John, TAISACO has recently joined KMRC fraternity in providing inclusive and affordable housing to Kenyans. I know now your members are happy about this kind of initiative. So how are you addressing some of these challenges? What are some of the challenges that you've seen in the market, and what compelled TAISACO to participate in this program?
Yeah, thank you so much. TAISACO started this idea of mortgage with a product which once again we called Macau, like my brother here, back in 2021. There before, as you know, SACCOs, they have some products which are very common. The development loans, the school fees loans, the emergency loans, and so on. But there before, when you give or when you grant a member a loan, a development loan, possibly he or she would do a house or something. But for us to be fully in mortgage in Macau was in 2021, when we came up with our product, and it was approved by the regulator, SASRA, and we started with our own funds. Initially, or at the start, the demand after creating a lot of awareness was very high, very high. We even started getting challenges of liquidity. Every month we would disburse around 100 million. After around 2-3 months, we thought there is a huge challenge. We thought of how we could resolve the issue of liquidity, because again, look at it this way. This is money which will be out there, not for 2-3 years. It is for 7, 8, 9, 10, or even above. So we came up with the idea of going now or seeking partnerships. That is when we went to KMRC, so that we can be able to bridge the liquidity challenge which we had started experiencing, because again, if liquidity is not managed well, there can be a crunch in the liquidity of the institution. Another challenge that we have come across is the inconsistency of income flows, especially now for us, we are a farmer-founded SACCO. Quite a good number of our members are tea farmers. Of course, we have coffee farmers, we have employed people and other sectors, including SMEs. But when you look at tea, for example, the incomes that come on a monthly basis are not very high. They are small incomes, but in course of the year, we get some too high bullet payments around April and October. When we got the loan from KMRC, they would require us to pay on equal monthly payments. But for us, we can only be able to get payments or repayments or loan repayments in kind of 2 installments in a given year. So what we came up with was to customize a product for our farmers, so that they be able to get the amount of loan which they require to enable them construct a suitable home which they would have required, and also we on our side be able to pay KMRC whatever you are supposed to pay on a monthly basis. The other thing that we have gotten, or the other challenge that we have for now, the approval processes when you are granting our loans is quite lengthy. When you go to the county government, it takes a bit too long. So for that one, we are trying to create awareness to our people so that they prepare as early as possible, so that by the time when they require the money to be in their bank accounts and for them to start the projects, they are through with the approvals from the county government, from the National Construction Authority, and the other bodies. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, John. Japheth, Cooperative Bank has been very instrumental, both assisting the SACCOs, because you are a banker of cooperatives, and Kenyans, of course. But of course, looking at the numbers of mortgages in the country, 31,000 from the banking sector report of 2023, 31,000 mortgages. What would you attribute that low number to?
Thank you, Geoffrey. I think we are saying there are few, the ones that we've been able to count. But us who are supporting the SACCOs, I think there are far much more, and I think you've heard here. Most of these mortgages are basically people developing themselves. And us as a bank, instead of changing that, I think ours is to support and to upscale that. Because I believe every product that we are coming up with needs to bring efficiency, needs to ensure accessibility, and we need to ensure that we can be able to scale it up. So as a bank, to be able to support that and to support not only the SACCOs, especially the housing societies, but every other Kenyan, is to ensure that we're able to support, especially the construction part of it. We know there are developers who are in the market, and we are big in supporting the supply side. We give project finance to many projects, and we'll continue that line. But also the segment of customers who we realize they are not being taken care of. And most of them have come and said the houses that are being built are basically transitional houses. And them, they are not interested in transitional houses. They want houses that can go beyond their retirement. Meaning then that they want houses that they can maybe build themselves. And looking at the market, there are many land buyers and land selling companies that they are selling land every day. So as one of our strategies was how can we then be able to partner with established land buyers or land selling companies where they already have people who have bought into these pieces of land that they are doing. They are serviced, meaning then that somebody just needs to come in and build. And we are supporting them now do the construction. And we have partnered with some consortiums that are able to do the construction end to end. So the customer just comes in, select the kind of house, and this consortium does everything. They do the approvals, they do the construction. As a bank at that time, what we are giving this consortium is basically just a guarantee that upon completing the house, then we shall be able to lend in. Given the timelines that has been given to complete that house, the customer then can easily give a notice to their landlord and be able to prepare to get into their house. We've seen this to us sustainable for the ones who don't want to buy the houses that are already up. And the biggest component and the biggest customers of these land units are basically SACCO members. So it's supporting them to be able to own the home that they desire to own, but in a way that is more controlled for them so that they don't lose money. Anybody who has constructed as an individual knows the challenges that are involved in the construction, and you find many houses not being completed as expected. And how we are ensuring that everybody then is included in that bracket is we are doing that even for incremental houses. So somebody can choose a unit of a 3-bedroom, but saying for now I can be able to afford to construct a 1-bedroom and be able to support them do that. And then they will come and continue with the unit as they are there at their own time. We're able also to do very minimal finishes into the houses, and they can come and do their finishes later, depending on what they can be able to afford now. And that cuts across, including the informal sector. I think we appreciate the guarantee program that KMRC is bringing, but I think it's to note as a bank, we are already there. Big number of our customers in the formal sector. So we are able to, we have a way of evaluating them, we have a way of knowing who can be able to pay and who cannot be able to pay. There are risk profiles that we can be able to take even at the moment. So we will be glad to partner also in that area, so that then we can be able to upscale that area and give them more. Yeah,
thank you, Japhet. And following that, Joseph, I know CONASACO has been very instrumental in the construction. Just following on that thought of the construction facility, and how are you solutioning your members, especially on that?
Okay, thank you for that question. Our main challenge that we had with our members was when we introduced the mortgages, we were financing the ready houses. But majority of them came and said, look here, we already have land that we bought through the SACCO, and we would like to construct in our own land, do our own designs, because mostly the ready houses, already the designs are predetermined by the supplier or the developer. And so the need came of, we would like to do our own houses. So we had to come up with a construction product, a mortgage. A good thing is KMRC agreed to still finance. So what we are doing is we have, first of all, we have a consortium of consultants who are able to work with the members from the designing of the houses. We have a QS who will be able to do a BQ. And again, even the lawyers will be able to advise in the whole process. So once all this is done, the member will come with a BQ. We'll be able to finance the construction. But now we do it in phases. The way we do our disbursement is phase-based, where maybe once you are done with the foundation, the QS will do evaluation, there is a certificate, then we'll be able to pay for that. So that way, we're able to ensure that this member is able to do it in a very easy way. There's not much pressure. And during the construction period, we'll be able to give you a waiver on the repayments for about 6 months. So that still creates flexibility in terms of the pressure of payments. So by 6 months, we assume that the house will be ready for occupation. And if you are moved from maybe a rental space, now whatever you are paying on the other side, we'll be able to service this loan. So that one we've been able to cure one of the challenges that we had on the supply side also. Because in Nairobi, where majority of our members are, the supplies that we are getting, most of them were apartments. And I think that's the most of the units are available in those areas, say Kileleshwa, Kiambu Road, and those areas. Mostly are apartments, and most people are not ready to live in those apartments. And hence now how we came up with that construction mortgage, which to us has assisted a good number of members. Yeah.
Thank you. Caroline, KCB has been very instrumental in the housing finance sector. Started with S&L, collapsed back to KCB, and now you are revamping the unit. What are some of the initiatives that KCB is coming up with to address the challenges that have been listed? Quite a number of challenges have been listed, lack of customer education, expensive end consumer funding that KMRC is now addressing. Peter talked about fragmented, land ownership and all that, and of course, planning.
Thank you very much, Mwaura. As you rightly speak, when you are 129 years, you have a bigger responsibility as a local institution to ensure that all sectors, and especially housing, because it really is the catalyst of the economy, works. So as you rightly put, yes, since 1952, the days of SNL, but in terms of what are we doing and how are we driving the conversation? And I will just take it, I will deflect a bit and focus on how we are structured even as a country. Today, if you look at our country, 70% of the population are youth. Another over 80% are what you would call the informal sector, the MSMEs. So as a bank, we've had to work from very far. Many people have asked me, how did you transition from the foundation and now you're in housing? We've had to work this from very far because we realized unless we work on the foundation, and that is starting with those youth, then we will not even get it right in our housing structure. Because today, as a developer, as you build, your buyers in the next 20, 15 years are going to be the young people. So what is their current urgent needs? Student housing. Majority of them are still in school. So one of the things we've done, I think we've done the largest transaction, takeover of the green assets from Econ, together with the Adirate, just to finance that and just to start ensuring that even students are living decently. But even as they live decently, you're also being very conscious about the how they are living. So that's one of the things that we've been able to do recently. Here, right in Kisumu, one of the things and the challenges that you find when you try to work with counties is our laws. There are restrictions in terms of charging a property that's owned by a county. So we've had to be creative and innovative, and that's how we coined the partnership with National Housing Corporation. So through National Housing Corporation, then we were able to, that's how we've been able to finance Kanyakwar, because then that becomes a body that I can work with. And I think as Jerry was speaking, Affordable Housing Board has also come in as a body that can step in between government and private entity to allow transactions, go through that government would naturally not be able to do. So the other one is really, I think he did speak to it, getting into the rent to own and also recognizing the fact that not everybody can afford to own a home, but everybody requires to live decently. So just providing that infrastructure to be able to run the TPS, tenant purchase scheme. I think as a bank, out of all those years, we've been able to build heavy investments into our systems. And there's an opportunity to be able to work with government to provide platforms to roll out some of these products. I know many of you might not know, but KCB is the engine behind the Hustler Fund as well. So there's a lot of that can be done, when you talk about public-private partnership, there's a lot that can be done because everybody comes with the strength that they have. So we are looking to see how to leverage that more. So what we've done with, we have a foundation that we set in 2007. And what we've started doing is to work with them, MSMEs at the lower stage, because you need to walk with them a journey. This is a person who does not maintain any books of accounts. They probably don't even have any records. This is a person who doesn't even know how to position or market their business. So we are starting at that incubator level. So through our foundation, we're making a huge investment to provide business development skills to them, to train them. We did partner with the Ministry of Housing for some of the artisans that are working on the sites. Because besides carrying the mason, that mason who is sitting there, you need to empower them to be able to move to the next level. Many of the times they don't have the time to go to a classroom. So we got into a partnership with NITA, that is the technical training body in the country. And together we are able to provide on-skill training so that you can still continue with working on the Mjengo, but in the meantime we give you some skills, we give you some sort of certification, and that way we make sure that the jobs that are being created then become sustainable even to the end. So very keen to see these young entrepreneurs that we are incubating through our foundation, what it is we can do as we uplift them to the next level, working with the risk-sharing framework that KMRC talked about. So currently under the MSME program, we are working with the MasterCard Foundation. We've also introduced, as part of inclusivity, we have a product that targets women. It's called DigiFlame. And just to recognize that Kenyans are really mobile savvy, so it's a facility that's being provided on their phone. And just looking at how women behave, you know, women are good payers than men. I'm sorry for the men in the room, but it's been researched and it's been found. So very keen to see how I can graduate my DigiFlame woman from DigiFlame to owning a home. Because right now we are talking about them being able to make an earning, a decent living, to be able to probably pay their rent, to be able to put food on their table. But would really be very beautiful to walk that next journey with that artisan who's working on a Mjengo site, or that woman that's taking that DigiFlame through the RSF program, take them to the next level where they can be able to own a home and live decently.
Thank you, Wanjari, for those remarks. Dr. Hassan, 80% of lending in SACCOs goes towards land and housing. And as per the last numbers in 2023, the SACCO movement had lent out around 760 billion Kenya shillings. So from where you sit as Stima SACCO, I know you've been very instrumental in enabling your members to participate in that space. What are some of your insights that you can give us tonight?
Thanks, Geoffrey. That's a good question. I think first and foremost, just to sum up the issues, the challenges we face are the same as the banks that are here and also the SACCOs that are here. So I could probably categorize them into three. Number one, the perfection process can be very painfully slow. So you do have counties that are not digitized. So that becomes a process. The process is very manual. But over and above that, the land governance, as far as those various counties are concerned, are also different. So depending on where you go and whom and which county you go to, then you'd find that the processes are also quite different themselves. I think it's also an aspect of capacity that probably the counties, in my opinion, might be lacking the capacity. And lastly is the issue of cost. All of that ends up to the mortgagee, the person who wants the mortgage, so the customer. In terms of legal fees, stamp duty, extremely high. When you're to combine all that with the fact that majority of Kenyans, more than 70% of us, are not from the formal sector, informal sector, it's also true. When you come to Stima SACCO, we have about 220,000 members, but 70% of them are not employed formally. They come from the informal sector. So even as we discuss the issue of affordable housing, initially there was a lot of focus on the formal side. And of course now you add the last point, which is what you're raising, the issue of land. Land is not available. So yes, you're talking about affordable housing, but before that somebody would want to say, you know, hold on, I don't even have a piece of land. And in our context, we found that majority of borrowers are also seeking not to purchase a house, but rather to build. So begs the question, where do you start from? So what we have done as an institution is to avail various products to bridge the gap so that from the very onset, you can be able to purchase a piece of land. Land is the highest cost as far as building is concerned. So if you're able to purchase the cost, and then the aspect of affordable lending just slides in, that's how we've managed to sort of assist. But also importantly for us, Kenya's population of about 56B, 15% of that have not been participating in the financial sector. I'm talking about the Muslim community. So it is one of those things that we don't discuss often enough. But the reality of the matter is, conventionally, majority of the Muslims would not participate in a conventional way of borrowing or lending. Now, it becomes even worse when you think about mortgages and housing. So they do not also have access to the kind of conventional mortgages that are available to everybody else. And of course, it becomes worse when you think about affordable housing. And in areas whereby you have majority of the population being Muslims, counties like Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, when you go back to the coastal region, combining those two factors, one, there's no land available because there are a lot of individuals who don't have titles and they're sitting on shares. And then on the other hand, their beliefs do not allow them to partake in conventional borrowing. So what we did, we are the first circle in Kenya, in Africa, to open a Sharia window. So we have a fully fledged Sharia window whereby we're able to lend to our members on the terms that they wish to be lent to as far as the Sharia principles are concerned. In the last 4 years or so, we've also moved into giving giving mortgages that are Sharia compliant. What is missing is now moving to the third level, which is giving affordable housing that is Sharia compliant. That's the missing link. And for that, probably there has to be a lot of discussions within the industry, specifically also with KMRC. Maybe KMRC might need to build a bit of capacity around your Sharia side so that you understand how Sharia principles are applied, how Islamic finance is applied, because there's a big opportunity there, a huge opportunity. If you just think about the whole of the coastal region, all the way from Voi to Peketoni in Lamu, those are places whereby houses are not even available. And when they are, the individuals will not be able to partake in that. So for me, I tend to think it's a very low-lying fruit. And if we're able to build some capacity around that, and maybe a meeting of minds probably will do something great for the country.
Thank you, Daktari. Peter, I'll come back to you. And this is regard to alternative credit scoring. Because there is an assumption in the market, or there is a feeling in the market that we are still not pushing credit down to the deserving Kenyans who are either undocumented income, informal income. So what is the institution doing about that? And what are some of the approaches do you think we can take to address that gap?
Yeah, there's some truth to that statement that, and you saw even when Yale was presenting, he mentioned that the lack of mortgage uptake in the lower segment of the population is because of bank declines. So we have obviously taken that challenge ourselves. There is actually no truth to the statement that all those people are bad payers. The issue is that historically, because banks have always focused on a certain segment of the population, then that's where we have gone. Recently, we have built a scorecard, which we are integrating with through Boma Yangu, because also one of the things that was identified is the demand is there, going by the number of people that we saw when the statistics were put up. The number of people that have gone onto the Boma Yangu platform to indicate their interest in a house.
Actually, we saw a number of 864,000.
64,000, yeah, that's nearly 1 million.
Yeah.
So probably if all of those were qualifying, the 1 million threshold becomes an easier sell for Jerry and the people that are mobilizing funding, because if the market exists, then the supply side the private sector will just follow. So we have built a scorecard that takes into account a multiplicity of variables that we want to we are integrating on the Boma Yangu platform, so that we will be able to identify borrowers from there. But we are also collaborating with other partners outside the country. I think the Indian example has been shared here. They have very interesting parameters that they look at and review, and with the advent of AI as well. So in the next 6 months to 9 months, you'll see that we have significantly uplifted the mortgage approval rates and uptakes for that particular product. I keep telling most of my friends and the younger people that Wanjeri talked about, the housing used to be a preserve of the rich because it was very expensive. Now you can get a house for the price of a car. So the only other reason why people aren't buying those houses, number one, is they are not aware, which is why the communication is important. But number two, they haven't been aware that they can have access to credit. So we started off by building that scorecard, incorporating many other multiple parameters and not just salary income. But we are also incorporating other data sources other than the traditional data sources, including mobile information data, in addition to the normal bureau data.
Thank you. John, to what extent has the single-digit lending, now that you're accessing funding from KMRC, how has it influenced your strategy towards, lending on home ownership?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Our partnership with the KMRC, because the cost is not very high at 6.6%, we can be able to make a small markup of around 3% or thereabouts. And then from there, a lot of awareness creation to those who can be beneficiaries. It has made the uptake be more compared to what we had there before. So we are seeing a higher or an increased uptake of these products, specifically the residential package. However, we are having these lower-end clients and customers and members. For example, the border riders, the tuk-tuk riders, and so on, those people in the taxi sector. Possibly the best way for them is having groups. These groups come together, they save as a group. Then with the time they buy a big piece of land, maybe 1 acre or something like that. From there, it can be subdivided amongst themselves, from where again they can be able to get a mortgage or Macau loans, and they can be able to acquire their own houses. Because again, for example, in central Kenya, Kiambu, also Nairobi, the cost of land is quite high. It is moving up day in, day out. So we foresee a higher uptake of loans for construction of residential houses to improve on the dignity of our members. For commercial properties, there is no problem. By the way, they don't even care much about the cost of the loan, because for sure when they rent out the houses or the apartments, they get back the money to enable them pay the loans. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Japhet, quickly, there is an aspect of the equation that is less talked about, the developer financing. How are you solutioning that?
Thank you, Geoffrey. I think it has been mentioned here, whereas we are supporting the developers, and the financing we are giving them is basically the normal financing. But the cost to the developer goes beyond the construction period. So there's the element that Chris talked about here, that after construction, this developer can take another 1.5 years before they get the titling and everybody gets their unit, and if they are being financed, then the banks are able to release the funds to them. And what initiatives we come up with as a bank is to support that developer to ensure that he only incurs the cost during the construction period. Immediately after the construction period, then we are able to release funds for the buyers that are getting financing from us. So we're giving financing to the developer, develops. Immediately the development is done, we encourage each of the buyers who want financing to get financing from us. So immediately the development is done, we release the funds from the individual, and the individual gets to the houses and start paying their loans. And we offset the debt of the developer. And the rest we leave to the legal teams of both sides to be able to sort the title issues. and everybody then get their titles within that 1 year or 1.5 years. But now the developer, the cost element for the developer during that period has been taken care of. So I think that assists as far as the affordability to the developer is concerned, because now the other costs associated with that we are able to eliminate. Yeah.
Thank you. Joseph, if I recall some time back, CONASACO participated in a TPS. How did you solution that? And what benefits have you seen in the market? Has it addressed some of the challenges that we are seeing in the mortgage sector?
Okay, thank you. For the TPS to work, first of all, there must be supply. Actually, that was the biggest challenge. And most of the suppliers then would require what we call the off-plans, that you have to do the off-plan payments, which one is not very attractive to members, because the market is that I need to see exactly what I'm buying. Because from previous practices or experiences that have been there before, we had instances where people would come and say we are doing this kind of a development, and then people pay a deposit and disappear. So what we've been trying to see is to partner with credible suppliers where they'll be able to say, yes, we are doing this kind of a project, and we will not commit any money, but we'll assure them of a ready market and ready financing. So we'll go and agree that this project is coming up. At our cost as SASACO, we'll be able to look at all the issues, including the ENS policies and everything, to ensure that they are compliant. But the commitment that we make is, yes, we have a ready market. Members will come, we vet them, and we know they are qualified. Now whatever we await is the completion of the units. So the good thing about that arrangement is a potential buyer will plan their finances accordingly. If maybe the project is going to take 2 years, they will be able to plan their finances, and by the time the units are ready, they will be able, or they are ready to buy. And they have seen even some being able to put deposits towards those purchases. So that now the portion that we are financing is not the entire mortgage or the entire price, but at least I'll be able to put some deposit, so the circle will come in and do about 80% or 70% of the financing. So for me, it's a model that can work, but it requires a lot of governance around it, and to ensure that whoever is supplying these units is actually sure that they will be able to complete them as agreed. Because if it happens that it's not completed as agreed or as scheduled, now the issue of shortchanging and the trust of the membership will be eroded. Yeah.
Wanjeri, KCB handles green funding. You participate very strongly in the green fund. I think you are the only accredited institution. Maybe you can talk about that and see how then are you positioning that fund to stimulate green mortgages in this market.
Yeah, thank you, Maura. So yes, KCB is one of the accredited institutions by Green Climate Fund. Last year, during the COP29, we did get an approval for PPF and really targeting the MSMEs. So we are in the process of working on that. As I said, given the demographics, we are very keen on working on products that will ensure that that segment, whatever it does, is safe for the environment, is safe even in terms of social. So yes, we are, and as I did mention, we just took over green assets for Econ recently. We are working with a few institutions to also see how we can have more sophisticated products in the market, including asset tokenization, to just ease the investors that may want to even make fractional investment as a way of just easing the flow of money into the real estate. So yes, we are keen, but looking at the number of years we've been in mortgage for, I think now this should be the 52nd year. We already have built a book, a huge book, which we are thinking very seriously about transition to green. How do we transition that book to green? And we've started, we say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step. We first of all started looking at, we started working with institutions. We have a solarization program that we are running. And fortunately, with the power of partnership, we are able to give that facility at 9.75%. And part of it is also being deliberate. We cannot ignore the fact that real estate is one of the biggest emitters. So for us is how do we continue with that transition? But as we move forward, how do we work with developers to ensure that even the developments that are coming up are ticking the ESG box? Environmentally, they're right. From a social perspective, they're right. And even from a governance perspective, they're right. And so one of the things we are doing, instead of chasing you away, we are working with Kenya Green Building Society. We have a 3-year partnership that we recently signed. And part of it is to enable our developers to get IFC EDGE certification. And as we started that journey, we realized that you can't start with your developers when your own staff are still green in green matters. And I mean them not knowing about what green is all. So the program also includes capacity building for our staff who are handling development, just to move them up to that next edge where they also get certified, and so that even as they provide that advisory service, then they're guiding our developers for the new pipeline that's coming in to ensure it's coming in when it's green. Because when you talk about green, it has to be from design. How has it been done? We have seen a lot of development even in the country. We've seen more of master plans now. At least there's a consideration of the fact that land is not there in perpetuity, and we need to utilize it well. But most important, that we need to work with master developments. We've seen the tattoo cities of the world that have come up, Mega City, all of them thinking about providing a place where people can play, work, and at the same time, I think I did hear Jerry mentioning that even as the affordable housing program is being rolled out, those are key considerations that are being considered. Are we providing spaces for people to be able to ride? Are there green areas? How is the lighting? Can we conserve? Buildings consume the bulk of the energy. So how can we conserve? How can we use renewable bulbs? So we are looking, one, in terms of transition, because as I said, we already have a very huge book, and we've started on matters lighting, because we are aware the amount of energy that is used in there. But then as we bring the new developments into our pipeline, we are working together with the Kenya Green Building Society in partnership with IFC to ensure then that those projects are IFC EDGE certified, which provides a very robust framework in terms of what are the boxes that need to be ticked even as we finance the projects. And I say this noting that we probably finance the bulk of the projects in the country, and we believe if we set that tone, then it's going to be the tone that will be adopted.
On that, have you considered other initiatives, other incentives that you can pass to your consumers? Price differentiation could be one of them, where you give them some advantage for going green, and that will then stimulate some demand from the end consumers to see the need to go green.
Yes, actually, I'm with George Laboso here, and Odek, I don't know whether they're here. You can stand. we are actually, as I said, because already within the book, there's a huge opportunity. So we are creating a credit scoring model that will create limits that will strictly be towards greening. So either in terms of lighting. So yes, we are looking into that. But to do that, we have to get a lot of partners on board. The good thing is that a lot of people are interested. So yes, without preempting too much, I know they're busy in the kitchen. It's one of the things that we are working on. But to begin first with our customers, and then we can go outward. So we are doing it internally, and then charity begins at home.
Thank you. Daktari, there's a big talk in the street about AI, digitization, and now that we are addressing a bigger population who are digital, because we are now addressing the digital age of our consumers. When you look at the demographics in the country, we are getting younger and younger customers that are coming to you and they need digital products. What is the future of mortgages in that space?
Thanks, Geoffrey. That's a very hard question. But you're right. If you're to look at the mean age of Africa, if I'm not wrong, you're at about 19 years of age. And Kenya is just slightly older than that, at 19.9, call it 20 years. So Africa is the place to be. And Kenya in particular is a Silicon Savannah. Look at our tech-savvy youth. Look at what has happened within the digital space around M-Pesa, which by itself was the first of its kind in terms of that scale globally, and has made us to rethink how the ecosystem of lending is being, not just the ecosystem of lending, of transfer of money and services in the country. And you've seen even the banks came up with their own much later on that. So I think there are many things that play an advantage for Kenya. And like I said, we do have very tech-savvy, very young youth. The only disadvantage I see is that majority of them, unlike probably people like Generation X, when you look at the Gen Zs, majority of them are not formally employed. So, it's a gig economy. People are trying to hustle on a day-to-day basis. And then you come with this very formal structure of providing financing to them in the name of a mortgage, because mortgages are very, very formal. I dare say there are some things that we might consider. One, probably considered an elephant in the room, is off-plan financing. I am an advocate for that. I am probably very biased because the first house I bought was through off-plan. I was not amongst at that time, there were 26,000 mortgages in Kenya. I could not afford one. So I could only afford an off-plan house. And I was lucky enough to get a developer who managed to finish the unit, and I got a property. But there's so many cases in Kenya whereby you go the off-plan way and you've got nothing to show for it. So when I try to connect that aspect of our very young individuals who are in these gig economies, do not necessarily fit the bill of the 31,000 or so mortgages in Kenya, then for me, I tend to think then probably we need to be a bit more, not risk averse. We need to take more risks, both as SACCOs and banks, to see then how can we support them. I already love what Jerry and the rest of the team are doing with the Boma Yangu platform. I mean, that's beautiful because it enables individuals to save as less as you can, 20 bob, 50 bob, 100 bob. And that's a digital platform that is availed in the long run to ensure that you fit and you graduate into that mortgage a framework that is there. So at Stima, we also try in our own small way, in a micro way. We do encourage, probably I didn't mention this and I should have, that about 20% of our membership, out of the 230,000, are purely in micro, small enterprise. That's their business. They're the guys who, the hawker in the street, is the guy who's making shoes, is the guy with a small kibanda, small kiosk, a fishmonger. These are the kind of people that we do have. And all of them also have those dreams and aspirations to own a home. And majority of them, again, are youth. So it's a big dilemma. And I think there has to be a solution around them. So what we've done is to, again, encourage them to save as little as 20 bob, 30 bob, 40 bob, 50 bob a day on the mobile platforms, or majority is the mobile platform, using USSD. Forget about the apps. Not everyone has a availability of an app. But through USSD, they're able to save that every day. And remarkably, once they understand that saving element, they're able to put the money in saving. But now we have moved to another level whereby you're equating the saving to potentially going into a path of home ownership, whereby we can utilize, and probably that's the strength of the circles that are here, is now to utilize the saving model so that we're able to lend to our members purely because they do not have title, they do not have collateral, but for a span of 3, 4, 5, some even as long as 7 to 10 years, I've saved money with you. So based on the saving that they're giving to you, then we're able to package various loan products for them that are quasi-mortgages, not necessarily mortgages, but they're more of incremental in nature. And that's what I also see for our youth. So whereby they can be able to incrementally build. So you start small, but the design of the layout of the unit is such that in the next 5 to 20 years, you can continue increasing as your wallet size actually grows. So that's what we've attempted to do. It's not a solution per se, because I still think that for our youth, there's so much that we're not doing that ideally we should do. Again, sorry, I look at Jerry's presentation that he did, and it's remarkable. And you're so right that if you have to look at the 60s and 70s, the units that are existing in Kenya were built, and the government was so much involved in that. So I look at that, and probably my thought as a Kenyan now speaking is that whatever future plan we have, let's stick with it. The SAP came, structural adjustment programs, we stopped creating houses. So this deficit we're having today is purely because we listened to other individuals instead of listening to ourselves and following our blueprint. So probably if we do follow the blueprint that was displayed here much earlier, we could potentially have a solution that we seem not to have right now, which is there is not enough housing units for all of the Kenyans, including the youth that you're actually talking about. But collaborating with each other, the circles here, KMRC is a very wonderful vehicle. I was just talking to your companion in Tanzania, where it came to my attention that circles are not in their KMRC. But here in Kenya, we did something marvelous, whereby circles and banks and the microfinance actually came together, put aside our different models and said, this is beneficial for the country. So something may be what the rest of our colleagues from the other countries can learn from.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. I'll give each one of you just a minute to give closing remarks. Then we can pick questions from the audience. And I will start with Peter.
Thank you, Maura. Thanks for the opportunity by KMRC. I think the need for housing cannot be overemphasized. We are firm believers that other than providing dignity, it's also a measure towards creating cross-generational wealth. It's aligned to our purpose, which is enriching lives, and we are very keen to play our role, whether it is in the collaboration with developers through joint ventures, whether it is in providing the home ownership solutions themselves, and whether it's just enabling people in whatever mechanism, the saving solutions that we have in order to get and own their own houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. John?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Also, I will take this opportunity to thank KMRC for this opportunity of bringing these players in this industry together. Now, for me, I would request that we do more research to be able to provide cheaper construction and building materials. For example, the EPS technology, it is slightly cheaper, we are advised. It also takes a bit shorter time to complete a house. The market out there is big, it is huge, and if we can be able to offer residential or other houses cheaply, the market is still there and it is big, and we shall be able to provide our people with very, very affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Japheth.
Thank you, Geoffrey. I think this is a good opportunity where players can collaborate. We are dealing with one major issue, which is housing deficit and the affordability issue, which basically has made the developer not able to afford bringing units to the market, the lender not able to lend as expected, and the household not able to afford the unit. So what each one of us can be able to plug in that chain and ensure that the end household then is able to get the unit, I think is welcome. And the collaboration then will help us ensure that you don't start something which is already, another person has already done it that is working. You can cut and paste, provided it's benefiting the end buyer or the household at the end of the day to be able to own an affordable unit. So I think to me, the call is to continue with this collaboration and ensure that we meet the goal as we all envisage. Thank you.
Thank you, Japheth. Joseph.
Okay, for me, it's a call maybe to the government. When the governor was here, he said one of the roles of the county governments is to provide infrastructure. You find that SACCOs own a lot of land. My SACCO alone, we have over 3,000 members who have land either in Eldoret, in Mombasa, even here in Kisumu actually, here in Kibos, only 12 kilometers from this city center here. But when it rains, you cannot access that place. And so many people like to build there because you can see the proximity to the town. So if the government can only play the role of providing the accessibility in terms of roads, water, and electricity, the SACCOs can actually be able to provide even 10,000 mortgages in a year. Because the land that you see, maybe 50% of the vacant land that you see around belongs to SACCOs. And only what we need is those amenities to be able to unlock those areas, and members will be able to get in and actually build. So the opportunity is there if only the government can actually address all those other challenges that we discussed in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Caroline?
Thank you, Maura. Mine is really to reiterate, I think KMRC has been one of the most successful PPPs, and to encourage the people representing government in the room that there's a lot that public can do when it meets with private in partnership. And to keep it up, I think courtesy of this partnership, we've seen banks being innovative. Now we can even talk of 110% financing. That had never happened. We can talk of a single-digit rate for up to 25 years. That's a beautiful story, because I keep saying housing is a basic need. It is one of the things that define dignity in a human being. There is no pride today in us sitting here and a fellow Kenyan has got to pay to go to the toilet. There is no need of us sitting here and a fellow Kenyan has to pay 100 times for water than I pay for. So if we can all be united with that same spirit of dignifying lives, then we can go along. It's a basic need. It's not a luxury, and everybody requires in their space to be able to live decently. So a good cause for the country, a good cause for humanity. So let's continue working together in partnerships. And as we say it in KCP, for people, for better. Thank you.
Yeah, mine, Peter would be very happy to hear what I have to say. Peter, Geoffrey, the house that I bought, my saving was through housing finance back then. And housing finance was offering something called a fast hosp. Peter, I don't know if you remember that, right? It's a very good product.
Yeah.
So it was a fast home ownership savings plan.
Yes.
And that plan was good for me as a younger person in my 20s, simply because there's a tax incentive on it. So it was tax exempt. You save money, put the money into Fast Hope. I think they were the only lenders at that time who were doing it. But by the time you're ready to either purchase a house, land, you get your money out, tax-free, and you're able to do it. So what am I driving at? That we do have a responsibility to lobby, I think, as has been said, especially to the government, around creating sufficient tax incentives, not just on the supply side, but also on the demand side. Some of the things that we are unable to do, including things like off-plan financing, can potentially be sorted out if there's more involvement from that end. I think you, Njoroge, spoke about infrastructure, which is true. Majority of the places where people want to build, yeah, you go, you pay a site visit, no amenities whatsoever. So again, if that infrastructure is put in place, it means we, on this other side of the room, are also able to finance. And I'm also very happy to hear around the aspect of the mortgage guarantee fund. And I think as an institution, would really love to be amongst the first off-takers of the same, because it can be able to support first-time and low-income borrowing, which potentially is everything about the affordable housing. But even as we say that, I've also noted that when you look at our definition of affordable housing in Kenya, still there's such a big chunk of people who are left out. I don't know where you call them, probably social housing, I don't know what it is, but these are Kenyans who also need that kind of dignity of having a roof over their head. And I think, again, it's incumbent upon all of us seated here, both again on the supply and the demand side, and of course with the government involvement to try and ensure we provide not just dignity, stability, but also a generational wealth. Let's not forget that. The aspect of poverty in this country is simply that we don't have wealth, and part of that wealth is owning a house for generations and generations to come. So we do have a responsibility, and I really do believe that we should do our best to make home ownership available for everyone and not a privilege of a few.
Thank you, Daktari. And I think that brings us to a close of our panel discussion. And I want to thank Stima, KCB, Konasako, Cooperative Bank, Tai Sako, and HFC for participating in this very educative panel discussion. But we can't leave before we allow the audience to ask at least a few questions, if there's any. Burning question? Yeah.
There's a hand over here. Please keep your hand up so we can get the microphone to you. Behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Laban. My question is to the bankers, or rather the financiers, including SACCOs. You realize that the KMRC, you hear me? Okay, fine. You realize that with the KMRC, the new product in the market now, the Kenyan diaspora, which are away, many of them in US, some even in Australia, a lot of them across the country, that is US. They are all eligible to this product, and they are Kenyans. How come that the maximum period they can get is up to 20 years? That is number one. Number two, these people work up to 90 years. What are we doing to ensure that even a gentleman who is 70 years can still get a facility in US for the 20-year period? What are we doing as financiers here in Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do we have another one? Or do I ask one of the bankers to respond to that?
Maybe we can take one more, Geoffrey.
We take
one
one
at
more.
the back. The lady with the... Is that mustard? You know, it's mustard. Yellow. Let's get the microphone to her, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the financiers. Recently, Kenyans have started to appreciate the use of alternative building materials in the construction of their houses to make them cheaper and accessible. But for a very long time, financial institutions have not been giving loans on the collateral of the houses built using like bricks and other alternative materials. So I don't know, as the financial institutions, what are we going to do to accommodate this huge number of Kenyans who are currently building their homes using these materials? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? Yeah, we have a third one. I'll take that.
Now, my name is Peter Duda from Grassroots Trust here in Kisumu. Now, back there, we used to hear that if you had a title deed, then you could easily walk into a bank and maybe the title deed would be a guarantor towards getting some finances to support you in the construction. But recently, even with a discussion with my contemporaries, I gather that it is not easy nowadays to secure any financial support from a financier, even if you have a title deed. I don't know how far this is true. Perhaps if we get some response from the financiers themselves.
Thank you. I think we can take a final one there.
Hello. My name is Alois Sonyisi. My question goes to KMRC in regards to currently there's a circular from you that one cannot take over affordable housing mortgage from the other bank. What informs that, and does it lock some opportunities for the rest who might want to have at least advancement in terms of getting a house? Thank you.
Thank you for those. I think we can respond to those, and I will ask one of the bankers, either Peter or Wanjiri, to respond to the diaspora issue. I know you are big in diaspora lending.
Yeah, so I wanted to say that bank policies around diaspora lending obviously vary, but it also varies with the status of the individual in the diaspora. As you know, we have Kenyans, for example, who went to the UK in 1990, and they still live there when we didn't have visa requirements. So Kenyan citizens in the UK, they are diasporas. There are Kenyans who went to the US to study, they still remain diaspora Kenyans. So the tenors are not fixed. So there are Kenyans that are in the diaspora who are able to borrow for the duration of the time that they are there. But generally speaking, if you have been working there and you've got a contract, a fixed price contract, or you have permanent residence there, then there's no reason why you will not be able to obtain financing for the duration that you spoke to. Obviously, there's also other considerations. I think speaking for ourselves, we look at the protection of the life of the borrower as a very important consideration when we are making the lending decision. And most insurance companies are not prepared to cover your life beyond the age of 70. So you will find that a lot of that limitation might be placed by the fact that the insurance company is not prepared to offer the protection. However, in some instances, if you sign an indemnity, we are able to accommodate it. My experience around it is, in the unfortunate event that something happens, recovering from the estate of a deceased is not one of the easiest or emotional. It's a very emotionally draining process. But to cap it up, we actually do provide those facilities depending on the status of the individual who is up outside there, and the tenor will be linked to that status, as well as the ability to insure the mortgage. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, and the good news is if you look at the Affordable Housing Act 2025, it actually does recognize the people living in diaspora. So diaspora unit is one of the biggest units in KCB. As we speak, the team just came from the USA the other day. So it's a huge segment. It's a segment that we have lent to for a very long time. Of course, there are requirements if you are to qualify under the affordable housing, subsidy, because you must be a Kenyan, you must have a Kenyan ID. But we do lend to that segment. And as Peter has said, it's just different. For example, if you're in Kenya, I can call your bank and they can confirm your bank statements. But for somebody who is in diaspora, we require them to have a notary that certifies their documents. So to reaffirm you, it's a segment we are lending. If there's somebody who is stuck, talk to us. We'll be able to do that. There's somebody who asked on, I don't know whether you want me to comment on title deed and not being able to access.
Please do.
There are products. I think that's why these sessions are very important. Today you can take what we call equity release. And equity release is really to give you the investment that you have done on your title. So we are able to do that up to 90% if it is an already built house and depending on where it is. So up to a maximum of 90%. So it is there for as long as you can show that you have cash flow to be able to pay the loan. Because again, we are not in the business of taking security and selling it. So as long as you can show that you have cash flow, we do have equity release. You can drop your title and you can take advantage of the product.
Thank you. There was a question around alternative construction technology. Any takers, Corpbank, you want to take that? Do you accept those properties made of bricks?
Yeah, I will comment on that. Alternative building materials are diverse and there are many. You can have bricks, you can have bamboo, you can have mud. All those are alternative building materials. I think as banks we're able to evaluate. We have ourselves even financed tented camps, which are more temporary than even bricks. And of course, there are many other components when you're looking at what materials you will use. There are insurance issues that need to come in. Can the insurance company accommodate that kind of alternative construction material? So I think to make it short, yes, we are able to accommodate. We shall be able to evaluate which material is being used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually specifically reacting to bricks, bricks are actually acceptable. If you look at a lot of the buildings in the UK today, they are 300 years old and built out of bricks. And we have been looking at alternative building materials for a long time. There are developers like Superior Homes who pioneered the prefabricated structures for walls and everything else, and all those have been financed. So I think it would be general to say that financiers don't take those.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Finally, there was a question from Onyise regarding some product variations from KMRC in the recent past. Yes, it's true that those are some of the variations. And when you look at the KMRC program, from time to time, we make product adjustment to respond to changes in the market. And the recent ones, of course, for the takeovers was to refocus the product so that it makes the desired impact in the market. So, but we can engage more so that we get to see if it was a process we had started, how far you had gone, and what interventions then can your financier do to assist you on that. But those changes happen from time to time just to respond to the market dynamics and to refocus the product so that we are able to make the desired impact. Because as you saw, KMRC was set up for a specific purpose, and of course that purpose has to, we have to ensure that we are meeting that purpose to ensure that we are increasing home ownership in a sustainable way, and actually that is our objective. Thank you. So if, do we have any more, or we can close at that? I can see a hand from Jerry.
Yeah, no, mine will be
And
very
I'm being
quick.
told that we are...
Yeah, mine will be quick. It's, I just wanted to clarify to the person who's asked about the age cap of 70. And just to clarify, in the rent-to-own scheme, which is the tenant purchase scheme, which is a home financing instrument anyway, there is no cap at 70. We see it as a multi-generational way for families to own a home. So that home can be moved from one person to another person. So we do not have an age gap within the tenant purchase scheme. So I just thought it's important to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm being told that there's a small...
yes, it's a small token of appreciation.
Token of appreciation for this team. And please put your hands together to appreciate this team.
Yes, please.
For the good conversation.
All right. So we'll have you stand, please, and prepare your teeth for smiling.
Jeyo, you want to help in that?
Shall we double team? Yes, Jeff from one side and Jeyo from the others. All right, thank you so much. We'll do a couple more. Wonderful. This is us being very time efficient. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Just a couple more left. Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Thank you, Jafet. And thank you, Jeffrey, for... should I call them back?
Yeah.
Sorry, one last request for a joint photo up here. Please do come back as we prepare ourselves for the next session. If you know you've just received a token of appreciation, please come back on stage with it. This is how we will identify you. I mean, if you'd like. If not, just come and smile. You don't need to carry it. It's okay. It's okay. Just come back so we can capture photographic evidence of this panel. Thank you very much. Are they 7 in number, or are we missing someone? All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Please do smile. Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much. We're moving swiftly along. We're not doing as well as we were when we started, but bear with me. We shall find a way to gain time. We all know that Chan is happening, yes? Are we familiar that there's a thing called Chan happening? And there are some chants that we normally sing when there are sporting games and we see a player, a sportsman or woman that we like, and we say, Tunae Jeo Ajeo, Tunae Jeo Amtamweza. Have you heard that before? Yeah? Some of you have? Who has? I need a choir to sing along with me for our next section. Is that possible? Can we practice? Tunae Jeo. It's very interesting that it's the ladies who are singing. Gentlemen, we know where you're going to be at 7 o'clock, so let's not... can we try it again? 1, 2, 3. Tunae Ajeo. Okay, so the person we're doing this for goes by the name Shri Sanjay Shukla. And we thought we would do a proper Kenyan welcome for this gentleman. He's the managing director of the National Housing Bank, NHB, India. And he has been in this role for just about a year and a week. He assumed that role on the 30th of July in 2024, a chartered accountant with over 30 years extensive experience. He's been doing a multitude of things, MD and CEO of Centrum Housing. Before that, he also spent quite a bit of time at Cent Bank as well as Citibank at some point in his illustrious career. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sing as Shri Sanjay Shukla makes his way up here. Tunae Shukla Much better. Tunaye Shukla hamtamweza. Welcome, Sanjay.
So, namaskar. Good evening. Before I start, I must thank KMRC for organizing this event and giving us an opportunity to present this case. In fact, members from KMRC and HFC had visited India some time back. In fact, 3 years back also visited when Habib was there. And they had seen, we have done a lot of work. Before I start my presentation, I just want to share, MC came to me and said that, this is time to wind up. It's already close to 5. So what if you are going to eat everyone's networking cocktail time? So I said, no, I would like to finish it fast, but not as fast as you want me to finish. So, so before I start, I would like to run a video. So please run that video. And
what does it mean to truly call a place home? Is it just 4 walls and a roof? Or is it the beginning of dreams, of dignity, and a life lived with purpose? No dream of progress can be complete without one thing at its core: a safe, affordable home for every Indian. And standing tall, quietly, yet powerfully enabling this mission is the National Housing Bank. Set up under the National Housing Bank Act of 1987, NHB began its journey in 1988. As the principal agency to promote housing finance institutions and to provide financial and other supports to such institutions. NHB, with 246 professionals at different levels, and is headquartered in Delhi with the presence of regional offices across various states in India.
National Housing Bank's journey over the last 37 years as the apex development finance institution for housing has been both inspiring and fulfilling. In its 37 years, NHB has adopted a multi-dimensional approach through its 3 major functions of supervision, financing and sectoral development, including institution building and a range of products, activities and programs.
In the early years, between 1988 and 1998, NHB laid the groundwork for development of the housing and housing finance sector with initiatives like issuance of the housing finance companies, NHB Directions 1989, refinance schemes for housing loans, financing for slum redevelopment projects and housing infrastructure, home loan account scheme, equity participation in housing finance companies and other institutions, as well as training, capacity building, hand-holding for the personnel working in the sector. Issued India's first residential mortgage-backed security and provided corporate guarantee for RMBS. Launched NHB Residex, India's first official housing price index. Various new products developed for unserved and underserved segments of society, including reverse mortgage loan for senior citizens. Development of APUHF with other institutions and countries in the South Asian region. Green housing along with low-cost housing has been another agenda of NHB in collaboration with multilateral agencies, viz. World Bank, DFID, KFW and AFD. Managed CRG FTLIH. Has been designated as Central Nodal Agency for the Credit-Linked Subsidy Scheme under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Implemented the GRIDS 24/7 online database system, facilitating the customer of HFCs to lodge their grievances. Government of India announced the establishment of AHF during uncertain time plagued with COVID-19 pandemic. RBI launched the special liquidity facility of 10,000 crore rupees, which was facilitated and administered by NHB. The bank infused liquidity under the Atmanirbhar Bharat package, with expansion of refinance package to new and small HFCs in alleviating the liquidity issues in the housing finance system during the pandemic. The bank embarked on a new journey in financial year 2023-24 with operationalization of the Urban Infrastructure Development Fund, UIDF. The bank has been identified as the central nodal agency for PMAY Urban 2.0, ISS, and has also signed Memorandum of Understanding with more than 200 PLIs. The bank has taken steps to strengthen its supervision through technology enablement by focusing on real-time monitoring tools such as automated data flows from HFCs, which eases processes and enables real-time monitoring. Under the aegis of DFS, the bank has developed a centralized data repository for individual housing loans, CDRIHL portal, to collect account-level IHL data on an ongoing basis from PLIs. NHB has taken the next step in human capital development. NHB organized the first residential certificate program on housing finance during November-December 2024 for the new entrants in the housing finance industry. Another key endeavor of NHB is the establishment of market infrastructure for residential mortgage-backed securities, RMBS, and development of long-term debt market thereby.
With an expanded pan-India network and enhanced capabilities, NHB remains committed to its vision of promoting inclusive expansion with the stability in the housing finance market in alignment with the goal of Amrit Kaal, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
So thank you. Thank you. So I think it brought some life back in the room, because somebody speaks and people are forced to listen. So if there's a music, there's a picture. So I'll not take much time here. Some of them has been talked about in this, but I tell you today, where Kenya is today, we were some 15 years back or 20 years back, we were in a similar state. But one institution which has led the housing finance system to reach to the current level is only National Housing Bank. And I think if there is a complete focus from the lenders, from the aggregators, then we can really work towards achieving this goal for housing for all. So presentation please. So I'll just quickly flip through my presentation, and then whichever slide requires my intervention, I'll ask you to, because I don't have the remote. Oh, it's here. So let me try. Did you do it from the back or I did? Or it's magical, MC has did it, your time is over. Okay, so do it. I think it's not working, there's some issue. Go to the third slide. Next. See, now I have it structured, but it is not that long. So journey towards the affordable housing in India began post-independence, because in significant migration which happened from one state to other. India is a very large geography. So that started affordable housing. Then we realized the need for the housing. So we called it affordable housing, but the beginning of the presentation you would have seen, we wrote low income housing, lessons from India. Because affordable also is a very relative word. What is affordable for me is not affordable for you, and what is affordable for you is not affordable for me. So we call it low income housing, and basically the socio-economic scenario also is more or less similar. It was similar 20 years back, what is there today in Kenya. The government of India enacted several schemes to ensure adequate housing, which was for the housing policy, PMAY. PMAY means Prime Minister Housing Scheme. There we call it in Hindi, PMAY. And PMAY has three clusters. One is for urban customers, one is for rural, and one is affordable rental housing scheme. As a part of strategy to overcome the housing shortage, the government adopted National Housing Policy, The development of a accessible institutional system, that is how NHB was born, or NHB came in being. Establishing a system for housing board development authorities would focus on acquisition, development of land and infrastructure, because in India, the land is a state subject. It is not a central subject. I think more or less it's the same as here also, where the land is owned by the state or county here. And then the government started acquiring the land for the building of the houses. Creation of condition in which access to institutional finance is made easier and affordable. And Habib said SACCO and housing finance companies are playing the similar role. Yes, to some extent I agree, because SACCO also, because they have a limited number of members, and you need to be member of the SACCO before you. Whereas in a housing finance company, anybody can walk in and it can take the loan. But yes, that's the first stage, and I think as we grow and as we mature, then the same will be correct in the Kenyan scenario also. So this is how evaluation, the next slide please. So this is, I'll just quickly, for India, this story of India, affordable housing or low income housing, we have divided in 6 parts. 47, when we got independence, to 65, it was seen as a welfare initiative that people were without shelter because some of the people who came from the neighboring countries after partition. And between 65 to 85, institutional development in housing, because then we tried to consolidate the housing board, the various banks operating in the system. Shelter as a basic human need was a 85 to 92 initiative. I think we'll leave the copy of this presentation with the KMRC. If anybody wants, they can write to them and they can take the copy. Next. 92 to 2005 was liberalization of housing policy, because earlier there was a land control ceiling act, rent control act. So the government had a lot of control over the housing construction. 92 to 2005, there was a lot of liberalization. Then promoting affordable housing started in 2005, but the real push has come in 2016 when the Prime Minister launched the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 1.0. Next. So we had series of program starting in 1992, which was first was Rajiv Awas Yojana. Rajiv Gandhi was our former Prime Minister. So there the target customer were the slum residents, and the target was to make India slum free. We have been successful to some extent. Still, we need to work a lot, but I can tell you that today India is slum free to the extent of 60% what it was there at that point of time. Even Bombay also, which is the most visited city by most of the people sitting here, there also we have removed some of the slums and we have constructed high-rise and affordable housing apartments there. The second was Pradhan Mantri, 2015 Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 1, when the current Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, when he came in power, then he announced the first Prime Minister Awas Yojana, which was targeting towards EWS, low and middle income segment. And the target was 10 million houses by 2024. And I'll give the exact statistics also, what we have achieved. See, setting a target is something which you can always do in the beginning of the financial year or beginning of your term, and then when the term ends, then you realize that what you have done. And the Pradhan Mantri Rural, which is a rural housing scheme, the target was 29.4 million. The numbers are huge, but we have achieved to the extent of 80%. All these, both Awas Yojana's urban scheme, we achieved about 93%, and the rural area we achieved about 80%. 21, National Urban Rental Housing Policy came in being. That was encouraging the rental housing, because we realized that not too many people, because India, like any growing country, the house is a subject which is very close to the heart. And especially, I have spent 35 years in mortgage business, and I have decided not to move out of this sector because I really like the sector. And one thing which I realized in being in job, that in India, in our kind of economy, if you support somebody to acquire a house, not only he, the entire family cannot forget. Because especially in a tier 2, tier 3 cities, if you help this strata of society, that matters a lot for them. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 2.0, there we started giving interest subsidy scheme. that around 6% interest was upfronted, differential 6% was upfronted and paid to the borrower in the beginning of in the first year of the house loan taken by him. Now in 2.0, we have a target of 10 million houses by 2029. And there is another scheme of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Rural. There are also 10 million houses for 2029. So we'll be building 20 million houses. Next. So to see this statement, yeah, there is a next slide. And this is our Prime Minister said when he was launching this scheme, and I think some of the words have been talked about in the morning, the word dignity, and you know, so somebody said the house in affordable segment and low income segment brings dignity to the family. The home brings dignity and enhanced ability to fulfill one's dream. With a record investment of rupees 10 lakh crore, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 2.0 will benefit countless people and contribute to the better cities. This was while he launched. So performance of flagship program, PMAY Urban. It was launched in September 24, 10 billion urban household to benefit in next 5 years. NHB as a CNA released 84% of the total subsidy which was set for this program through its CLSS. Out of this, 11.3 million houses have been grounded, 22.93 billion INR central assistance committed, and 11.9 million houses has been sanctioned. 9.3 million have already been completed. And in some of the construction what we are doing, we have used the green material. So it is not possible to use in every construction given the cost of construction was high. But we tried to use as much as green material available for sustainability. Next. So this is the performance of flagship program. So target was in the PMAY 1. Target was 41.2 million. House sanction was 38.5 million. Completed was 28.2 million. The fund allocated was $43 billion. Fund released by the government, $34.91 billion. Fund utilized 44.77. That included some subsidy which came from the central government. Now coming to the housing, how it has helped the country. See, till 2011-12, the mortgage as a percentage of GDP was hovering around 8%. And in the last, if you see, last 10 years, it moved to 11.2. This year, it is expected to be 11.5. And in the developed economy, it is as high as plus 40%. So just by penetration of more mortgages has helped the country to move to a different level of economy. And hopefully that if that continues, then we'll be in a different level in the next 3 years' time. Next. So coming to Indian housing market, we have 4 set of lenders in India. One is housing finance companies, which is SACCO equivalent, or they have a slightly enhanced role to play. So they have an outstanding of $75.82 billion and contribute to 18% of mortgages. Public sector bank, which is a state-owned bank, government-owned bank, they have $185 billion book, which is 45%, but still the large book is with the state bank, public sector bank. The reason being, but there is about 12 to 14% of the book, which was originated by housing finance companies or affordable companies. They moved to these banks in the last 4 years, and the reason being, in India, we do not restrict the balance transfer, the loan transfer from one institution to other institution. So what happens, the state-owned bank, given their cost of funds are lower, they have ability to lend at a lower rate, but they don't want to go to the segment which we are talking in the first instance. So that segment stays with the housing finance company or regional rural bank at a higher rate of interest. Having built the credit score for 3 to 4 years, they move to a state-owned bank where they offer, there's an arbitrage of 200 to 300 basis points. As on June 25, the outstanding individual housing loan book was $415 billion, and HFC is having 18% share. Next. I think this we talked about. So I need to adhere to what she told me. And plus she said that you will be given a special prize also. So don't forget that once I am over, then you said there's one more session, so we'll not talk about it today. So we move to the, just move, flip 3 more slides, 3, where we need to talk about more about the next. Yeah. So we have the National Housing Bank acts also as a refinancing agency for the housing finance companies, public sector bank, private sector bank. So in case there is any budgetary allocation, that comes to us and it goes to those companies. But that is very minimal. We do about 90% of resource raising ourselves. And we raise the resource and lend it to the housing finance companies by just keeping 50 basis point margin. We are a development DFI, development financial institution. We are a profit-making organization, but we don't keep much. We just pass it on, and we also have a on-lending cap to the companies that if I'm giving you money at 5.25, you cannot lend more than 10% or 11.25, depending on the scheme. So we have a different refinance scheme. One is a liberalized refinance scheme where it is available to, all housing finance companies, private sector bank. Then Affordable Housing Fund, which Government of India has set up, where the shortfall of priority sector lending is given to us, and we channelize that towards the affordable housing. And that fund comes to us at 4.5%, and we lend it at 5% or 5.25%. So that allocation started 2018-19, and which is 1.16 billion comes to us every year. And the tenor is 7 years. After 7 years, this money goes back to all the banks who had a shortfall in housing finance. In priority sector, I think priority sector, I spoke yesterday to some of you. In India, about 40% of your lending has to be the priority sector, which is agriculture, MSME, and all the small scale industries. We have fixed rate refinance scheme too, which is for 10 years. In India, largely we have a variable rate mortgage. But variable rate mortgage, the risk is that at the time of sanctioning, the rate is X, and by the time he continues for 4 or 5 years, the rate doesn't drop, because housing finance institution, they try to maintain the same kind of profitability, though their cost of borrowing goes down. So what we started, the fixed cost fund, where you have to onward lend it to only fixed cost. Next. This Affordable Housing Fund, since 2018-19, 6.36 billion has been disbursed as on 30th. And concession towards priority sector lending. In fact, someone asked in the previous session that do you give there should be some concession for green housing. We do have, in fact, we have various concessions. Like if a female is the property owner, then we give 50 basis point concession. If it's a green housing, that's a 50% and 50 basis point. And if it is in the hilly and the aspirational district, because India, given the geography, some hilly area near to the coast area except Goa, much progress hasn't happened. So in those places, we started giving, we told housing finance companies and the bank to give a concessional refinance and claim from us that amount of money which they have. Next. For this, we have a credit-linked subsidy scheme for promotion of affordable housing through CLSS. One is NHB has identified, and we have signed the MOU with all the public sector bank, private sector bank, regional rural banks, and the HFCs, where they lend the money and they come back to us for the claim of subsidy. So government transfer the subsidy to us, and we become the intermediary, and we transfer the subsidy to HFCs. There we look at, we monitor the account also, and the difference, in fact, we have done some innovation in this scheme this year. When we launched the PMAY 1, there the upfront subsidy for the entire period of the loan, and tenor of the loan was taken as 12 years, was given upfront. So what happened? People took loan, they got the subsidy and sold the property, and they, closed the loan. So this time what we have done, we are going to give subsidy in parts for 5 years, 20% every year. And one more condition is attached to it, that account has to be current. So that will force the customer, because the other risk which we perceive in this segment as a lender, that the delinquency, though our country delinquency is less than 1% in mortgage sector, and affordable housing, it is around 2%. So that will also help the lenders to have a standard book if the delinquency is low. Next. So we have a housing refinance program for microfinance companies also. And this is what, in fact, is a real life picture, not that, we got it some book. In fact, yesterday I went to some national museum and I went to see similar houses, and I said, India is no different. In fact, that's the kind of houses we also have, and moving to that class of society to this house is not a big task. And we have done a lot of work in this. So individual loan size varied from $1,740 to $2,400. Tenor was 3 to 15 years, and we did it through self-help group. In India, joint lending liability group and self-help group, that 10, 15 people, they form a group. They approach a housing finance company, and they have a joint liability. So if I default, the fellow group member will pay. Next. So I think this is not relevant here. It was relevant if I had time, but I'll skip this also. Yeah. So we had, in past, many collaboration with multilateral agencies, including UN Habitat, UNESCAP, and KfW for green housing and various projects. So we sign the agreement and we pass on the benefits to the PLI, which is the primary lending institution. Next. So we have a standardization of our existing legal documentation process of individual housing loan. So in fact, it's a learning, because if you have 100 lenders in the country, each lender will have a different loan agreement, different hypothecation deed. So what we started doing, and that was becoming a deterrent for my securitization program. Because if you were having a pool of receivable, it required a similar kind of title. And loan agreement, uniformity. So we started doing that. And we had set up this company, RMBS, which is now the mortgage-backed pass-through certificate are listed. So there is another liquidity availability, because giving 15-year liquidity also a big question mark. As you grow and reach to the next level of lending, then it becomes very difficult for you to have resources which are linked to the liability of 7 to 15 years. We have a residential price index also for 50 cities. So these are the things which KMRC you can look at as you go to the next stage. We have also recently become the repository holder of all the home loan data in the country. Any bank lending, any institution lending housing loan, the data will reach us. And we have automated data flow now, so it's on real-time basis. You take one loan from you and one loan from her, both the loan will be reported. But if you try to swap the property, that gets stopped immediately. Because as you grow to the next level, then there's a lot of possibility of having these frauds or issues. So I think I've come to close, so I don't know whether I exceeded the time, but there's a lot to talk about because this subject is so close to my heart. In fact, I lived in this sector and I want to retire from this sector, and I think more than 3-decade experience is good enough to talk about. Thank you. So any question? Let me take questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sanjay. Any questions? Burning questions?
You may talk about anything, nothing pertaining to India, because I have worked in international markets also with Citibank, so it's not that I have seen only Indian mortgage market.
And you're with us as well tomorrow, isn't it, Sanjay? Are you still with us tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can sit with you during breakfast.
I know MC is not happy with me because I'm asking a question, but just a quick one. Sanjay, thanks. Welcome to Africa in Nairobi.
Thank you.
You showed one of your slides was talking about the HFCs, the housing finance companies, representing 18% of all outstanding individual housing loans. But my question is that just the current outstanding without taking into account the fact that some of these HFCs that are in the room here, Avas and Adar, actually sell their portfolios to banks, which makes the banks go up to 45, 36%.
Absolutely right.
Of the portfolio. So actually HFCs could actually be much larger than the 18%.
That is what I said, it's outstanding.
Yes.
But our origination is about 40% plus. So 40, because banks have it, it's a very good point. In fact, I should have also thought about it. Thanks, Abhi, for that. And see, banks have a potential, ability to buy the portfolio. So HFCs which borrow from the market, borrow from us and borrow from the bank, they lend at a higher rate of interest. So after the loan is serviced for 12 months, then the portfolio is sold to the bank and it sits in the bank book. Though it was originated by HFC, but sits in the bank book. At the same time, HFC also given the capital constraint. Now the scenario is different in India. A lot of PE fund, practically every PE fund has a housing finance company in India, all the large PE fund. But otherwise also to release the capital, the moment it is sold off your book, capital is released. So, but as he rightly said, 40%, current outstanding, I'm talking about the outstanding is 18% because that's more relevant. But if you look at the origination, about more than 40% is originated by housing finance companies. And that's the phenomena everywhere where you have two different vehicle for lending. It will always happen, the one who has the upper hand by having a lower cost of fund will move from, HFC to bank or any other vehicle. Thank you. Yeah. Good.
Sanjay, it's fascinating. You mentioned that the NPL ratio is less than 1%. What makes that NPL ratio very low in India? Here it's in double digits. Does the government have any role to play?
I didn't get you, sir, please.
You mentioned that the bad loans...
Why NPA? See, I'll tell you, in fact, why NPA is below 1%, two things. For economically weaker section and lower income group, the house is the only asset which they acquire during their lifetime. It's very close to their heart. Plus, there's a lot of social values attached to it in India, because I have seen cases where people lost their job, they sold the jewelry of the wife and they paid. Plus, we do not give 100%. We give only 80 to 90% of the property value. So there is some equity always attached. If I'm giving 100% and if I'm delinquent, the guy is delinquent, he'll just walk out of the property. So that is a very big factor. If you have 10 to 15% equity of the customer or the borrower, there is very less chances of getting into delinquency because property prices is appreciating, and typically in 1 or 2 years you will find 4 to 5% property price appreciation. And the loan, if you have serviced the loan for 12 months, the loan outstanding comes down. So as the gap widens, there is very less chance of a customer getting into delinquency. In fact, this 100%, 105%, 110% lending is only leading to, this lending is good in developed economy. But in an economy like ours and yours, this is something which is a deterrent. So what we have done recently, we have launched a mortgage guarantee fund. There are two funds. One is the India Mortgage Guarantee Company, which was set up with IFC. Now the central government has launched a guarantee fund for only LIG and economic weaker section. So what government does, they had set up a corpus by giving X amount of money. When the person takes loan from the HFC or the bank, he pays only one-time guarantee fee. So in case of delinquency, after 12 months, government will pay, the fund will pay 50% of the outstanding, 75% of the outstanding, and the rest will be paid to you on the completion of the legal proceedings are on. So that has also helped us in, every loan is typical. What the target is that every loan should be guaranteed in the next 10 years' time. Incremental loan, not the past one. We can't cover the past one. So IMGC, the company which was set up with the IFC, they had about 20%, I think, 20%, not more than that. So there, it was meant for an upper income group where the loan value was higher. So EWS and LIG was left out, and the premium charged by the IMGC was about 5%, which was very high because our delinquencies are 2%. Anything above 2% wasn't making sense for us. So we have launched by taking 1% guarantee fee. And this fund is doing well. It is more than 1 year old fund. I think there's a good offtake for that. So if equity is there, the loan is very likely to, less likely to be delinquent.
If I can, sir, if I can add to one point I would want to add, there's, in India, we have an act called SARFAESI, where housing finance companies are able to acquire a property of a delinquent customer. So that fear of that customer of losing the property plays a very important role. You know, once the customer becomes 90-day DPD, we can actually go ahead and start a process of acquiring the property, and legally allowed. So we take the property, auction it in the market, get our funds back. That's why the fear factor, the emotional attachment, as Sanjay ji said, both of them play a very important role. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, a round of applause, please.
I don't need to stay, otherwise you'll call me from my...
Oh, no, we want to give you something. So, do we have an appreciation gift? Yeah, see, the generosity has started already. All right, J.O. will come. Let me have you on stage, please. Tunaye Sanjay, Sanjay, Tunaye Sanjay, Amtambwesa. Thank you so much, Sanjay Shukla, for giving us that perspective. Next, you'll teach us an Indian dance at the cocktail, okay? Thank you. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel. So I want us to just touch base again. It is 5:45 p.m. And now we are eating into our cocktail time. And so I want to let go of my autocracy for a few minutes and invite your contributions in. We have a brief conversation with 3 individuals. You have my permission to look at them with daggers if they exceed the time that we are giving them. Are we agreed? Because I think the conversations are really rich, and this is why we are here. So allow me to invite up the following. If you hear your name, please join me on stage. Dr. Daniel Mutegi Gitsi, who is an urban development specialist with a PhD in urban management and extensive experience in housing and infrastructure planning. He is also a certified environmental impact assessment and public-private partnership expert. Dr. Mutegi is a published columnist, is that how we say it, columnist? And has played a key role in promoting education in Tharaka-Nithi County. Please make your way up to the stage, Dr. Daniel Mutegi. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Thank you very much. Next, we also have Evans Onyango. Evans Onyango is from the Kisumu Polytechnic and the head of research and strategy, and a passionate individual in this space. And he is going to be joining us on this panel. So let's appreciate Evans Onyango as well. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. Ronald Ongete. Ronald Ongete is the Deputy Principal Academic Affairs at SICRI, which is a technical and vocational, what is the C? You'll help me with that. Is it a college? Yes? College, wonderful. At TVC for the blind and the deaf. We've spoke about inclusivity earlier, and this is one of the reasons why this particular panel discussion is extremely important. Let's welcome Ronald Ongete as he comes as well. You can come a little bit closer, please. Take the middle seat. Thank you, Ronald. And to moderate this panel, we have quantity surveyor QS Cassius Kusienya, who is currently the Acting Secretary, Program Delivery Unit at the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. QS Kusienya is currently serving in this role as an experienced built environmental professional. He has extensive public service experience as well, spanning over 3 decades. And his expertise includes high-fiving his panelists, urban development, and real estate management. Welcome, sir, and allow me to hand over the panel to you. Yes, you may stand, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't clap for QS Cassius Kusienya. If we could do that now, as an incentive for him to keep time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well. My name is QS Kusienya, as you've been told. I work in the project management office of the Affordable Housing Program. I therefore oversee all the operations relating to the delivery of housing under that program. The objectives of the Affordable Housing Program, as you might have heard earlier, are 3, and the first one is the building or the facilitation of the construction of people's homes of all socioeconomic groups in the country, but particularly the low-income earners. And then the second one has to do with the facilitation of the generation of employment for the unemployed people in Kenya, especially the youth. We have also employment opportunities for professionals like architects, quantity surveyors, structural engineers, civil engineers, environmental specialists, and other actors within the built environment. Further to that, opportunities arise in terms of business for material suppliers, down to transporters, down to those ladies that you see at construction sites who prepare food for the construction workers. Thirdly, the Affordable Housing Program aims to stimulate the small, micro, and medium enterprises business through contracting out various components that go into the building of houses. As you might have seen earlier on in the presentation, in the earlier presentations, there are components like windows, doors, hinges, and rods, which can be contracted out to the private sector, especially the Jua Kali associations and individuals, to fabricate those components which go into the shelter fabric. So those are the 3 objectives of the Affordable Housing Program in brief. And today we have with us here a panel of 3 experts or leaders from the training and education institutions, from the university to the polytechnics, as well as to the training, vocational training center here in Kisumu. And before I engage them, I would like to state that behind every affordable home, there is a pair of hands which have been trained, those skilled hands that deliver the houses. And behind those skilled hands, we have learning institutions where these 3 experts come from. So today I'm going to give them an opportunity, as we discuss, to be able to get to understand the connection between the classrooms and the construction sites. But before I engage proper into the discussion, I wish to disagree, and I beg to disagree with Wanjeri on her observation or her finding that women have a higher credit rating compared to men, because my personal experience is different. And if you doubt that, I would urge you to try and extend a soft loan facility to either your female colleague or a female friend, and to come and tell us the default rate. Okay, Mr. Mutegi, to start us off, I would like you to tell us how Strathmore
is aligning its training program with emerging housing demands, particularly around sustainability, with reference to the housing programs or construction work that we have in this country.
Thank you, our moderator, my former boss. I worked with him in housing. Let me say that Strathmore University is playing its rightful role in promoting housing development in its entirety or in its whole programs from stage 1 all the way. And as a university, we have partnered with virtually everyone who is here today, with including the banks, including the ministry represented by yourself, Bwana QS, and the other players, even KMRC itself, to come up with programs that are based on research, that are based on data, that are based on what can work in Kenya. Because as a university, we believe that with the old information or old adage that human beings started developing houses in 10,000 BC. We are now in 2025 AD, but it's only 10,000 BC when human beings started developing houses. Remember, human beings have lived here on earth for 300,000 years. So it's only recently when they started doing the housing agenda or housing programs or houses as we know them today. And it's because of what you have said, Bwana QS, the interaction or the relationship between the knowledge, the skills, the classroom, and then what happens in the actual world. So we believe that for human beings to put up the houses that they need to put, there's need for a lot of research, and that's why Strathmore University has very many programs. And I would like to call upon my audience, for example, when they have time to visit our stand outside there in the tent, you'll be able to see that we have developed very many custom-made. In fact, we are the only university that has courses that are tailor-made even for people in the construction industry, people in the financing of houses, people in the actual, whether financing, whether skills or courses like public-private partnerships, to ensure that both the supply side and the demand side of housing is addressed properly through research, through innovation, through spread of technology, through practical research. And for example, it is at Strathmore University where you have the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, where we are doing a lot of studies and research and the data collection and analysis on the climatic conditions and the adaptability of various housing typologies and housing types. Because some of the houses that we have in Kenya traditionally that have been built, it's not that they are bad, you know, the Maasai, Manyata, or the other houses that we do across the country are not that they are inferior. No, we just need to improve them a little bit to make sure that they can comply and adapt to the environment while giving the occupants that serenity and that functionality of a well-functioning house. So if I started elaborating on what we are doing, Bwana QS, there are many opportunities, there are many programs that we are doing, and I've invited my guests to visit us. And more so, these courses are tailor-made for different segments. We even have executive programs for people who are implementing the affordable housing, people who are doing the PPPs, people who are doing the EPC, the engineering, procurement, construction models. So we tailor-make our courses to different segments to ensure that even as we develop the affordable housing, we are doing it based on data, based on solid research findings, and based on environmental sustainability. Because we believe that housing also contributes significantly to the global climate change, and also the carbon print, and also the issue of the carbon, which is a key greenhouse gas. So therefore, we are doing a lot of research, and we have taken over from what used to happen at the University of Nairobi, where they are under ABRI, Housing and Building Research Institute, to ensure that the housing agenda is implemented through solid research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mutegi. Sorry, Dr. Mutegi. I wish now to turn to Evans Onyango from Kisumu Polytechnic. Could you kindly tell us what innovations has Kisumu Polytechnic developed in direct response to the Kenya government's affordable housing program? It's been there for some time. What has been your response in terms of preparing the students for the industry?
Thank you so much, Bwana Moderator. As you've heard, I come from the Kisumu National Polytechnic, and I wish to give us just a brief background of the Polytechnic so that we can appreciate the role that we play in this field. The institution started as a technical training, actual technical secondary school in 1967, and we've moved the cycles. We moved into a technical training institution, and in 1996, then we were crowned as a national polytechnic. But the real change came in the year 2013, where we had the government introduce the TVET Act of 2013. This actually opened the TVET space so that it would be more responsive to the needs of the industry and to be able to produce graduates who from day one would be able to fit in the industry and be able to assist in the government achieving its agendas. So as a result of this TVET reorientation, we as a Kisumu National Polytechnic, through a legal notice 114 in 2014, we were established and given greater mandates. Some of the most notable things is that we were allowed now to develop our own curriculum, of course in conjunction with the industry, to roll out this curriculum and be able to assess the same curriculum. In other words, we've been allowed to be a qualification awarding institution. That is very critical because now we're able to move and work with the industry, look at what the industry wants, look at what the industry demands, have a round table and develop the occupational standards that now we can use to develop our curriculum. And apart from that, we're able now to assess. We're able to train first. We're able to train with the industry because now there are partners, and we're also able now to assess. So that is one of the most significant things of this reorientation of the TVET sector by the government that has now allowed us to move into this space and be able to achieve most of our mandates. Now, when I come to our core mandate as an institution is training, research, and innovation. And you see, it fits in very well with what we're talking about because we are able to train, but not just train blindly. We are also allowed to move into the space of applied research and also to move into innovations that will allow us to move the country in the way forward. Our vision as an institution is a world-class polytechnic, training entrepreneurs, innovators, and industry leaders. So that is what guides us. And as I've said, our core mandates are training, research, and innovation. Now, to answer that question directly now, we do this in 4 ways. The first one, as I've already mentioned, is curriculum development. We are able to work with the industry leaders and come up with a curriculum and programs that are tailor-made to suit these people. When I talk about programs, we are not just looking at level 6, what we used to call diploma programs. We're even looking at short-term courses that will be able to upskill some of our artisans so that they're able to fit into that market. I'll give you an example. If you go into a construction site, there are these people who are called watu mkono. They earn the minimum wages. But if they're able to upskill to be a fundi, then things change. And now they're able to have more input in terms of the output of the program and also get something out of it. So we are able to tailor-make those small programs. If it's plumbing, if it's styling that the industry requires, they'll be able to sit down and look at the industry and have a conversation. If you want a fitter, for instance, what do you want to see in this fitter? What do you expect the fitter to be able to do? And then we now train together with the industry to come up with that person who can fit into that job description. So that was the first one. Secondly, we are also currently rolling out what we call competency-based training. So we moved away from knowledge-based training. All TVET institutions right now we are dealing with the competencies. You're no longer interested in the knowledge, the skills. We are saying that if I say that I'm a plumber, can I be able to connect some pipes if I have if I'm told to connect this pipe? If I say I'm a fundi, an electrician, can I be able to do an installation into this building? So our programs are competency based, and we are more into the competencies at the end of the day. What can you be able to bring on the table? And finally, we are also into the innovation space, which is also our mandate. And we as an institution have a number of products that are being incubated, and in a short while they'll be in the market. I'll give an example. We have an injection molding machine that is able now to use waste plastics from the drinking, the one used for drinking water, and all those plastics, and we're able to convert them into sustainable building materials. We've been able to demonstrate through a proof of concept that we can produce actually vents, fitting materials, building blocks, cabros from these plastics. So we have that innovation that is currently undergoing incubation at the institution, and we believe that when it comes out, it's going to be impactful in that field. We also have been able to develop boards from rice husk. You know, in this area, most of the Ahero area, we have a lot of rice farming, and the husk has been a problem. You find people dumping it anyhow. As an institution, we are able to come in, and we now have a product which is a board that is developed from this husk. We've been also able to take advantage of the water hyacinth that was a menace some time ago in our lake. So we say that there's always a silver lining whenever you have these challenges. And with the water hyacinths, we've been able to develop materials that can be used for fitting. So those are some of the things that we've worked on. And finally, there's this recognition of prior learning that the government has really championed. And as an institution, being a qualification awarding institution, we've been able to pick it up. What we mean by recognition of prior learning is simple. You have people who've learned their skills through apprenticeship programs. I'll give an example. You take your nephew to a fundi in the Juakali sector who is a mechanic, and after some period of time, the child has learned the trade. And we'll agree, some of them are even better than the engineers that we are training in our institution. But they have no recognition. So you have the skills, but you can't be recognized. So the government saw it fit, and there's a policy towards that end, that are we able to assess this person based on occupational standards that we are using to train our people, and see whether they can achieve the same learning outcomes. And if they can achieve the same learning outcomes, then we are allowed to certify them. So we've been able to roll this out, and our last assessment, we did it in April, and we were able to assess and certify 124 RPL practitioners. And the best thing is that most of these, over 50%, were coming from the affordable housing programs that we have. The one that we have in Lumumba, and the other program that we have in Makasembo, who are just our neighbors at the institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans. I wish now invite Ronald from the Sikri TVC Polytechnic to tell us how that institution is promoting inclusive training, inclusive technical training, particularly for the youth with disabilities.
So thank you so much, the moderator and the organizers of this conference. So the name of the institution, I can see it was giving us a bit challenge. The name is Sikri Technical and Vocational College for the Blind and Deaf. And the difference between a TVET, TVC, and the National Polytechnic, which is Kisumu, is that they can offer a certificate under their name. But at TVC, you have to offer a certificate through a qualification awarding institution. In that case, could be a National Polytechnic or a NEC, TVET, SIDAC, which is the current major certificate awarding institution within TVETs. So SICRI currently has a population of over 3,000 trainees, and these trainees, we have 30% of our trainees who are regular. So the 70% are trainees with disability within the same institution. And we teach all the courses that are also taught in a national polytechnic. And our core mandate is training these trainees with disability. So SICRI is unique because we have trainees who are visually impaired, trainees who are hearing impaired, trainees who are mentally challenged, trainees who have deaf blindness, trainees that have dual disability. As our mandate as institution is not very easy, it's very challenging, but we are up to the task because maybe to put into perspective, just to mention some few partners and what they've done in the college. One of them is in the room, that was KCB. So far, the institution is finalizing an MOU with KCB, such that from September 2025, they are sponsoring about 520 trainees for a 3-year full scholarship program to be trained in area of engineering, that is building, civil, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering, amongst other courses. We've also had a good partnership with Africa Development Bank. They have invested in over 5 years over $10 million in the infrastructural development within the college, and ensuring that we have adequate assistive devices, although not yet adequate because of the growing population. And maybe finally, amongst other 60 partners that we have as an institution, is Habitat for Humanity. They brought us the first ladies hostel in 2017, just to ensure, because initially we also used to be only one gender, male only, but that's the first time we are bringing in ladies with special needs as part of our system in the college. So on inclusivity, what are we doing to ensure that, what do we do differently from what maybe Kisumu Poly is doing in offering their mandate? One, I mentioned we have we've created a micro-inclusive setup, a unique environment. And what do I mean? We have these 3,000 trainees I'm talking about. We have regular means non-disabled trainees being trained amongst the disabled trainees. And these are different kinds of disabled trainees within the same setup. So what happens? This is increasing a lot of interaction and competition. And from the experience, we have seen and noted from the results that we have many trainees with disability even defeating trainees who are not what? Who are not disabled. And that has brought a lot of respect between this cadre. So that when you see a trainee with disability, you don't see the visual impairment first. You see somebody that defeated you in a unit that you thought you are better. And there's a social, we have social work. We got some results recently where we have trainees who are visually impairment getting distinctions, and the rest who are regular, who have all the time to do other things, getting passes and even failing. So another thing, there's also a lot of inclusivity in terms of our infrastructure design and access. All our buildings, you can easily access them using ramps, because I mentioned that we have all kind of physical trainees, physical challenge trainees on wheelchair. So we have the ramps all over the college. We have landmarks that can be identified by trainees who are visually impaired. We have guided paths, so that as you walk, you can always tell using your white cane whether you're still on track or you're out of the track. We have a lot of adaptation in terms of use of braille, use of audios, and use of even interpreters within. Still, we also have our trainers. And when you talk about our trainers, they are same engineers, just the same. I know in the house, majority of us are engineers. If you're an electrical trainer in our college, number one, you'll have your bachelor's in electrical engineering, and you have to be recognized by a professional body. Then two, you are specially trained in order to offer the special pedagogy. Are you able to handle this, a deaf-blind trainee, for example? So those nitty-gritty, you have to be trained. Either you can come with a certification, or if you come without the certification, then we can organize, we usually organize some in-service training within the college just to make you to be at par, to understand how do we train maybe a low vision trainee in electrical engineering, in masonry, in plumbing, in land survey, in automotive engineering, etc., etc. We also have assistive technology that I've mentioned before that we are using as part of inclusivity to reduce the gap, bridge that gap between the regular and non-regular trainees. And the unique thing in our classes in SICRI, we don't train that these are visual impaired trainees, these are hearing impaired, these are deafblind, this is mentally challenged. All of them sit in a single classroom, and they are taught at the same time. Meaning, when you come to our classes, you'll get an experience where you have maybe 3 to 4 trainers teaching at the same time, but they're doing different things in that particular classroom. So you'll have maybe an interpreter handling the hearing impaired, you'll have the transcriber handling issue to do with the trainees who are visually impaired. We'll have the deafblind trainers will be working on the tactile, because for deafblind, they majorly use tactile training. They train through touch, and many other professional. Then majorly, again, is on curriculum. I want to say that in Kenya, still we have challenges in terms of how curriculum suits trainees who are able differently. So with the special trainees, the specialized training from our trainers, so these trainers are forced to look at the curriculum that is existing, maybe from Kisumu National Polytechnic, make it be workable, accessible to this trainee who is, whichever the disability has, then you train, and this trainee, you ensure that he passes in the course that he passes. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ronald, and I want to thank all the panelists for their very comprehensive responses. And I do not want to follow up with additional questions. However, I'm going to give them an opportunity, maybe for a minute or two, for each one of them to tell us something about themselves that I do not know, and neither do you know. Starting with Dr. Mutegi.
Thank you.
And then you can make your closing remarks as you respond to that.
Thank you, moderator. I think one thing that moderator doesn't know, and we've been with them for a long time, is usually I'm very impatient. Impatient. Coming from where I come from, Tharaka Nithi, sometimes you have to measure and ensure that you comply with various issues. Again, when people take a lot of time, you are kind of feeling impatient. But over and above that, to the discussion of the day, I think universities have a big role to play, and in the affordable housing agenda or in the entire housing program, because we have a lot to cover in terms of skills, in terms of capacity to maybe structure win-win partnerships or arrangements for financing the development of housing. A lot of skills needed to ensure that we can structure something that can address adequately the demand side and the supply side of housing, because the challenge sometimes is the supply side could be willing, but the demand side again is not able, financially, or because of a variety of factors. Again, also we need to address the issue of uptake of new technologies in housing, because some of the technologies may require a lot of acceptance from the people or from the population. There are people around this country who believe that if you have a house that is built using EPS panels that we do at NEC's factory at the river or other places, then they believe that a house built with EPS is not stable. Maybe you can box it and it will, you will enter in, So we need a lot of sensitization, a lot of skilling, a lot of capacity building around very, very many attributes on housing. And therefore, these are things that we need to push. And the academia and the universities, including Strathmore, is ready and is leading by example. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutegi. I now want to turn to Evans?
That's a hard question. Well, I'm a patient man.
Not impatient.
I'm more patient. And I have a passion of dealing with the youths, the Gen Zs, you know. And they call us ancestors at times, and you're still patient, you know, because you must train them. And one thing that I've learned, I have over 20 years training experience. At TVET, the age of those we are training, you can't punish him. You can't slap him. He might fight you back, you know. Yeah, so you must be innovative, you know, how you handle them. So one of the main things is patience, and you have to fit into their space so that you can be able to communicate and impart the knowledge. So probably that's what you didn't know about me. As a closing remark, as part of our mandate, whereas we are allowed to offer training up to higher diploma, we are also allowed by our mandate to collaborate with universities and offer degree programs. So one of the main things that I think we need to do is to work with universities like Strathmore so that we can align our programs, and that would allow the vertical mobility of our graduates, because as much as we train graduates for the market, some of them might need or might desire to advance beyond that. And when they come to the university, we hope you treat them better. You don't tell them to go back to first year, where they've done 3 years in a TVET institution. So this is what collaboration can do. And with that, we'll be able to cover the whole space, because I believe that everybody has a role to play. The universities have their role. We also have a complementary role that we play in this training.
Thank you very much, Evans. And now let's have, if you don't mind, sorry for cutting you short, in the interest of time. Let's go to Ronald. I'm told that they call you Father Abraham.
So you've said
that I know. Maybe you may tell us why they call you that, and tell us other things that we may not know about you. Very, very briefly, please, in the interest of time.
So because of time, you've mentioned it. Father Abraham means the father of many. So thank you so much.
The father who?
The father of many.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The father of many. And the only unique thing about the father of many, I have 3 kids born on a particular date in the year, and they are not triplets. So I'm proud of that.
Okay. Let's give him a round of applause. Santi. Yes,
so maybe just as a concluding remark, I wish that the industry players, when you think about your project, also think about the 5% compliance in terms of employing these trainees with disability. And we also wish, in terms of policy direction, that also government applies insensitive to these firms that are able to bring in persons with disability. You don't need to make it 50, you can even make it 10% and above. And all in all, when you support trainees with disability, your profit margins will grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have time for a Q&A session. I stand guided MC. Okay, very well. I will invite now a few questions. I'll open the floor for a few questions from the audience, not more than 3. And as you do that, kindly be brief. Tell us your name, the organization or institution you come from, and your brief question.
Good evening. This is Olala Gilbert, the Kisumu National Polytechnic. There are 2 things which caught my attention.
I'm afraid I can't see who the person.
I'm here.
Could you kindly stand up if you don't mind? Awesome.
So Olala Gilbert, the Kisumu National Polytechnic. 2 things caught my attention. In the morning, institutional housing. I want to give you a brief statistics to see how it fits with what Akina Evans were talking about. Now, 15 years ago, the population of the Kisumu Polytechnic was around 6,000. As standing now, it is 15,000, approaching with some hundreds on top. That is the students' population. That forced us to convert our hostels into classrooms. Now, it is important to note that now we are collaborating with a
service provider outside to accommodate our students. So I'm urging the financiers that is an opportunity under what we call institutional housing. So it is important that we consider that in our discussion. Now, second one is that ultimately we need affordable housing. Now this must go through a process, and the process must be aided by some input, which is the finance, the personnel, and also some equipment. Now it is important to note that us, as a polytechnic, we supply the personnel to be involved in the construction of affordable housing. Now it is important, therefore, for the financiers to consider supporting us in training these students so that they come out with the right skills, which will influence the quality of housing which is in the market. Because if that is not done, then obviously we are likely to get weak houses which might not support us for longevity. Also, it is important for the financiers to cooperate with us in capacity building our trainers, because most of them do not have industrial skills. So it is important that they are capacity built in the recent trends so that the type of students we produce have the capability. And lastly, Evans did not tell you that through the research capability, we have a complete house, a regional housing project, which is 95% complete. And once it's complete, we'll attract students from the East African region. And additionally, Evans did not tell you that we are on another project, which come out through research, the Auda Nepad project, which ground is being broken soon so that it starts being built. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that additional information. We've taken note of the need for additional housing because of the increase in population from what was previously 6,000 to about 15,000 student population. And you may need also some support in terms of finance to take care of the additional programs for training of your students. And also you may need collaboration between government and other partners, maybe development partners on the issue of capacity building. Thank you very much, and that has been taken note of. Not unless we have a response from any of the panelists. I think that was for information, additional information. Thank you very much. Any other question? Seems like there's none, and I wish now to, as we wrap up, first of all, I need to appreciate the panelists who have been here. They have done justice to the theme of explaining to us the connection between learning institutions, the industry, and policymakers like ourselves. And there'll be a few takeaways that I'm going to talk about. But before we do that, let us all give them a round of applause for a job well done. Asante sana. A few takeaways from my observation, rather from what I've heard, which I'd like to share with you. This session has highlighted the centrality of skills development to sustainable housing delivery, especially in supplying of skilled personnel to assist or build that machine that will oversee the delivery of affordable housing. Universities and the TVETs, I'm informed the polytechnics and the technical and vocational colleges both are TVETs, and the university is separate. Is that correct? Universities and TVETs must be responsive to the real estate market demands. It has been noted here that polytechnics are key drivers together with the vocational and training centers or colleges. They are key drivers of practical localized innovation. And what has emerged that there's a need for inter-institutional collaboration on housing research and training, and the role of certification and the prior recognition of prior knowledge, I think, is very important. And there's been
an emphasis on the use of alternative building materials, such as the use of rice husk, as has been carried out by as the research has been carried out by the Polytechnic, Kisumu Polytechnic, as well as the use of hyacinth. With that, I wish to pause there and perhaps hand over to the MC.
Thank you very much, QS.
Thank you.
We'd like to appreciate you and the panelists, so I'm going to ask Sarah to come and help me with that. So if you would join them so that we can take a photo as you smile.
Okay.
I feel like we should have also asked our QS the same question. What is something we don't know about you? So think about it and you'll tell us during the cocktail. All right. Media team, I hope you're ready. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, our impatient friend. And now to our patient friends. Thank you very much. Evans, thank you so much. Mr. Ongete, thank you so much for your contribution. And you two will tell us during the cocktail what the formula is to be able to have 3 children born on the same day. Thank you. Yes. Karibu. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have good news. Are you ready for some good news? Are you ready for some good news? We're moving the final fireside chat to tomorrow. Can you say thank you? Because I'm feeling like we're eating into our cocktail. So I want to thank the panelists and the moderator for that fireside chat for accepting my humble request for us to hear them tomorrow when we are fresh. So allow me to just make 2 or 3 housekeeping announcements. We would like to hear your feedback overall. Media team, kindly guide if we will be able to put up the QR code. If you would kindly just scan it, and any piece of feedback that we can improve on, anything that we have not yet addressed, kindly let me know using that QR code as they put it up. Secondly, we shall be moving from here to what is called the upper pool. This is literally on your way to the gate. Some of us, I think, had our meal there earlier, so you know where it is, but it is literally on the way to the gate, on the way to the exit. That is the swimming pool deck that will be hosting the cocktail, courtesy of our good friends at KCB. Thank you very much, Wanjeri. Please pass our gratitude now, because after we consume, I'm not so sure I will remember to say thank you. So please accept our gratitude for sponsoring that on our behalf. And the final housekeeping announcement is about tomorrow. We made an oath today. We will take it again tomorrow at 8:50 a.m. 8:50 a.m., our hands will be on our chests, making sure our hearts are beating and confirming that we will be ready for an amazing day. We do only have half the day, so please remember the site visits to the various locations will be taking place